The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Chapter 1. The house stood on a slight rise just on the edge of the village. It stood on its own and looked over a broad spread of West Country farmland. Not a remarkable house by any means. It was about 30 years old, squattish, squarish, made of brick, and had 4 windows, set in the front of a size and proportion which more or less exactly failed to please the eye. The only person for whom the house was in any way special was Arthur Dent, and that was only because it happened to be the one he lived in. He had lived in it for about 3 years, ever since he had moved out of London because it made him nervous and irritable. He was about 30 as well, dark-haired and never quite at ease with himself. The thing that used to worry him most was the fact that people always used to ask him what he was looking so worried about. He worked in local radio, which he always used to tell his friends was a lot more interesting than they probably thought. It was, too. Most of his friends worked in advertising. It hadn't properly registered with Arthur that the council wanted to knock down his house and build an bypass instead. At 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, Arthur didn't feel very good. He woke up blearily, got up, wandered blearily round his room, opened a window, saw a bulldozer, found his slippers, and stomped off to the bathroom to wash. Toothpaste on the brush, shaving mirror. So, scrub, pointing at the ceiling. He adjusted it. For a moment it reflected a second bulldozer through the bathroom window. Properly adjusted, it reflected Arthur Dent's bristles. He shaved them off, washed, dried, and stomped off to the kitchen to find something pleasant to put in his mouth. Kettle, plug, fridge, milk, coffee. Yawn. The word bulldozer wandered through his mind for a moment in search of something to connect with. The bulldozer outside the kitchen window was quite a big one. He stared at it. Yellow, he thought, and stomped off back to his bedroom to get dressed. Passing the bathroom, he stopped to drink a large glass of water, and another. He began to suspect that he was hungover. Why was he hungover? Had he been drinking the night before? He supposed that he must have been. He caught a glint in the shaving mirror. Yellow, he thought, and stomped onto the bedroom. He stood and thought. The pub, he thought. Oh dear, the pub. He vaguely remembered being angry about something that seemed important. He'd been telling people about it at great length. He rather suspected. His clearest visual recollection was of glazed looks on other people's faces. Something about a new bypass he had just found out about. It had been in the pipeline for months, only no one seemed to have known about it. Ridiculous. He took a swig of water. It would sort itself out, he'd decided. No one wanted a bypass. The council didn't have a leg to stand on. It would sort itself out. God, what a terrible hangover it had earned him, though. He looked at himself in the wardrobe mirror. He stuck out his tongue. Yellow, he thought. The word yellow wandered through his mind in search of something to connect with. 15 seconds later, he was out of the house and lying in front of a big yellow bulldozer that was advancing up his garden path. Mr. L. Prosser was, as they say, only human. In other words, he was a carbon-based life form descended from an ape. More specifically, he was 40, fat and shabby, and worked for the local council. Curiously enough, though he didn't know it, he was also a direct male line descendant of Genghis Khan, though intervening generations and racial mixing had so juggled his genes that he had no discernible Mongoloid characteristics, and the only vestiges left in Mr. L. Prosser of his mighty ancestry were a pronounced stoutness about the tongue and a predilection for little fur hats. He was by no means a great warrior. In fact, he was a nervous, worried man. Today, he was particularly nervous and worried because something had gone seriously wrong with his job, which was to see that Arthur Dent's house got cleared out of the way before the day was out. "Come off it, Mr. Dent," he said. "You can't when you know. You can't lie in front of the bulldozer indefinitely." He tried to make his eyes blaze fiercely, but they just wouldn't do it. Arthur lay in the mud and squelched at him. "I'm game," he said. "We'll see who rusts first." "I'm afraid you're going to have to accept it," said Mr. Prosser, gripping his fur hat and rolling it round the top of his head. "This bypass has got to be built, and it's going to be built." "First I've heard of it," said Arthur. "Why's it going to be built?" Mr. Prosser shook his finger at him for a bit, then stopped and put it away again. "What do you mean? Why's it got to be built?" he said. "It's a bypass. You've got to build bypasses. Bypasses are devices which allow some people to drive from point A to point B very fast, whilst other people dash from point B to point A very fast. People living at point C, being a point directly in between, are often given to wonder what's so great about point A that so many people of point B are so keen to get there. And what's so great about point B that so many people of point A are so keen to get there? They often wish that people would just once and for all work out where the hell they wanted to be. Mr. Prosser wanted to be at point D. Point D wasn't anywhere in particular, it was just any convenient point a very long way from points A, B, and C. He would have a nice little cottage at point D, with axes over the door, and spend a pleasant amount of time at point E, which would be the nearest pub to point D. His wife, of course, wanted climbing roses, but he wanted axes. He didn't know why, he just liked axes. He flushed hotly under the derisive grins of the bulldozer drivers. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, but it was equally uncomfortable on each. Obviously, somebody had been appallingly incompetent, and he hoped to God it wasn't him. Mr. Prosser said, "You were quite entitled to make any suggestions or protests at the appropriate time, you know." Appropriate time? Hooted Arthur. Appropriate time? The first I knew about it was when a workman arrived at my home yesterday. I asked him if he'd come to clean the windows, and he said no, he'd come to demolish the house. He didn't tell me straight away, of course. Oh no. First he wiped a couple of windows and charged me a $5. Then he told me, "But Mr. Dent, the plans have been available in the local planning office for the last 9 months. Oh yes. Well, as soon as I heard, I went straight round to see them yesterday afternoon. You hadn't exactly gone out of your way to call attention to them, had you? I mean, like actually telling anybody or anything. But the plans were on display." On display? I eventually had to go down to the cellar to find them. That's the display department. With a torch. Ah, well, the lights had probably gone. So had the stairs. But look, you found the notice, didn't you? Yes, said Arthur. Yes, I did. It was on display in the bottom of a locked filing cabinet stuck in a disused lavatory with a sign on the door saying "Beware of the leopard." A cloud passed overhead. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent as he lay propped up on his elbow in the cold mud. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent's house. Mr. Prosser frowned at it. "It's not as if it's a particularly nice house," he said. "I'm sorry, but I happen to like it. You'll like the bypass." "Oh, shut up," said Arthur Dent. "Shut up and go away, and take your bloody bypass with you. You haven't got a leg to stand on it, you know it." Mr. Prosser's mouth opened and closed a couple of times while his mind was for a moment filled with inexplicable but terribly attractive visions of Arthur Dent's house being consumed with fire and Arthur himself running screaming from the blazing ruin with at least 3 hefty spears protruding from his back. Mr. Prosser was often bothered with visions like these, and they made him feel very nervous. He stuttered for a moment and then pulled himself together. "Mr. Dent," he said. "Hello?" "Yes?" said Arthur. "Some factual information for you. Have you any idea how much damage that bulldozer would suffer if I just let it roll straight over you?" "How much?" said Arthur. "None at all," said Mr. Prosser, and stormed nervously off, wondering why his brain was filled with 1,000 hairy horsemen, all shouting at him. By a curious coincidence, none at all is exactly how much suspicion the ape descendant Arthur Dent had that one of his closest friends was not descended from an ape, but was in fact from a small planet in the vicinity of Betelgeuse and not from Guilford, as he usually claimed. Arthur Dent had never, ever suspected this. This friend of his had first arrived on the planet some 15 Earth years previously, and he had worked hard to blend himself into Earth society with, it must be said, some success. For instance, he had spent those 15 years pretending to be an out-of-work actor, which was plausible enough. He had made one careless blunder, though, because he had skimped a bit on his preparatory research. The information he had gathered had led him to choose the name Ford Prefect as being nicely inconspicuous. He was not conspicuously tall, his features were striking but not conspicuously handsome. His hair was wiry and gingerish and brushed backwards from the temples. His skin seemed to be pulled backwards from the nose. There was something very slightly odd about him, but it was difficult to say what it was. Perhaps it was that his eyes didn't blink often enough, and when you talked to him for any length of time, your eyes began involuntarily to water on his behalf. Perhaps it was that he smiled slightly too broadly and gave people the unnerving impression that he was about to go for their neck. He struck most of the friends he had made on Earth as an eccentric, but a harmless one, an unruly boozer with some oddish habits. For instance, he would often gate-crash university parties, get badly drunk, and start making fun of any astrophysicist he could find till he got thrown out. Sometimes he would get seized with oddly distracted moods and stare into the sky as if hypnotized until someone asked him what he was doing. Then he would start guiltily for a moment, relax and grin. "Oh, just looking for flying saucers. He would joke and everyone would laugh and ask him what sort of flying saucers he was looking for. Green ones. He would reply with a wicked grin, laugh wildly for a moment, and then suddenly lunge for the nearest bar and buy an enormous round of drinks. Evenings like this usually ended badly. Ford would get out of his skull on whiskey, huddle into a corner with some girl, and explain to her in slurred phrases that honestly the color of the flying saucers didn't matter that much really. Thereafter, staggering semi-paralytic down the night streets, he would often ask passing policemen if they knew the way to Beetlejuice. The policeman would usually say something like, "Don't you think it's about time you went off home, sir? I'm trying to, baby. I'm trying to," is what Ford invariably replied on these occasions. In fact, what he was really looking out for when he stared distractedly into the night sky was any kind of flying saucer at all. The reason he said green was that green was the traditional space livery of the Beetlejuice Trading Scouts. Ford Prefect was desperate that any flying saucer at all would arrive soon because 15 years was a long time to get stranded anywhere, particularly somewhere as mind-bogglingly dull as the Earth. Ford wished that a flying saucer would arrive soon because he knew how to flag flying saucers down and get lifts from them. He knew how to see the marvels of the universe for less than $30 Alteron a day. In fact, Ford Prefect was a roving researcher for that wholly remarkable book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Human beings are great adapters, and by lunchtime life in the environs of Arthur's house had settled into a steady routine. It was Arthur's accepted role to lie squelching in the mud, making occasional demands to see his lawyer, his mother, or a good book. It was Mr. Prosser's accepted role to tackle Arthur with the occasional new ploy, such as the for the public good talk, the March of Progress talk, the they knocked my house down once you know, never look back talk, and various other cajoleries and threats. And it was the bulldozer driver's accepted role to sit around drinking coffee and experimenting with union regulations to see how they could turn the situation to their financial advantage. The Earth moved slowly in its diurnal course. The sun was beginning to dry out the mud Arthur lay in. A shadow moved across him again. "Hello, Arthur," said the shadow. Arthur looked up and, squinting into the sun, was startled to see Ford Prefect standing above him. "Ford, hello, how are you?" "Fine," said Ford. "Look, are you busy?" "Am I busy?" exclaimed Arthur. "Well, I've just got all these bulldozers and things to lie in front of because they'll knock my house down if I don't. But other than that, well, no, not especially." "Why?" They don't have sarcasm on Beetlejuice, and Ford Prefect often failed to notice it unless he was concentrating. He said, "Good. Is there anywhere we can talk?" "What?" said Arthur Dent. For a few seconds, Ford seemed to ignore him and stared fixedly into the sky like a rabbit trying to get run over by a car. Then suddenly, he squatted down beside Arthur. "We've got to talk," he said urgently. "Fine," said Arthur. "Talk. And drink," said Ford. "It's vitally important that we talk and drink. Now, we'll go to the pub in the village." He looked into the sky again, nervous, expectant. "Look, don't you understand?" shouted Arthur. He pointed at Prosser. "That man wants to knock my house down." Ford glanced at him, puzzled. "Well, he can do it while you're away, can't he?" he asked. "But I don't want him to." "Oh, look, what's the matter with you, Ford?" said Arthur. "Nothing. Nothing's the matter. Listen to me. I've got to tell you the most important thing you've ever heard. I've got to tell you now, and I've got to tell you in the saloon bar of the Horse and Groom." "But why?" "Because you're going to need a very stiff drink." Ford stared at Arthur, and Arthur was astonished to find that his will was beginning to weaken. He didn't realize that this was because of an old drinking game that Ford learned to play in the hyperspace ports that served the Madronite mining belts in the star system of Orion Beta. The game was not unlike the Earth game called Indian Wrestling and was played like this. Two contestants would sit either side of a table with a glass in front of each of them. Between them would be placed a bottle of jank spirit, as immortalized in that ancient Orion mining song, "Oh, don't give me none more of that old jank spirit / no, don't you give me none more of that old jank spirit / for my head will fly, my tongue will lie, my eyes will fry, and I may die / won't you pour me one more of that sinful old jank spirit." Each of the two contestants would then concentrate their will on the bottle and attempt to tip it and pour spirit into the glass of his opponent, who would then have to drink it. The bottle would then be refilled. The game would be played again and again. Once you started to lose, you would probably keep losing because one of the effects of jank spirit is to depress telepsychic power. As soon as a predetermined quantity had been consumed, the final loser would have to perform a forfeit, which was usually obscenely biological. Ford Prefect usually played to lose. Ford stared at Arthur, who began to think that perhaps he did want to go to the horse and groom after all. "But what about my house?" he asked plaintively. Ford looked across to Mr. Prosser, and suddenly a wicked thought struck him. "He wants to knock your house down?" "Yes, he wants to build. And he can't because you're lying in front of the bulldozers?" "Yes, and I'm sure we can come to some arrangement," said Ford. "Excuse me," he shouted. Mr. Prosser, who was arguing with a spokesman for the bulldozer drivers about whether or not Arthur Dent constituted a mental health hazard and how much they should get paid if he did, looked around. He was surprised and slightly alarmed to find that Arthur had company. "Yes? Hello," he called. "Has Mr. Dent come to his senses yet?" "Can we for the moment," called Ford, "assume that he hasn't?" "Well," sighed Mr. Prosser. "And can we also assume," said Ford, "that he's going to be staying here all day?" So all your men are going to be standing around all day doing nothing?" Could be. "Well, if you're resigned to doing that anyway, you don't actually need him to lie here all the time, do you?" "What? You don't," said Ford patiently, "actually need him here?" Mr. Prosser thought about this. "Well, no, not as such," he said, "not exactly need." Prosser was worried. He thought that one of them wasn't making a lot of sense. Ford said, "So if you would just like to take it as read that he's actually here, then he and I could slip off down to the pub for half an hour. How does that sound?" Mr. Prosser thought it sounded perfectly potty. "That sounds perfectly reasonable," he said in a reassuring tone of voice, wondering who he was trying to reassure. "And if you want to pop off for a quick one yourself later on," said Ford, "we can always cover up for you in return." "Thank you very much," said Mr. Prosser, who no longer knew how to play this at all. "Thank you very much. Yes, that's very kind." He frowned, then smiled, then tried to do both at once, failed, grasped hold of his fur hat, and rolled it fitfully round the top of his head. He could only assume that he had just won. "So," continued Ford Prefect, "if you would just like to come over here and lie down." "What?" said Mr. Prosser. "Ah, I'm sorry," said Ford. "Perhaps I hadn't made myself fully clear. Somebody's got to lie in front of the bulldozers, haven't they? Or there won't be anything to stop them driving into Mr. Dent's house. Well, there." "What?" said Mr. Prosser again. "It's very simple," said Ford. "My client, Mr. Dent, says that he will stop lying here in the mud on the sole condition that you come and take over from him." "What are you talking about?" said Arthur, but Ford nudged him with his shoe to be quiet. "You want me," said Mr. Prosser, spelling out this new thought to himself, "to come and lie there?" "Yes." "In front of the bulldozer?" "Yes." "Instead of Mr. Dent?" "Yes." "In the mud?" "In, as you say it, the mud." As soon as Mr. Prosser realized that he was substantially the loser, after all, it was as if a weight lifted itself off his shoulders. This was more like the world as he knew it. He sighed. "In return for which you will take Mr. Dent with you down to the pub." "That's it," said Ford. "That's it exactly." Mr. Prosser took a few nervous steps forward and stopped. "Promise, promise," said Ford. He turned to Arthur. "Come on," he said to him. "Get up and let the man lie down." Arthur stood up, feeling as if he was in a dream. Ford beckoned to Prosser, who sadly, awkwardly, sat down in the mud. He felt that his whole life was some kind of dream, and he sometimes wondered whose it was and whether they were enjoying it. The mud folded itself round his bottom and his arms and oozed into his shoes. Ford looked at him severely. "And no sneaky knocking down Mr. Dent's house whilst he's away." "All right," he said. "The mere thought," growled Mr. Prosser, "hadn't even begun to speculate," he continued, settling himself back, "about the merest possibility of crossing my mind." He saw the bulldozer driver's union representative approaching and let his head sink back and closed his eyes. He was trying to marshal his arguments for proving that he did not now constitute a mental health hazard himself. He was far from certain about this. His mind seemed to be full of noise, horses, smoke, and the stench of blood. This always happened when he felt miserable and put upon, and he had never been able to explain it to himself. In a high dimension of which we know nothing, the mighty Khan bellowed with rage, but Mr. Prosser only trembled slightly and whimpered. He began to feel little pricks of water behind the eyelids. Bureaucratic cock-ups, angry men lying in the mud, indecipherable strangers, handing out inexplicable humiliations, and an unidentified army of horsemen laughing at him in his head. What a day! What a day! Ford Prefect knew that it didn't matter a pair of Dingo's kidneys whether Arthur's house got knocked down or not now. Arthur remained very worried. "But can we trust him?" he said. "Myself, I'd trust him to the end of the earth," said Ford. "Oh yes," said Arthur. "And how far's that?" "About 12 minutes away," said Ford. "Come on, I need a drink." Chapter 2. Here's what the Encyclopedia Galactica has to say about alcohol. It says that alcohol is a colorless volatile liquid formed by the fermentation of sugars, and also notes its intoxicating effect on certain carbon-based life forms. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy also mentions alcohol. It says that the best drink in existence is the pan-galactic gargle blaster. It says that the effect of a pan-galactic gargle blaster is like having your brain smashed out by a slice of lemon wrapped around a large gold brick. The guide also tells you on which planets the best pan-galactic gargle blasters are mixed, how much you can expect to pay for one, and what voluntary organizations exist to help you rehabilitate afterwards. The guide even tells you how you can mix one yourself. Take the juice from one bottle of that old jank spirit, it says. Pour into it 1 measure of water from the seas of Santraginius V. Oh, that Santraginian seawater, it says. Oh, those Santraginian fish. Allow 3 cubes of Arcturon Megagen to melt into the mixture. It must be properly iced or the benzene is lost. Allow 4 liters of Folian marsh gas to bubble through it, in memory of all those happy hikers who have died of pleasure in the marshes of Phalia. Over the back of a silver spoon float a measure of quolactin, hypermint extract, redolent of all the heady odors of the dark. Quolactin zones, subtle, sweet, and mystic. Drop in the tooth of an Algolian sun tiger. Watch it dissolve, spreading the fires of the Algolian suns deep into the heart of the drink. Sprinkle Zamphor. Add an olive. Drink, but very carefully. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sells rather better than the Encyclopedia Galactica. 6 pints of bitter, said Ford Prefect to the barman of the Horse and Groom. And quickly, please, the world's about to end. The barman of the Horse and Groom didn't deserve this sort of treatment. He was a dignified old man. He pushed his glasses up his nose and blinked at Ford Prefect. Ford ignored him and stared out of the window, so the barman looked instead at Arthur, who shrugged helplessly and said nothing. So the barman said, "Oh yes, sir. Nice weather for it," and started pulling pints. He tried again. "Going to watch the match this afternoon then?" Ford glanced round at him. No point," he said, and looked back out of the window. "What's that? Foregone conclusion then, you reckon, sir?" said the barman. "Arsenal without a chance?" No, said Ford. "It's just that the world's about to end." "Oh yes, sir. So you said," said the barman, looking over his glasses, this time at Arthur. "Lucky escape for Arsenal if it did." Ford looked back at him, genuinely surprised. "No, not really," he said. He frowned. The barman breathed in heavily. "There you are, sir, 6 pints," he said. Arthur smiled at him wanly and shrugged again. He turned and smiled wanly at the rest of the pub just in case any of them had heard what was going on. None of them had, and none of them could understand what he was smiling at them for. A man sitting next to Ford at the bar looked at the 2 men, looked at the 6 pints, did a swift burst of mental arithmetic, arrived at an answer he liked, and grinned a stupid, hopeful grin at them. "Get off," said Ford. "They're ours," giving him a look that would have an Algolian sun tiger get on with what it was doing. Ford slapped a 5-pound note on the bar. He said, "Keep the change." "What? From a 5er? "Thank you, sir. You've got 10 minutes left to spend it." The barman simply decided to walk away for a bit. "Ford," said Arthur, "would you please tell me what the hell is going on?" "Drink up," said Ford. "You've got 3 pints to get through." "3 pints," said Arthur. At lunchtime, the man next to Ford grinned and nodded happily. Ford ignored him. He said, "Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so." "Very deep," said Arthur. "You should send that in to the Reader's Digest. They've got a page for people like you." "Drink up." "Why 3 pints all of a sudden?" "Muscle relaxant. You'll need it." "Muscle relaxant? Muscle relaxant." Arthur stared into his beer. "Did I do anything wrong today?" he said. "Or has the world always been like this and I've been too wrapped up in myself to notice?" "All right," said Ford. "I'll try to explain. How long have we known each other?" "How long?" Arthur thought. About 5 years, maybe 6, he said. Most of it seemed to make some sense at the time. "All right," said Ford. "How would you react if I said that I'm not from Guildford after all, but from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Betelgeuse?" Arthur shrugged in a SOSO sort of way. "I don't know," he said, taking a pull of beer. Why? It's the sort of thing you're likely to say. Do you think? Ford gave up. It really wasn't worth bothering at the moment. What? With the world being about to end. He just said, drink up. He added, perfectly factually, the world's about to end. Arthur gave the rest of the pub another wan smile. The rest of the pub frowned at him. A man waved at him to stop smiling at them and mind his own business. This must be Thursday, said Arthur, musing to himself, sinking low over his beer. I never could get the hang of Thursdays. Chapter 3. On this particular Thursday, something was moving quietly through the ionosphere many miles above the surface of the planet. Somethings in fact, several dozen huge yellow chunky slab-like somethings, huge as office buildings, silent as birds. They soared with ease, basking in electromagnetic rays from the star's soul, biding their time, grouping, preparing. The planet beneath them was almost perfectly oblivious of their presence, which was just how they wanted it for the moment. The huge yellow somethings went unnoticed at Goonhilly. They passed over Cape Canaveral without a blip. Woomera and Judrell Bank looked straight through them, which was a pity because it was exactly the sort of thing they'd been looking for all these years. The only place they registered at all was on a small black device called a sub-ethos-omatic, which winked away quietly to itself. It nestled in the darkness inside a leather satchel, which Ford Prefect wore habitually round his neck. The contents of Ford Prefect's satchel were quite interesting in fact, and would have made any Earth physicist's eyes pop out of his head, which is why he always concealed them by keeping a couple of dog-eared scripts for plays he pretended he was auditioning for stuffed in the top. Besides the sub-ethos-omatic in the scripts, he had an electronic thumb, a short squat, black rod, smooth and matte with a couple of flat switches and dials at one end. He also had a device which looked rather like a largish electronic calculator. This had about 100 tiny flat press buttons and a screen about 4 inches square on which any one of a million pages could be summoned at a moment's notice. It looked insanely complicated, and this was one of the reasons why the snug plastic cover it fitted into had the words "Don't Panic" printed on it in large, friendly letters. The other reason was that this device was in fact that most remarkable of all books ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The reason why it was published in the form of a micro-submeson electronic component is that if it were printed in normal book form, an interstellar hitchhiker would require several inconveniently large buildings to carry it around in. Beneath that in Ford Prefect's satchel were a few biros, a notepad, and a largish bath towel from Marks & Spencer. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has a few things to say on the subject of towels. A towel, it says, is about the most massively useful thing an interstellar hitchhiker can have. Partly it is great practical value. You can wrap it around you for warmth as you bound across the cold moons of Jaglon Beta. You can lie on it on the brilliant marble-sanded beaches of Santraginus Phi, inhaling the heady sea vapors. You can sleep under it beneath the stars which shine so redly on the desert world of Kakraphon. Use it to sail a mini raft down the slow, heavy river. Moth. What if for use in hand-to-hand combat? Wrap it round your head to ward off noxious fumes or to avoid the gaze of the ravenous bladder beast of Trawl, a mind-bogglingly stupid animal. It assumes that if you can't see it, it can't see you. Daft as a bush, but very ravenous. You can wave your towel in emergencies as a distress signal, and of course dry yourself off with it if it still seems to be clean enough. More importantly, a towel has immense psychological value. For some reason, if a non-hitchhiker discovers that a hitchhiker has his towel with him, he will automatically assume that he is also in possession of a toothbrush, face flannel, soap, tin of biscuits, flask, compass, map, ball of string, gnat spray, wet weather gear, space suit, etc., etc. Furthermore, the strag will then happily lend the hitchhiker any of these or a dozen other items that the hitchhiker might accidentally have lost. What the strag will think is that any man who can hitch the length and breadth of the galaxy, rough it, slum it, struggle against terrible odds, win through, and still knows where his towel is clearly a man to be reckoned with. Hence a phrase which has passed into hitchhiking slang, as in, hey, you sass that hoopy Ford Prefect? There's a fruit who really knows where his towel is. Sass? No, be aware of. Meet, have sex with. Hoopy, really together guy. Frood, really amazingly together guy. Nestling quietly on top of the towel in Ford Prefect's satchel, the sub-ethos-omatic began to wink more quickly. Miles above the surface of the planet, the huge yellow somethings began to fan out. At Judrell Bank, someone decided it was time for a nice relaxing cup of tea. You got a towel with you? Said Ford Prefect suddenly to Arthur. Arthur, struggling through his third pint, looked round at him. Why? What, no? Should I have? He had given up being surprised. There didn't seem to be any point any longer. Ford clicked his tongue in irritation. Drink up, he urged. At that moment, the dull sound of a rumbling crash from outside filtered through the low murmur of the pub, through the sound of the jukebox, through the sound of the man next to Ford hiccuping over the whiskey Ford had eventually bought him. Arthur choked on his beer, leapt to his feet. What's that? He yelped. Don't worry, said Ford. They haven't started yet. Thank God for that, said Arthur and relaxed. It's probably just your house being knocked down, said Ford, drowning his last pint. What? Shouted Arthur. Suddenly Ford's spell was broken. Arthur looked wildly around him and ran to the window. My God, they are. They're knocking my house down. What the hell am I doing in the pub, Ford? It hardly makes any difference at this stage, said Ford. Let them have their fun. Fun, yelped Arthur. Fun. He quickly checked out of the window. Again, that they were talking about the same thing. Damn, they're fun. He hooted and ran out of the pub furiously, waving a nearly empty beer glass. He made no friends at all in the pub that lunchtime. Stop, you vandals. You home wreckers, bawled Arthur. You half crazed Visigoths. Stop, will you? Ford would have to go after him. Turning quickly to the barman, he asked for 4 packets of peanuts. There you are, sir, said the barman, slapping the packets on the bar. 28 pence if you'd be so kind. Ford was very kind. He gave the barman another £5 note and told him to keep the change. The barman looked at it and then looked at Ford. He suddenly shivered. He experienced a momentary sensation that he didn't understand because no one on Earth had ever experienced it before. In moments of great stress, every life form that exists gives out a tiny subliminal signal. This signal simply communicates an exact and almost pathetic sense of how far that being is from the place of his birth. On Earth, it is never possible to be further than 16,000 miles from your birthplace, which really isn't very far, so such signals are too minute to be noticed. Ford Prefect was at this moment under great stress, and he was born 600 light years away in the near vicinity of Betelgeuse. The barman reeled for a moment, hit by a shocking, incomprehensible sense of distance. He didn't know what it meant, but he looked at Ford Prefect with a new sense of respect, almost. Ah, are you serious, sir? He said in a small whisper which had the effect of silencing the pub. You think the world's going to end? Yes, said Ford. But this afternoon, Ford had recovered himself. He was at his flippest. Yes, he said gaily, in less than 2 minutes I would estimate. The barman couldn't believe the conversation he was having, but he couldn't believe the sensation he had just had either. Isn't there anything we can do about it then? He said. No, nothing, said Ford, stuffing the peanuts into his pockets. Someone in the hushed bar suddenly laughed raucously at how stupid everyone had become. The man sitting next to Ford was a bit sozzled by now. His eyes waved their way up to Ford. I thought, he said, that if the world was going to end we were meant to lie down or put a paper bag over our head or something. If you like, yes, said Ford. That's what they told us in the army, said the man, and his eyes began the long trek back down to his whiskey. Will that help? Asked the barman. No, said Ford and gave him a friendly smile. Excuse me, he said. I've got to go. With a wave, he left. The pub was silent for a moment longer, and then, embarrassingly enough, the man with the raucous laugh did it again. The girl he had dragged along to the pub with him had grown to loathe him dearly over the last hour or so, and it would probably have been a great satisfaction to her to know that in a minute and a half or so he would suddenly evaporate into a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. However, when the moment came, she would be too busy evaporating herself to notice it. The barman cleared his throat. He heard himself say, "Last orders, please." The huge yellow machines began to sink downward and to move faster. Ford knew they were there. This wasn't the way he had wanted it. Running up the lane, Arthur had nearly reached his house. He didn't notice how cold it had suddenly become. He didn't notice the wind. He didn't notice the sudden irrational squall of rain. He didn't notice anything but the caterpillar bulldozers crawling over the rubble that had been his home. You barbarians, he yelled. I'll sue the council for every penny it's got. I'll have you hung, drawn and quartered, and whipped, and boiled, until you've had enough. Ford was running after him very fast. Very, very fast. And then I'll do it again, yelled Arthur. And when I've finished I will take all the little bits, and I will jump on them. Arthur didn't notice that the men were running from the bulldozers. He didn't notice that Mr. Prosser was staring hectically into the sky. What Mr. Prosser had noticed was that huge yellow somethings were screaming through the clouds. Impossibly huge yellow somethings. "And I will carry on jumping on them," yelled Arthur, still running, "until I get blisters, or I can think of anything even more unpleasant to do." And then Arthur tripped and fell headlong, rolled and landed flat on his back. At last he noticed that something was going on. His finger shot upwards. "What the hell's that?" he shrieked. Whatever it was raced across the sky in monstrous yellowness, tore the sky apart with mind-buggering noise, and leapt off into the distance, leaving the gaping air to shut behind it with a bang that drove your ears 6 feet into your skull. Another one followed and did the same thing, only louder. It's difficult to say exactly what the people on the surface of the planet were doing now, because they didn't really know what they were doing themselves. None of it made a lot of sense. Running into houses, running out of houses, howling noiselessly at the noise. All around the world, city streets exploded with people. Cars slewed into each other as the noise fell on them, and then rolled off like a tidal wave over hills and valleys, deserts and oceans, seeming to flatten everything it hit. Only one man stood and watched the sky, stood with terrible sadness in his eyes and rubber bungs in his ears. He knew exactly what was happening and had known ever since his sub-ethisenzo. Matic had started winking in the dead of night beside his pillar and woken him with a start. It was what he had waited for all these years. But when he had deciphered the signal pattern sitting alone in his small dark room, a coldness had gripped him and squeezed his heart. Of all the races in all of the galaxy, who could have come and said a big hello to planet Earth, he thought? Didn't it just have to be the Vogons? Still, he knew what he had to do. As the Vogon craft screamed through the air high above him, he opened his satchel. He threw away a copy of Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. He threw away a copy of Godspell. He wouldn't need them where he was going. Everything was ready. Everything was prepared. He knew where his towel was. A sudden silence hit the earth. If anything, it was worse than the noise. For a while, nothing happened. The great ships hung motionless in the air, over every nation on Earth. Motionless they hung, huge, heavy, steady in the sky, a blasphemy against nature. Many people went straight into shock as their minds tried to encompass what they were looking at. The ships hung in the sky in much the same way that bricks don't. And still nothing happened. Then there was a slight whisper, a sudden spacious whisper of open ambient sound. Every hi-fi set in the world, every radio, every television, every cassette recorder, every woofer, every tweeter, every mid-range driver in the world quietly turned itself on. Every tin can, every dustbin, every window, every car, every wine glass, every sheet of rusty metal became activated as an acoustically perfect sounding board. Before the Earth passed away, it was going to be treated to the very ultimate in sound reproduction, the greatest public address system ever built. But there was no concert, no music, no fanfare, just a simple message. "People of Earth, your attention please," a voice said, and it was wonderful. Wonderful, perfect quadraphonic sound with distortion, levels so low as to make a brave man weep. "This is Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz of the Galactic Hyperspace Planning Council," the voice continued. "As you will no doubt be aware, the plans for development of the outlying regions of the galaxy require the building of a hyperspatial express route through your star system, and regrettably your planet is one of those scheduled for demolition. The process will take slightly less than 2 of your Earth minutes. Thank you." The PA died away. Uncomprehending terror settled on the watching people of Earth. The terror moved slowly through the gathered crowds as if they were iron fillings on a sheet of board, and a magnet was moving beneath them. Panic sprouted again, desperate fleeing panic, but there was nowhere to flee to. Observing this, the Vogons turned on their PA again. It said, "There's no point in acting all surprised about it. All the planning, charts, and demolition orders have been on display in your local planning department on Alpha Centauri for 50 of your Earth years, so you've had plenty of time to lodge any formal complaint, and it's far too late to start making a fuss about it now." The PA fell silent again, and its echo drifted off across the land. The huge ships turned slowly in the sky with easy power. On the underside of each, a hatchway opened, an empty black space. By this time, somebody somewhere must have manned a radio transmitter, located a wavelength, and broadcasted a message back to Chapter 4. Far away on the opposite spiral arm of the galaxy, 500,000 light-years from the star's soul, Zaphod Beeblebrox, president of the Imperial Galactic Government, sped across the seas of Damagran, his ion drive delta boat winking and flashing in the Damagran sun, Damagran the hot, Damagran the remote, Damagran the almost, totally unheard of. Damagran, secret home of the heart of gold. The boat sped on, across the water. It would be some time before it reached its destination because Damagran is such an inconveniently arranged planet. It consists of nothing but middling to large desert islands, separated by very pretty but annoyingly wide stretches of ocean. The boat sped on. Because of this topological awkwardness, Damagran has always remained a deserted planet. This is why the Imperial Galactic government chose Damagran for the Heart of Gold project, because it was so deserted and the Heart of Gold was so secret. The boat zipped and skipped across the sea that lay between the main islands of the only archipelago of any useful size on the whole planet. Zaphod Beeblebrox was on his way from the tiny spaceport on Easter Island. The name was an entirely meaningless coincidence. In galactic speak, Easter means small, flat, and light brown to the Heart of Gold Island, which by another meaningless coincidence was called France. One of the side effects of work on the Heart of Gold was a whole string of pretty meaningless coincidences. But it was not in any way a coincidence that today, the day of culmination of the project, the great day of unveiling, the day that the Heart of Gold was finally to be introduced to a marveling galaxy, was also a great day of culmination for Zaphod Beeblebrox. It was for the sake of this day that he had first decided to run for the presidency, a decision which had sent waves of astonishment throughout the Imperial Galaxy. Zaphod Beeblebrox? President? Not the Zaphod Beeblebrox? Not the president? Many had seen it as a clinching proof that the whole of known creation had finally gone bananas. Zaphod grinned and gave the boat an extra kick of speed. Zaphod Beeblebrox, adventurer, ex-hippie, good timer, crook? Quite possibly. Manic self-publicist, terribly bad at personal relationships, often thought to be completely out to lunch. President? No one had gone bananas, not in that way at least. Only 6 people in the entire galaxy understood the principle on which the galaxy was governed, and they knew that once Zaphod Beeblebrox had announced his intention to run as president, it was more or less a fait accompli. He was the ideal presidency fodder one. What they completely failed to understand was why Zaphod was doing it. He banked sharply, shooting a wild wall of water at the sun. Today was the day. Today was the day when they would realize what Zaphod had been up to. Today was what Zaphod Beeblebrox's presidency was all about. Today was also his 200th birthday, but that was just another meaningless coincidence. As he skipped his boat across the seas of Damagran, he smiled quietly to himself about what a wonderful, exciting day it was going to be. He relaxed and spread his 2 arms lazily across the seat back. He steered with an extra arm he'd recently fitted just beneath his right, one to help improve his ski boxing. Hey, he cooed to himself. You're a real cool boy, you. But his nerves sang a song shriller than a dog whistle. The island of France was about 20 miles long, 5 miles across. The middle, sandy and crescent-shaped. In fact, it seemed to exist not so much as an island in its own right as simply a means of defining the sweep and curve of a huge bay. This impression was heightened by the fact that the inner coastline of the crescent consisted almost entirely of steep cliffs. From the top of the cliff, the land sloped slowly down 5 miles to the opposite shore. On top of the cliffs stood a reception committee. It consisted in large part of the engineers and researchers who had built the Heart of Gold, mostly humanoid, but here and there were a few reptiloid automaneers, 2 or 3 green SLYPH-like Maximegalacticans, an octopoid physucturalist or 2, and a Hulavu. A Hulavu is a super-intelligent shade of the color blue. All except the Hulavu were resplendent in their multicolored ceremonial lab coats. The Hulavu had been temporarily refracted into a freestanding prism for the occasion. There was a mood of immense excitement thrilling through all of them. Together and between them, they had gone to and beyond the furthest limits of physical laws, restructured the fundamental fabric of matter, strained, twisted, and broken the laws of possibility and impossibility. But still, the greatest excitement of all seemed to be to meet a man with an orange sash round his neck. An orange sash was what the president of the galaxy traditionally wore. It might not even have made much difference to them if they'd known exactly how much power the president of the galaxy actually wielded. None at all. Only 6 people in the galaxy knew that the job of the galactic president was not to wield power, but to attract attention away from it. Zaphod Beeblebrox was amazingly good at his job. The crowd gasped. dazzled by sun and seamanship as the presidential speedboat zipped round the headland into the bay. It flashed and shone as it came skating over the sea in wide skidding turns. In fact, it didn't need to touch the water at all, because it was supported on a hazy cushion of ionized atoms. But just for effect, it was fitted with thin fin blades which could be lowered into the water. They slashed sheets of water hissing into the air, carved deep gashes into the sea, which swayed crazily and sank back foaming into the boat's wake as it careered across the bay. Zaphod loved effect. It was what he was best at. He twisted the wheel sharply. The boat slewed round in a wild, scything skid beneath the cliff face and dropped to rest lightly on the rocking waves. Within seconds, he ran out onto the deck and waved and grinned at over 3 billion people. The 3 billion people weren't actually there, but they watched his every gesture through the eyes of a small robot tri-D camera which hovered obsequiously in the air nearby. The antics of the president always made amazingly popular tri-D. That's what they were for. He grinned again. 3,000,000,006 people didn't know it, but today would be a bigger antic than anyone had bargained for. The robot camera homed in for a close-up on the more popular of his 2 heads, and he waved again. He was roughly humanoid in appearance except for the extra head and 3rd arm. His fair-tousled hair stuck out in random directions, his blue eyes glinted with something completely unidentifiable, and his chins were almost always unshaven. A 20-foot-high transparent globe floated next to his boat, rolling and bobbing, glistening in the brilliant sun. Inside it floated a wide semicircular sofa upholstered in glorious red leather. The more the globe bobbed and rolled, the more the sofa stayed perfectly still, steady as an upholstered rock. Again, all done for effect as much as anything. Zaphod stepped through the wall of the globe and relaxed on the sofa. He spread his 2 arms lazily along the back, and with the 3rd, brushed some dust off his knee. His head looked about, smiling. He put his feet up. At any moment, he thought he might scream. Water boiled up beneath the bubble. It seethed and spouted. The bubble surged into the air, bobbing and rolling on the water spout. Up it climbed, throwing stilts of light at the cliff. Up it surged on the jet, the water falling from beneath it, crashing back into the sea, hundreds of feet below. Zaphod smiled, picturing himself. A thoroughly ridiculous form of transport, but a thoroughly beautiful one. At the top of the cliff, the globe wavered for a moment, tipped on to a railed ramp, rolled down it to a small concave platform, and riddled to a halt. To tremendous applause, Zaphod Beeblebrox stepped out of the bubble, his orange sash blazing in the light. The president of the galaxy had arrived. He waited for the applause to die down, then raised his hands in greeting. "Hi," he said. A government spider sidled up to him and attempted to press a copy of his prepared speech into his hands. Pages 3 to 7 of the original version were at the moment floating soggily on the Damagran Sea some 5 miles out from the bay. Pages 1 and 2 had been salvaged by a Damagran frond-crested eagle and had already become incorporated into an extraordinary new form of nest, which the eagle had invented. It was constructed largely of paper, and it was virtually impossible for a newly hatched baby eagle to break out of it. The Damagran frond-crested eagle had heard of the notion of survival of the species but wanted no truck with it. Zaphod Beeblebrox would not be needing his set speech, and he gently deflected the one being offered him by the spider. "Hi," he said again. Everyone beamed at him, or, at least, nearly everyone. He singled out Trillian from the crowd. Trillian was a girl that Zaphod had picked up recently whilst visiting a planet, just for fun, incognito. She was slim, darkish, humanoid, with long waves of black hair, a full mouth, an odd little knob of a nose, and ridiculously brown eyes. With her red headscarf knotted in that particular way and her long flowing silky brown dress, she looked vaguely Arabic. Not that anyone there had ever heard of an Arab, of course. The Arabs had very recently ceased to exist, and even when they had existed, they were 500,000 light years from Damagran. Trillian wasn't anybody in particular, or so Zaphod claimed. She just went around with him rather a lot and told him what she thought of him. "Hi, honey," he said to her. She flashed him a quick, tight smile and looked away. Then she looked back for a moment and smiled more warmly, but by this time, he was looking at something else. "Hi," he said to a small knot of creatures from the press who were standing nearby, wishing that he would stop saying hi and get on with the quotes. He grinned at them particularly because he knew that in a few moments he would be giving them one hell of a quote. The next thing he said, though, was not a lot of use to them. One of the officials of the party had irritably decided that the president was clearly not in a mood to read the deliciously turned speech that had been written for him, and had flipped the switch on the remote control device in his pocket. Away in front of them, a huge white dome that bulged against the sky cracked down in the middle, split, and slowly folded itself down into the ground. Everyone gasped, although they had known perfectly well it was going to do that because they had built it that way. Beneath it lay uncovered a huge starship, 150 meters long, shaped like a sleek running shoe, perfectly white and mind-bogglingly beautiful. At the heart of it, unseen, lay a small gold box which carried within it the most brain-retching device ever conceived, a device which made this starship unique in the history of the galaxy, a device after which the ship had been named the Heart of Gold. "Wow," said Zaphod Beeblebrox to the Heart of Gold. There wasn't much else he could say. He said it again because he knew it would annoy the press. "Wow." The crowd turned their faces back towards him expectantly. He winked at Trillian, who raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes at him. She knew what he was about to say and thought him a terrible show-off. "That is really amazing," he said. "That really is truly amazing. That is so amazingly amazing, I think I'd like to steal it." A marvelous presidential quote, absolutely true to form. The crowd laughed appreciatively. The newsmen gleefully punched buttons on their sub-etha newsmatics, and the president grinned. As he grinned, his heart screamed unbearably, and he fingered the small paralysomatic bomb that nestled quietly in his pocket. Finally, he could bear it no more. He lifted his heads up to the sky, let out a wild whoop in major thirds, threw the bomb to the ground, and ran forward through the sea of suddenly frozen smiles. Chapter 5. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was not a pleasant sight, even for other Vogons. His highly domed nose rose high above a small piggy forehead. His dark green rubbery skin was thick enough for him to play the game of Vogon civil service politics, and play it well, and waterproof enough for him to survive indefinitely at sea depths of up to 1,000 feet with no ill effects. Not that he ever went swimming, of course. His busy schedule would not allow it. He was the way he was because billions of years ago, when the Vogons had first crawled out of the sluggish primeval seas of Vogsphere and had lain panting and heaving on the planet's virgin shores, when the first rays of the bright young Voxal sun had shone across them that morning, it was as if the forces of evolution had simply given up on them there and then had turned aside in disgust and written them off as an ugly and unfortunate mistake. They never evolved again. They should never have survived. The fact that they did is some kind of tribute to the thick-willed, slug-brained stubbornness of these creatures. Evolution, they said to themselves, who needs it, and what nature refused to do for them, they simply did without until such time as they were able to rectify the grosser anatomical inconveniences with surgery. Meanwhile, the natural forces on the planet Vogsphere had been working overtime to make up for their earlier blunder. They brought forth scintillating, jeweled, scuttling crabs, which the Vogons ate, smashing their shells with iron mallets, tall aspiring trees with breathtaking slenderness and color which the Vogons cut down, and burned the crab meat with elegant gazelle-like creatures with silken coats and dewy eyes which the Vogons would catch and sit on. They were no use as transport because their backs would snap instantly, but the Vogons sat on them anyway. Thus the planet Vogsphere whiled away the unhappy millennia, until the Vogons suddenly discovered the principles of interstellar travel. Within a few short Voyager years, every last Vogon had migrated to the Megabrantis cluster, the political hub of the galaxy, and now formed the immensely powerful backbone of the galactic civil service. They have attempted to acquire learning, they have attempted to acquire style and social grace, but in most respects the modern Vogon is little different from his primitive forebears. Every year they import 27,000 scintillating, jeweled, scuttling crabs from their native planet and while away a happy drunken night smashing them to bits with iron mallets. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was a fairly typical Vogon in that he was thoroughly vile. Also, he did not like hitchhikers. Somewhere in a small dark cabin buried deep in the intestines of Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz's flagship, a small match flared nervously. The owner of the match was not a Vogon, but he knew all about them and was right to be nervous. His name was Ford Prefect too. He looked about the cabin but could see very little. Strange, monstrous shadows loomed and leaped with the tiny flickering flame, but all was quiet. He breathed a silent thank you to the Dentrasis. The Dentrasis are an unruly tribe of gourmands, a wild but pleasant bunch whom the Vogons had recently taken to employing as catering staff on their long-haul fleets, on the strict understanding that they keep themselves very much to themselves. This suited the Dentrasis fine, because they loved Vogon money, which is one of the hardest currencies in space, but loathed the Vogons themselves. The only sort of Vogon a Dentrasi liked to see was an annoyed Vogon. It was because of this tiny piece of information that Ford Prefect was not now a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. He heard a slight groan. By the light of the match, he saw a heavy shape moving slightly on the floor. Quickly, he shook the match out, reached in his pocket, found what he was looking for, and took it out. He crouched on the floor. The shape moved again. Ford Prefect said, "I bought some peanuts." Arthur Dent moved and groaned again, muttering incoherently. "Here, have some," urged Ford, shaking the packet again. "If you've never been through a matter transference beam before, you've probably lost some salt and protein. The beer you had should have cushioned your system a bit." "WHHHRRR," said Arthur Dent. He opened his eyes. "It's dark," he said. "Yes," said Ford Prefect. "It's dark." "No light," said Arthur Dent. "Dark, no light." One of the things Ford Prefect had always found hardest to understand about human beings was their habit of continually stating and repeating the obvious, as in "it's a nice day," or "you're very tall," or "oh dear, you seem to have fallen down a 30-foot well. Are you all right?" At first, Ford had formed a theory to account for this strange behavior. If human beings don't keep exercising their lips, he thought, their mouths probably seize up. After a few months' consideration and observation, he abandoned this theory in favor of a new one. If they don't keep on exercising their lips, he thought, their brains start working. After a while, he abandoned this one as well as being obstructively cynical and decided he quite liked human beings. After all, but he always remained desperately worried about the terrible number of things they didn't know about. Yes, he agreed with Arthur, no light. He helped Arthur to some peanuts. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Like a military academy," said Arthur. "Bits of me keep on passing out." Ford stared at him blankly in the darkness. "If I asked you where the hell we were," said Arthur weakly, "would I regret it?" Ford stood up. "We're safe," he said. "Oh, good," said Arthur. "We're in a small galley cabin," said Ford, "in one of the spaceships of the Vogon constructor fleet." "Ah," said Arthur. "This is obviously some strange usage of the word safe that I wasn't previously aware of." Ford struck another match to help him search for a light switch. Monstrous shadows leaped and loomed again. Arthur struggled to his feet and hugged himself apprehensively. Hideous alien shapes seemed to throng about him. The air was thick with musty smells, which sidled into his lungs without identifying themselves, and a low, irritating hum kept his brain from focusing. "How did we get here?" he asked, shivering slightly. "We hitched a lift," said Ford. "Excuse me," said Arthur. "Are you trying to tell me that we just stuck out our thumbs and some green bug-eyed monster stuck his head out and said, 'Hi fellas, hop right in. I can take you as far as the Basingstoke roundabout'?" "Well," said Ford, "the thumb's an electronic sub-ethos signaling device. The roundabout's at Barnard's star 6 light years away, but otherwise, that's more or less right. And the bug-eyed monster is green, yes." "Fine," said Arthur. "When can I get home?" "You can't," said Ford Prefect, and found the light switch. "Shade your eyes," he said, and turned it on. Even Ford was surprised. "Good grief," said Arthur. "Is this really the interior of a flying saucer?" Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz heaved his unpleasant green body round the control bridge. He always felt vaguely irritable after demolishing populated planets. He wished that someone would come and tell him that it was all wrong so that he could shout at them and feel better. He flopped as heavily as he could onto his control seat in the hope that it would break and give him something to be genuinely angry about, but it only gave a complaining sort of creak. "Go away," he shouted at a young Vogon guard who entered the bridge at that moment. The guard vanished immediately, feeling rather relieved. He was glad it wouldn't now be him who delivered the report they'd just received. The report was an official release, which said that a wonderful new form of spaceship drive was at this moment being unveiled at a government research base on Damagran, which would henceforth make all hyperspatial express routes unnecessary. Another door slid open, but this time the Vogon captain didn't shout because it was the door from the galley quarters where the Dentrasis prepared his meals. A meal would be most welcome. A huge furry creature bounded through the door with his lunch tray. It was grinning like a maniac. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was delighted. He knew that when Dintrasi looked that pleased with itself, there was something going on somewhere on the ship that he could get very angry indeed about. Ford and Arthur stared about them. Well, what do you think? Chapter 6. How gargle, how gargle, how gargle, how gargle. How gargle, gargle, how gargle, 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 how slurp you work. Should have a good time. Message repeats. This is your captain speaking, so stop whatever you're doing and pay attention. First of all, I see from our instruments that we have a couple of hitchhikers aboard. Hello, wherever you are. I just want to make it totally clear that you are not at all welcome. I worked hard to get where I am today, and I didn't become captain of a Vogon constructor ship simply so I could turn it into a taxi service for a load of degenerate freeloaders. I have sent out a search party, and as soon that they find you, I will put you off the ship. If you're very lucky, I might read you some of my poetry first. Secondly, we are about to jump into hyperspace for the journey to Barnard Star. On arrival, we will stay in dock for a 72-hour refit, and no one's to leave the ship during that time. I repeat, all planet leave is canceled. I've just had an unhappy love affair, so I don't see why anybody else should have a good time. Message ends. The noise stopped. Arthur discovered to his embarrassment that he was lying curled up in a small ball on the floor with his arms wrapped around his head. He smiled weakly. "Charming man," he said. "I wish I had a daughter so I could forbid her to marry one." "You wouldn't need to," said Ford. "They've got as much sex appeal as a road accident." "No, don't move," he added as Arthur began to uncurl himself. "You'd better be prepared for the jump into hyperspace. It's unpleasantly like being drunk." "What's so unpleasant about being drunk?" "You ask a glass of water." Arthur thought about this. "Ford," he said. "Yeah, what's this fish doing in my ear?" "It's translating for you. It's a babble fish. Look it up in the book if you like." He tossed over the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and then curled himself up into a fetal ball to prepare himself for the jump. At that moment, the bottom fell out of Arthur's mind. His eyes turned inside out. His feet began to leak out of the top of his head. The room folded flat about him, spun around, shifted out of existence, and left him sliding into his own navel. They were passing through hyperspace. "The babble fish," said the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy quietly, "is small, yellow, and leech-like, and probably the oddest thing in the universe. It feeds on brainwave energy not from its carrier, but from those around it. It absorbs all unconscious mental frequencies from this brainwave energy to nourish itself with. It then excretes into the mind of its carrier a telepathic matrix formed by combining the conscious thought frequencies with nerve signals picked up from the speech centers of the brain which has supplied them. The practical upshot of all this is that if you stick a babble fish in your ear, you can instantly understand anything said to you in any form of language. The speech patterns you actually hear decode the brainwave matrix, which has been fed into your mind by your babble fish. Now it is such a bizarrely improbable coincidence that anything so mind-bogglingly useful could have evolved purely by chance that some thinkers have chosen to see it as the final and clinching proof of the non-existence of God. The argument goes something like this. "I refuse to prove that I exist," says God, "for proof denies faith, and without faith I am nothing. But," says man, "the babble fish is a dead giveaway, isn't it? It could not have evolved by chance. It proves you exist, and so therefore by your own arguments, you don't." QED, "Oh dear," says God. "I hadn't thought of that," and promptly vanished in a puff of logic. "Oh, that was easy," says man, and for an encore goes on to prove that black is white and gets himself killed on the next zebra crossing. Most leading theologians claim that this argument is a load of dingo's kidneys, but that didn't stop Olan Khalufid making a small fortune when he used it as the central theme of his best-selling book. Well, that about wraps it up for God. Meanwhile, the poor babble fish, by effectively removing all barriers to communication between different races and cultures, has caused more and bloodier wars than anything else in the history of creation. Arthur let out a low groan. He was horrified to discover that the kick through hyperspace hadn't killed him. He was now 6 light years from the place that the Earth would have been if it still existed. The Earth. Visions of it swam sickeningly through his nauseated mind. There was no way his imagination could feel the impact of the whole Earth. Having gone, it was too big. He prodded his feelings by thinking that his parents and his sister had gone. No reaction. He thought of all the people he had been close to. No reaction. Then he thought of a complete stranger he had been standing behind in the queue at the supermarket before and felt a sudden stab. The supermarket was gone. Everything in it was gone. Nelson's column had gone. Nelson's column had gone, and there would be no outcry, because there was no one left to make an outcry. From now on, Nelson's column only existed in his mind. England only existed in his mind. His mind stuck here in this dank, smelly, steel-lined spaceship. A wave of claustrophobia closed in on him. England no longer existed. He got that. Somehow he got it. He tried again. America, he thought, has gone. He couldn't grasp it. He decided to start smaller again. New York has gone. No reaction. He'd never seriously believed it existed anyway. The dollar, he thought, had sunk forever. Slight tremor there. Every Bogart movie has been wiped, he said to himself, and that gave him a nasty knock. McDonald's, he thought. There is no longer any such thing as a McDonald's hamburger. He passed out. When he came round a second later, he found he was sobbing for his mother. He jerked himself violently to his feet. Ford looked up from where he was sitting in a corner humming to himself. He always found the actual traveling through space part of space travel rather trying. Yeah, he said. If you're a researcher on this book thing and you were on Earth, you must have been gathering material on it. Well, I was able to extend the original entry a bit. Yes. Let me see what it says in this edition then. I've got to see it. Yeah, okay. He passed it over again. Arthur grabbed hold of it and tried to stop his hands shaking. He pressed the entry for the relevant page. The screen flashed and swirled and resolved into a page of print. Arthur stared at it. It doesn't have an entry, he burst out. Ford looked over his shoulder. Yes, it does, he said. Down there, see at the bottom of the screen, just under Eccentrica Golumbits, the triple-breasted whore of Eroticon 6. Arthur followed Ford's finger and saw where it was pointing. For a moment it still didn't register, then his mind nearly blew up. What? Harmless? Is that all it's got to say? Harmless. One word. Ford shrugged. Well, there are 100 billion stars in the galaxy, and only a limited amount of space in the book's microprocessors, he said, and no one knew much about the Earth, of course. Well, for God's sake, I hope you managed to rectify that a bit. Oh yes, well, I managed to transmit a new entry off to the editor. He had to trim it a bit, but it's still an improvement. And what does it say now? Asked Arthur. Mostly harmless, admitted Ford with a slightly embarrassed cough. Mostly harmless, shouted Arthur. What was that noise? Hissed Ford. It was me shouting, shouted Arthur. No. Shut up, said Ford. I think we're in trouble. You think we're in trouble? Outside the door were the sounds of marching feet. The Dentrassi? Whispered Arthur. No, those are steel-tipped boots, said Ford. There was a sharp ringing rap on the door. Then who is it? Said Arthur. Well, said Ford, if we're lucky, it's just the Vogons come to throw us into space. And if we're unlucky? If we're unlucky, said Ford grimly, the captain might be serious in his threat that he's going to read us some of his poetry first. Chapter 7. Vogon poetry is of course the third worst in the universe. The second worst is that of the Azagos of Kriya. During a recitation, by their poet Master Grunhos the flatulent of his poem Ode to a small lump of green putty I found in my armpit one midsummer morning, for of his audience died of internal hemorrhaging, and the president of the Midgalactic Arts Nobbling Council survived by gnawing one of his own legs off. Grunhos is reported to have been disappointed by the poem's reception and was about to embark on a reading of his 12-book epic entitled My Favorite Bathon. Gurgles when his own major intestine, in a desperate attempt to save life and civilization, leapt straight up through his neck and throttled his brain. The very worst poetry of all perished along with its creator Paula Nancy Millstone Jennings of Greenbridge, Essex, England, in the destruction of the planet Earth. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz smiled very slowly. This was done not so much for effect, as because he was trying to remember the sequence of muscle movements. He had had a terribly therapeutic yell at his prisoners and was now feeling quite relaxed and ready for a little callousness. The prisoners sat in poetry appreciation chairs, strapped in. Vogons suffered no illusions as to the regard their works were generally held in. Their early attempts at composition had been part of bludgeoning insistence that they be accepted as a properly evolved and cultured race. But now the only thing that kept them going was sheer blood-mindedness. The sweat stood out cold on Ford Prefect's brow and slid round the electrodes strapped to his temples. These were attached to a battery of electronic equipment, imagery intensifiers, rhythmic modulators, alliterative residulators, and simile dumpers, all designed to heighten the experience of the poem and make sure that not a single nuance of the poet's thought was lost. Arthur Dent sat and quivered. He had no idea what he was in for, but he knew that he hadn't liked anything that had happened so far and didn't think things were likely to change. The Vogon began to read, a fetid little passage of his own devising. "O freddled grunt bugly," he began. Spasms racked Ford's body. This was worse than ever he'd been prepared for. "Thy micturations are to me as plurtled gabbleblochets on a lurgid b. Aha argark," went Ford Prefect, wrenching his head back as lumps of pain thumped through it. He could dimly see beside him Arthur lolling and rolling in his seat. He clenched his teeth. "Grup, I implore thee," continued the merciless Vogon, "my funting turlingdromes." His voice was rising to a horrible pitch of impassioned stridency. "And hopelessly drangle me with crinkly bindle wordles, or I will rend thee in the gobberwarts with my blurgle crunchin', see if I don't." "Ninga," cried Ford Prefect, and threw one final spasm as the electronic enhancement of the last line caught him full blast across the temples. He went limp. Arthur lolled. "Now earthlings," whirred the Vogon. He didn't know that Ford Prefect was in fact from a small planet in the vicinity of Betelgeuse, and wouldn't have cared if he had. "I present you with a simple choice. Either die in the vacuum of space, or—" He paused for melodramatic effect. "Tell me how good you thought my poem was." He threw himself backwards into a huge, leathery, bat-shaped seat and watched them. He did the smile again. Ford was rasping for breath. He rolled his dusty tongue round his parched mouth and moaned. Arthur said brightly, "Actually, I quite liked it." Ford turned and gaped. Here was an approach that had quite simply not occurred to him. The Vogon raised a surprised eyebrow that effectively obscured his nose and was therefore no bad thing. "Oh, good," he whirred in considerable astonishment. "Oh yes," said Arthur. "I thought that some of the metaphysical imagery was really particularly effective." Ford continued to stare at him, slowly organizing his thoughts around this totally new concept. Were they really going to be able to bareface their way out of this? "Yes, do continue," invited the Vogon. "Oh, and interesting rhythmic devices too," continued Arthur, which seemed to counterpoint the He floundered. Ford leaped to his rescue, hazarding counterpoint the surrealism of the underlying metaphor of the He floundered too, but Arthur was ready again. "Humanity of the Vagonity," Ford hissed at him. "Ah yes, Vagonity, sorry, of the poet's compassionate soul." Arthur felt he was on a home stretch now, which contrives through the medium of the verse structure to sublimate this, transcend that, and come to terms with the fundamental dichotomies of the other. He was reaching a triumphant crescendo, and one is left with a profound and vivid insight into it, which suddenly gave out on him. Ford leaped in with the coup de grace into whatever it was the poem was about, he yelled, out of the corner of his mouth. "Well done, Arthur. That was very good." The Vogon perused them. For a moment his embittered racial soul had been touched, but he thought no, too little too late. His voice took on the quality of a cat snagging brushed nylon. "So what you're saying is that I write poetry because underneath my mean, callous, heartless exterior I really just want to be loved," he said. He paused. "Is that right?" Ford laughed a nervous laugh. "Well, I mean, yes," he said. "Don't we all, deep down, you know?" The Vogon stood up. "No, well, you're completely wrong," he said. "I just write poetry to throw my mean, callous, heartless exterior into sharp relief. I'm going to throw you off the ship anyway. Guard, take the prisoners to number 3 airlock and throw them out." "What?" shouted Ford. A huge young Vogon guard stepped forward and yanked them out of their straps with his huge blubbery arms. "You can't throw us into space," yelled Ford. "We're trying to write a book." "Resistance is useless," shouted the Vogon guard back at him. It was the first phrase he'd learned when he joined the Vogon Guard Corps. The captain watched with detached amusement and then turned away. Arthur stared round him wildly. "I don't want to die now," he yelled. "I've still got a headache. I don't want to go to heaven with a headache. I'd be all cross and wouldn't enjoy it." The guard grasped them both firmly round the neck and, bowing deferentially towards his captain's back, hoiked them both protesting out of the bridge. A steel door closed and the captain was on his own again. He hummed quietly and mused to himself, lightly fingering his notebook of verses. He said, "Counterpoint the surrealism of the underlying metaphor." He considered this for a moment and then closed the book with a grim smile. "Death's too good for them," he said. The long steel-lined corridor echoed to the feeble struggles of the 2 humanoids clamped firmly under rubbery Vogon armpits. "This is great," spluttered Arthur. This is really terrific. Let go of me, you brute. The Vogon guard dragged them on. Don't you worry, said Ford. I'll think of something. He didn't sound hopeful. Resistance is useless, bellowed the guard. Just don't say things like that, stammered Ford. How can anyone maintain a positive mental attitude if you're saying things like that? My God, complained Arthur. You're talking about a positive mental attitude, and you haven't even had your planet demolished today. I woke up this morning and thought I'd have a nice relaxed day, do a bit of reading, brush the dog. It's now just after 4 in the afternoon, and I'm already thrown out of an alien spaceship 6 light years from the smoking remains of the Earth. He spluttered and gurgled as the Vogon tightened his grip. All right, said Ford. Just stop panicking. Who said anything about panicking? Snapped Arthur. This is still just the culture shock. You wait till I've settled down into the situation and found my bearings. Then I'll start panicking. Arthur, you're getting hysterical. Shut up. Ford tried desperately to think, but was interrupted by the guard shouting again. Resistance is useless. And you can shut up as well, snapped Ford. Resistance is useless. Oh, give it a rest, said Ford. He twisted his head till he was looking straight up into his captor's face. A thought struck him. Do you really enjoy this sort of thing? He asked suddenly. The Vogon stopped dead and a look of immense stupidity seeped slowly over his face. Enjoy, he boomed. What do you mean? What I mean, said Ford, is does it give you a full, satisfying life? Stomping around, shouting, pushing people out of spaceships. The Vogon stared up at the low steel ceiling and his eyebrows almost rolled over each other. His mouth slacked. Finally, he said, well, the hours are good. They'd have to be, agreed Ford. Arthur twisted his head to look at Ford. Ford, what are you doing? He asked in an amazed whisper. Oh, just trying to take an interest in the world around me, okay? He said. So the hours are pretty good then? He resumed. The Vogon stared down at him as sluggish thoughts moiled around in the murky depths. Yeah, he said, but now you come to mention it, most of the actual minutes are pretty lousy. Except, he thought again, which required looking at the ceiling, except some of the shouting I quite like. He filled his lungs and bellowed, resistances. Sure, yes, interrupted Ford hurriedly. You're good at that, I can tell. But if it's mostly lousy, he said, slowly giving the words time to reach their mark, then why do you do it? What is it? The girls? The leather? The machismo? Or do you just find that coming to terms with the mindless tedium of it all presents an interesting challenge? Air, said the guard. I dunno. I think I just sort of do it, really. My aunt said that spaceship guard was a good career for a young Vogon. You know, the uniform, the low-slung stun ray holster, the mindless tedium. There you are, Arthur, said Ford with the air of someone reaching the conclusion of his argument. You think you've got problems. Arthur rather thought he had. Apart from the unpleasant business, with his home planet, the Vogon guard had half-throttled him already, and he didn't like the sound of being thrown into space very much. Try and understand his problem, insisted Ford. Here he is, poor lad. His entire life's work is stamping around, throwing people off spaceships, and shouting, added the guard. And shouting, sure, said Ford, patting the blubbery arm clamped round his neck in friendly condescension. And he doesn't even know why he's doing it. Arthur agreed this was very sad. He did this with a small feeble gesture because he was too asphyxiated to speak. Deep rumblings of bemusement came from the guard. Well, now you put it like that, I suppose. Good lad, encouraged Ford. But all right, went on the rumblings. So what's the alternative? Well, said Ford, brightly but slowly. Stop doing it, of course. Tell them, he went on, you're not going to do it anymore. He felt he had to add something to that. But for the moment, the guard seemed to have his mind occupied pondering that much. Said the guard. Well, that doesn't sound that great to me. Ford suddenly felt the moment slipping away. Now wait a minute, he said. That's just the start, you see. There's more to it than that, you see. But at that moment, the guard renewed his grip and continued his original purpose of lugging his prisoners to the airlock. He was obviously quite touched. No, I think if it's all the same to you, he said, I'd better get you both shoved into this airlock and then go and get on with some other bits of shouting I've got to do. It wasn't all the same to Ford Prefect after all. Come on now. But look, he said, less slowly, less brightly. Said Arthur without any clear inflection. But hang on, pursued Ford. There's music and art and things to tell you about yet. Eric, resistance is useless, bellowed the guard. and then added, "You. See if I keep it up, I can eventually get promoted to senior shouting officer." And there aren't usually many vacancies for non-shouting and non-pushing people about officers, so I think I'd better stick to what I know. They had now reached the airlock. A large circular steel hatchway of massive strength and weight led into the inner skin of the craft. The guard operated a control, and the hatchway swung smoothly open. "But thanks for taking an interest," said the Vogon guard. Chapter 8. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a wholly remarkable book. It has been compiled and recompiled many times over many years and under many different editorships. It contains contributions from countless numbers of travelers and researchers. The introduction begins like this. "Space," it says, "is big, really big. You just won't believe how vastly, hugely mind-bogglingly big it is. I mean, you may think it's a long way down the road to the chemist, but that's just peanuts to space. Listen," and so on. After a while, the style settles down a bit, and it begins to tell you things you really need to know, like the fact that the fabulously beautiful planet Beth Salaman is now so worried about the cumulative erosion by 10 billion visiting tourists a year that any net imbalance between the amount you eat and the amount you excrete whilst on the planet is surgically removed from your body weight when you leave. So every time you go to the lavatory, it is vitally important to get a receipt. To be fair though, when confronted by the sheer enormity of distances between the stars, better minds than the one responsible for the guide's introduction have faltered. Some invite you to consider for a moment a peanut in reading and a small walnut in Johannesburg and other such dizzying concepts. The simple truth is that interstellar distances will not fit into the human imagination. Even light, which travels so fast that it takes most races thousands of years to realize that it travels at all, takes time to journey between the stars. It takes 8 minutes from the star's soul to the place where the Earth used to be, and 4 years more to arrive at Sol's nearest stellar neighbor, Alpha Proxima. For light to reach the other side of the galaxy, for it to reach Damagran, for instance, takes rather longer, 500,000 years. The record for hitchhiking this distance is just under 5 years, but you don't get to see much on the way. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy says that if you hold a lungful of air, you can survive in the total vacuum of space for about 30 seconds. However, it goes on to say that what with space being the mind-boggling size it is, the chances of getting picked up by another ship within those 30 seconds are 2 to the power of 267,709 to 1 against. By a totally staggering coincidence, that is also the telephone number of an Islington flat where Arthur once went to a very good party and met a very nice girl whom he totally failed to get off with. She went off with a gatecrasher. Though the planet Earth, the Islington flat, and the telephone have all now been demolished, it is comforting to reflect that they are all in some small way commemorated by the fact that 29 seconds later Ford and Arthur were rescued. Chapter 9. A computer chatted to itself in alarm as it noticed an airlock open and close itself for no apparent reason. This was because reason was in fact out to lunch. A hole had just appeared in the galaxy. It was exactly a nothing of a second long, a nothing of an inch wide, and quite a lot of million light years from end to end. As it closed up, lots of paper hats and party balloons fell out of it and drifted off through the universe. A team of 7 3-foot-high market analysts fell out of it and died, partly of asphyxiation, partly of surprise. 239,000 lightly fried eggs fell out of it too, materializing in a large woobly heap on the famine-struck land of Pogril in the Pansel system. The whole Pogril tribe had died out from famine except for one last man who died of cholesterol poisoning some weeks later. The nothingth of a second for which the whole existed reverberated backwards and forwards through time in a most improbable fashion. Somewhere in the deeply remote past, it seriously traumatized a small, random group of atoms drifting through the empty sterility of space and made them cling together in the most extraordinarily unlikely patterns. These patterns quickly learnt to copy themselves. This was part of what was so extraordinary of the patterns, and went on to cause massive trouble on every planet they drifted onto. That was how life began in the universe. 5 wild event maelstroms swirled in vicious storms of unreason and spewed up a pavement. On the pavement lay Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent gulping like half-spent fish. "There you are," gasped Ford, scrabbling for a fingerhold on the pavement as it raced through the third reach of the unknown. "I told you I'd think of something." "Oh sure," said Arthur, "sure. Bright idea of mine," said Ford. to find a passing spaceship and get rescued by it. The real universe arched sickeningly away beneath them. Various pretend ones flitted silently by, like mountain goats. Primal light exploded, splattering space-time as with gobbets of junket. Time blossomed, matter shrank away. The highest prime number coalesced, quietly in a corner, and hid itself away forever. "Oh, come off it," said Arthur. The chances against it were astronomical. "Don't knock it. It worked," said Ford. "What sort of ship are we in?" asked Arthur as the pit of eternity yawned beneath them. "I don't know," said Ford. "I haven't opened my eyes yet." "No, nor have I," said Arthur. The universe jumped, froze, quivered, and splayed out in several unexpected directions. Arthur and Ford opened their eyes and looked about in considerable surprise. "Good God," said Arthur. "It looks just like the sea front at Southend." "Hell, I'm relieved to hear you say that," said Ford. "Why?" "Because I thought I must be going mad." "Perhaps you are. Perhaps you only thought I said it." Ford thought about this. "Well, did you say it, or didn't you?" he asked. "I think so," said Arthur. "Well, perhaps we're both going mad." "Yes," said Arthur. "We'd be mad, all things considered, to think this was Southend." "Well, do you think this is Southend?" "Oh yes, so do I. Therefore we must be mad." "Nice day for it." "Yes," said a passing maniac. "Who was that?" asked Arthur. "Who?" "The man with the 5 heads and the elderberry bush full of kippers." "Yes." "I don't know. Just someone." "Oh." They both sat on the pavement and watched with a certain unease as huge children bounced heavily along the sand and wild horses thundered through the sky, taking fresh supplies of reinforced railings to the uncertain areas. "You know," said Arthur with a slight cough, "if this is Southend, there's something very odd about it." "You mean the way the sea stays steady and the buildings keep washing up and down?" said Ford. "Yes, I thought that was odd too. In fact," he continued, as with a huge bang Southend split itself into 6 equal segments which danced and span giddily round each other in lewd and licentious formation, "there is something altogether very strange going on." Wild yowling noises of pipes and strings seared through the wind. Hot donuts popped out of the road for 10 pence each. Horrid fish stormed out of the sky, and Arthur and Ford decided to make a run for it. They plunged through heavy walls of sound, mountains of archaic thought, valleys of mood music, bad shoe sessions, and footling bats, and suddenly heard a girl's voice. It sounded quite a sensible voice, but it just said, 2 to the power of 100,000 to 1 against and falling, and that was all. Ford skidded down a beam of light and span round trying to find a source for the voice, but could see nothing he could seriously believe in. "What was that voice?" shouted Arthur. "I don't know," yelled Ford. "I don't know." It sounded like a measurement of probability. "Probability? What do you mean?" "Probability. You know, like 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 4, against." It said 2 to the power of 100,000 to 1, against. That's pretty improbable, you know. A 1,000,000-gallon vat of custard upended itself over them without warning. "But what does it mean?" cried Arthur. "What, the custard?" "No, the measurement of probability." "I don't know. I don't know at all. I think we're on some kind of spaceship." "I can only assume," said Arthur, "that this is not the first-class compartment." Bulges appeared in the fabric of space-time. Great, ugly bulges. "Hey, Howard," said Arthur as he felt his body softening and bending in unusual directions. "Southend seems to be melting away. The stars are swirling. A dust bowl. My legs are drifting off into the sunset. My left arm's come off too." A frightening thought struck him. "Hell," he said, "how am I going to operate my digital watch now?" He wound his eyes desperately around in Ford's direction. "Ford," he said, "you're turning into a penguin." "Stop it." Again came the voice. 2 to the power of 75,000 to 1 against and falling. Ford waddled around his pond in a furious circle. "Hey, who are you?" he quacked. "Where are you? What's going on? And is there any way of stopping it?" "Please relax," said the voice pleasantly, like a stewardess in an airliner with only 1 wing and 2 engines, one of which is on fire. "You are perfectly safe." "But that's not the point," raged Ford. "The point is that I am now a perfectly safe penguin, and my colleague here is rapidly running out of limbs." "It's all right. I've got them back now," said Arthur. 2 to the power of 50,000 to 1 against and falling," said the voice. "Admittedly," said Arthur, "they're longer than I usually like them, but isn't there anything," squawked Ford in avian fury, you feel you ought to be telling us." The voice cleared its throat. A giant petit four lolloped off into the distance. "Welcome," the voice said, "to the starship Heart of Gold." The voice continued. "Please do not be alarmed," it said, "by anything you see or hear around you. You are bound to feel some initial ill effects as you have been rescued from certain death at an improbability level of 2-2, the power of 276,000 to 1 against, possibly much higher. We are now cruising at a level of 2 to the power of 25,000 to 1 against and falling, and we will be restoring normality just as soon as we are sure what is normal. Anyway, thank you. 2 to the power of 20,000 to 1 against and falling." The voice cut out. Ford and Arthur were in a small luminous pink cubicle. Ford was wildly excited. "Arthur," he said, "this is fantastic. We've been picked up by a ship powered by the infinite improbability drive. This is incredible. I heard rumors about it before. They were all officially denied, but they must have done it. They've built the improbability drive. Arthur, Arthur, what's happening?" Arthur had jammed himself against the door to the cubicle, trying to hold it closed, but it was ill-fitting. Tiny furry little hands were squeezing themselves through the cracks. Their fingers were ink-stained. Tiny voices chattered insanely. Arthur looked up. "Ford," he said, "there's an infinite number of monkeys outside who want to talk to us about this script for Hamlet they've worked out." Chapter 10. The infinite improbability drive is a wonderful new method of crossing vast interstellar distances in a mere nothingth of a second, without all that tedious mucking about in hyperspace. It was discovered by a lucky chance and then developed into a governable form of propulsion by the galactic government's research team on Damagran. This, briefly, is the story of its discovery. The principle of generating small amounts of finite improbability by simply hooking the logic circuits of a Bambleweenie 57 submeson brain to an atomic vector plotter suspended in a strong Brownian motion producer, say a nice hot cup of tea, were of course well understood, and such generators were often used to break the ice at parties by making all the molecules in the hostess's undergarments leap simultaneously 1 foot to the left in accordance with the theory of indeterminacy. Many respectable physicists said that they weren't going to stand for this, partly because it was a debasement of science, but mostly because they didn't get invited to those sort of parties. Another thing they couldn't stand was the perpetual failure they encountered in trying to construct a machine which could generate the infinite improbability field needed to flip a spaceship across the mind-paralyzing distances between the furthest stars, and in the end, they grumpily announced that such a machine was virtually impossible. Then, one day, a student who had been left to sweep up the lab after a particularly unsuccessful party found himself reasoning this way. If, he thought to himself, such a machine is a virtual impossibility, then it must logically be a finite improbability. So all I have to do in order to make one is to work out exactly how improbable it is, feed that figure into the finite improbability generator, give it a fresh cup of really hot tea, and turn it on. He did this, and was rather startled to discover that he had managed to create the long-sought-after golden infinite improbability generator out of thin air. It startled him even more when just after he was awarded the Galactic Institute's prize for extreme cleverness, he got lynched by a rampaging mob of respectable physicists who had finally realized that the one thing they really couldn't stand was a smartass. Chapter 11. The improbability-proof control cabin of the Heart of Gold looked like a perfectly conventional spaceship, except that it was perfectly clean because it was so new. Some of the control seats hadn't had the plastic wrapping taken off yet. The cabin was mostly white, oblong, and about the size of a smallish restaurant. In fact, it wasn't perfectly oblong. The 2 long walls were raked round in a slight parallel curve, and all the angles and corners were contoured in excitingly chunky shapes. The truth of the matter is that it would have been a great deal simpler and more practical to build the cabin as an ordinary 3-dimensional oblong ROM, but then the designers would have got miserable. As it was, the cabin looked excitingly purposeful, with large video screens ranged over the control and guidance system panels on the concave wall and long banks of computers set into the convex wall. In one corner, a robot sat humped, its gleaming brushed steel head hanging loosely between its gleaming brushed steel knees. It too was fairly new, but though it was beautifully constructed and polished, it somehow looked as if the various parts of its more or less humanoid body didn't quite fit properly. In fact, they fitted perfectly well, but something in its bearing suggested that they might have fitted better. Zaphod Beeblebrox paced nervously up and down the cabin, brushing his hands over pieces of gleaming equipment and giggling with excitement. Trillian sat hunched over a clump of instruments reading off figures. Her voice was carried round the tannoy system of the whole ship. 5 to 1 against and falling. She said, 4 to 1 against and falling. 3 to 1, 2, 1, probability factor of 1 to 1. We have normality. I repeat, we have normality. She turned her microphone off, then turned it back on with a slight smile and continued. Anything you still can't cope with is therefore your own problem. Please relax. You will be sent for soon. Zaphod burst out in annoyance. Who are they, Trillian? Trillian spanned her seat round to face him and shrugged. Just a couple of guys we seem to have picked up in open space, she said. Section ZZ9, plural Z Alpha. Yeah, well, that's a very sweet thought, Trillian complained. Zaphod, but do you really think it's wise under the circumstances? I mean, here we are on the run and everything. We must have the police of half the galaxy after us by now, and we stopped to pick up hitchhikers. Okay, so 10 out of 10 for style, but minus several million for good thinking. Yeah. He tapped irritably at a control panel. Trillian quietly moved his hand before he tapped anything important. Whatever Zaphod's qualities of mind might include. Dash, bravado, conceit. He was mechanically inept and could easily blow the ship up with an extravagant gesture. Trillian had come to suspect that the main reason why he had had such a wild and successful life that he never really understood the significance of anything he did. Zaphod, she said patiently, they were floating unprotected in open space. You wouldn't want them to have died, would you? Well, no, not as such, but not as such, not die as such, but Trillian cocked her head on one side. Well, maybe someone else might have picked them up later. A second later, and they would have been dead. Yeah, so if you'd taken the trouble to think about the problem a bit longer, it would have gone away. You'd been happy to let them die? Well, not happy as such, but anyway, said Trillian, turning back to the controls, I didn't pick them up. What do you mean? Who picked them up then? The ship did. Huh, the ship did. All by itself. Huh, whilst we were in improbability drive. But that's incredible. No, Zaphod. Just very, very improbable. Yeah. Look, Zaphod, she said, patting his arm. Don't worry about the aliens. They're just a couple of guys I expect. I'll send the robot down to get them and bring them up here. Hey, Marvin. In the corner, the robot's head swung up sharply, but then wobbled about imperceptibly. It pulled itself up to its feet as if it was about 5 pounds heavier than it actually was, and made what an outside observer would have thought was a heroic effort to cross the room. It stopped in front of Trillian and seemed to stare through her left shoulder. I think you ought to know I'm feeling very depressed, it said. Its voice was low and hopeless. Oh God, muttered Zaphod and slumped into a seat. Well, said Trillian in a bright, compassionate tone, here's something to occupy you and keep your mind off things. It won't work, droned Marvin. I have an exceptionally large mind. Marvin, warned Trillian. All right, said Marvin. What do you want me to do? Go down to number 2 entry bay and bring the 2 aliens up, here under surveillance. With a microsecond pause and a finely calculated micromodulation of pitch and timbre, nothing you could actually take offense at, Marvin managed to convey his utter contempt and horror of all things human. Just that, he said. Yes, said Trillian firmly. I won't enjoy it, said Marvin. Zaphod leaped out of his seat. She's not asking you to enjoy it, he shouted. Just do it, will you? All right, said Marvin like the tolling of a great cracked bell. I'll do it. Good. Snapped Zaphod. Great. Thank you. Marvin turned and lifted his flat-topped, triangular red eyes up towards him. I'm not getting you down at all, am I? He said pathetically. No, Marvin, lilted Trillian. That's just fine, really. I wouldn't like to think that I was getting you down. No, don't worry about that. The lilt continued. You just act as comes naturally, and everything will be just fine. You're sure you don't mind? Probed Marvin. No, Marvin, lilted Trillian. That's just fine, really. Just part of life. Marvin flashed him an electronic look. Life? Said Marvin. Don't talk to me about life. He turned hopelessly on his heel and lugged himself out of the cabin. With a satisfied hum and a click, the door closed behind him. I don't think I can stand that robot much longer, Zaphod growled. Trillian. The Encyclopedia Galactica defines a robot as a mechanical apparatus designed to do the work of a man. The marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation defines a robot as your plastic pal who's fun to be with. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy defines the marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation as a bunch of mindless jerks who'll be the first against the wall when the revolution comes, with a footnote to the effect that the editors would welcome applications from anyone interested in taking over the post of robotics correspondent. Curiously enough, an edition of the Encyclopedia Galactica that had the good fortune to fall through a time warp from 1,000 years in the future defined the marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation as a bunch of mindless jerks who were the first against the wall when the revolution came. The pink cubicle had winked out of existence. The monkeys had sunk away to a better dimension. Ford and Arthur found themselves in the embarkation area of the ship. It was rather smart. "I think the ship's brand new," said Ford. "How can you tell?" asked Arthur. "Have you got some exotic device for measuring the age of metal?" "No, I just found this sales brochure lying on the floor. It's a lot of the universe can be your stuff." "Ah, look, I was right." Ford jabbed at one of the pages and showed it to Arthur. It says, "Sensational new breakthrough in improbability physics. As soon as the ship's drive reaches infinite improbability, it passes through every point in the universe. Be the envy of other major governments." Wow, this is big league stuff. Ford hunted excitedly through the technical specs of the ship, occasionally gasping with astonishment at what he read. Clearly, galactic astrotechnology had moved ahead during the years of his exile. Arthur listened for a short while, but being unable to understand the vast majority of what Ford was saying, he began to let his mind wander, trailing his fingers along the edge of an incomprehensible computer bank. He reached out and pressed an invitingly large red button on a nearby panel. The panel lit up with the words, "Please do not press this button again." He shook himself. "Listen," said Ford, who was still engrossed in the sales brochure. "They make a big thing of the ship's cybernetics. A new generation of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation robots and computers with the new GPP feature." "GPP feature?" said Arthur. "What's that?" "Oh, it says genuine people personalities." "Oh," said Arthur. "Sounds ghastly." A voice behind them said, "It is." The voice was low and hopeless, and accompanied by a slight clanking sound. They span round and saw an abject steel man standing hunched in the doorway. "What?" they said. "Ghastly," continued Marvin. "It all is. Absolutely ghastly. Just don't even talk about it. Look at this door," he said, stepping through it. The irony circuits cut into his voice modulator as he mimicked the style of the sales brochure. "All the doors in this spaceship have a cheerful and sunny disposition. It is their pleasure to open for you, and their satisfaction to close again with the knowledge of a job well done." As the door closed behind them, it became apparent that it did indeed have a satisfied sigh-like quality to it. "Hama," it said. Marvin regarded it with cold loathing, whilst his logic circuits chattered with disgust and tinkered with the concept of directing physical violence against it. Further circuits cut in, saying, "Why bother? What's the point? Nothing is worth getting involved in." Further, circuits amused themselves by analyzing the molecular components of the door and of the humanoid's brain cells. For a quick encore, they measured the level of hydrogen emissions in the surrounding cubic parsec of space and then shut down again in boredom. A spasm of despair shook the robot's body as he turned. "Come on," he droned. "I've been ordered to take you down to the bridge. Here I am, brain the size of a planet, and they asked me to take you down to the bridge. Call that job satisfaction? 'Cause I don't." He turned and walked back to the hated door. "Air, excuse me," said Ford, following after him. "Which government owns this ship?" Marvin ignored him. "You watch this door," he muttered. "It's about to open again. I can't tell by the intolerable air of smugness it suddenly generates." With an ingratiating little whine, the door slit open again, and Marvin stomped through. "Come on," he said. The others followed quickly, and the door slipped back into place with pleased little clicks and whirs. "Thank you, the marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation," said Marvin, and trudged desolately up the gleaming, curved corridor that stretched out before them. "Let's build robots with genuine people personalities," they said. So they tried it out with me. I'm a personality prototype. You can tell, can't you? Ford and Arthur muttered embarrassed little disclaimers. "I hate that door," continued Marvin. "I'm not getting you down at Alamont." "Which government?" started Ford again. "No government owns it," snapped the robot. "It's been stolen." "Stolen? Stolen?" mimicked Marvin. "Who by?" asked Ford. Zaphod Beeblebrox. Something extraordinary happened to Ford's face. At least 5 entirely separate and distinct expressions of shock and amazement piled up on it in a jumbled mess. His left leg, which was in mid-stride, seemed to have difficulty in finding the floor again. He stared at the robot and tried to entangle some dartoid muscles. Zaphod Beeblebrox, he said weakly. "Sorry, did I say something wrong?" said Marvin, dragging himself on regardless. "Pardon me for breathing, which I never do anyway, so I don't know why I bother to say it. Oh God, I'm so depressed. Here's another of those self-satisfied door. Life. Don't talk to me about life." "No one ever mentioned it," muttered Arthur irritably. "Ford, are you all right?" Ford stared at him. "Did that robot say Zaphod Beeblebrox?" he said. Chapter 12. A loud clatter of gunk music flooded through the heart of Gold Cabin as Zaphod searched the sub-ether radio wave bands for news of himself. The machine was rather difficult to operate. For years, radios had been operated by means of pressing buttons and turning dials. Then, as the technology became more sophisticated, the controls were made touch-sensitive. You merely had to brush the panels with your fingers. Now all you had to do was wave your hand in the general direction of the components and hope. It saved a lot of muscular expenditure, of course, but meant that you had to sit infuriatingly still if you wanted to keep listening to the same program. Zaphod waved a hand, and the channel switched again. More gunk music, but this time it was a background to a news announcement. The news was always heavily edited to fit the rhythms of the music. And news brought to you here on the sub-ether wave band, broadcasting around the galaxy around the clock, squawked a voice. And we'll be saying a big hello to all intelligent life forms everywhere. And to everyone else out there, the secret is to bang the rocks together, guys. And of course, the big news story tonight is the sensational theft of the new improbability drive prototype ship by none other than Galactic President Zaphod Beeblebrox. And the question everyone's asking is, has the Big Z finally flipped? Beeblebrox, the man who invented the pan-galactic gargle blaster, ex-confidence trickster, once described by Eccentrica Golumbits as the best bang since the big one, and recently voted the worst-dressed sentient being in the known universe for the 7th time. Has he got an answer this time? We asked his private brain care specialist Gag Halfront. The music swirled and dived for a moment. Another voice broke in, presumably Halfront. He said, "Well, Zaphod's just Siska, you know?" But got no further because an electric pencil flew across the cabin and through the radios on off-sensitive airspace. Zaphod turned and glared at Trillian. She had thrown the pencil. "Hey," he said, "what do you do that for?" Trillian was tapping her fingers on a screen full of figures. "I've just thought of something," she said. "Yeah? Worth interrupting a news bulletin about me for? You hear enough about yourself as it is. I'm very insecure. We know that. Can we drop your ego for a moment? This is important. If there's anything more important than my ego around, I want it caught and shot now." Zaphod glared at her again, then laughed. "Listen," she said, "we picked up those couple of guys." "What couple of guys?" "The couple of guys we picked up." "Oh yeah," said Zaphod. "Those couple of guys. We picked them up in Sector ZZ9 plural Z Alpha." "Yeah," said Zaphod and blinked. Trillian said quietly, "Does that mean anything to you?" Said Zaphod. "ZZ9 plural Z Alpha." "ZZ9 plural Z Alpha." "Well," said Trillian. What does the Z mean?" said Zaphod. "Which one?" "Any one." One of the major difficulties Trillian experienced in her relationship with Zaphod was learning to distinguish between him pretending to be stupid just to get people off their guard, pretending to be stupid because he couldn't be bothered to think and wanted someone else to do it for him, pretending to be outrageously stupid to hide the fact that he actually didn't understand what was going on, and really being genuinely stupid. He was renowned for being amazingly clever and quite clearly was so, but not all the time, which obviously worried him. Hence the act. He proffered people to be puzzled rather than contemptuous. This above all appeared to Trillian to be genuinely stupid, but she could no longer be bothered to argue about it. She sighed and punched up a star map on the Vista screen so she could make it simple for him, whatever his reasons for wanting it to be that way. There, she pointed, right there. "Hey." "Yeah," said Zaphod. "Well," she said. "Well, what?" Parts of the inside of her head screamed at other parts of the inside of her head. She said, very calmly, "It's the same sector you originally picked me up in." He looked at her and then looked back at the screen. "Hey." "Yeah," he said. "Now that is wild. We should have zapped straight into the middle of the Horsehead Nebula. How did we come to be there?" I mean, that's nowhere. She ignored this. Improbability drive, she said patiently. You explained it to me, yourself. We pass through every point in the universe, you know, that. Yeah, but that's one wild coincidence, isn't it? Yes, picking someone up at that point. Out of the whole of the universe to choose from? That's just two. I want to work this out. Computer. The Sirius Cybernetics Corporation shipboard computer, which controlled and permeated every particle of the ship, switched into communication mode. Hi there. It said brightly and simultaneously spewed out a tiny ribbon of ticker tape just for the record. The ticker tape said, "Hi there." Oh God, said Zaphod. He hadn't worked with this computer for long, but had already learned to loathe it. The computer continued, brash and cheery as if it was selling detergent. I want you to know that whatever your problem, I am here to help you solve it. Yeah, said Zaphod. Look, I think I'll just use a piece of paper. Sure thing, said the computer, spilling out its message into a waste bin at the same time. I understand. If you ever want. Shut up, said Zaphod, and snatching up a pencil sat down next to Trillian at the console. Okay, said the computer in a hurt tone of voice and closed down its speech channel again. Zaphod and Trillian pored over the figures that the improbability flight path scanner flashed silently up in front of them. Can we work out, said Zaphod, from their point of view what the improbability of the rescue was? Yes, that's a constant, said Trillian. 2 to the power of 276,709 to 1 against. That's high. They're two lucky guys. Yes, but relative to what we were doing when the ship picked them up, Trillian punched up the figures. They showed 2 to the power of infinity minus 1, an irrational number that only has a conventional meaning in improbability physics. It's pretty low, continued Zaphod with a slight whistle. Yes, agreed Trillian, and looked at him quizzically. That's one big whack of improbability to be accounted for. Something pretty improbable has got to show up on the balance sheet if it's all going to add up into a pretty sum. Zaphod scribbled a few sums, crossed them out, and threw the pencil away. Bats dots, I can't work it out. Well, Zaphod knocked his two heads together in irritation and gritted his teeth. Okay, he said. Computer. The voice circuits sprang to life again. Why, hello there. They said, ticker tape, ticker tape. All I want to do is make your day nicer and nicer and nicer. You well shut up and work something out for me. Sure thing, chattered the computer. You want a probability forecast based on improbability data, yeah. Okay, the computer continued. Here's an interesting little notion. Did you realize that most people's lives are governed by telephone numbers? A pained look crawled across one of Zaphod's faces and onto the other one. Have you flipped? He said. No, but you will when I tell you that. Trillian gasped. She scrabbled at the buttons on the improbability flight path screen. Telephone number, she said. Did that thing say telephone number? Numbers flashed up on the screen. The computer had paused politely, but now it continued. What I was about to say was that. Don't bother, please, said Trillian. Look, what is this, said Zaphod. I don't know, said Trillian, but those aliens, they're on the way up to the bridge with that wretched robot. Can we pick them up on any monitor cameras? Chapter 13. Ford Prefect bounded up to the bridge of the Heart of Gold. Trillian. Arthur, he shouted. It's working. The ship's reactivated. Trillian and Arthur were asleep on the floor. Come on, you guys. We're going off. We're off, he said, kicking them awake. Hi there, guys, twittered the computer. It's really great to be back with you again, I can tell you, and I just want to say that. Shut up, said Ford. Tell us where the hell we are. Frogstar World B, and man, it's a dump, said Zaphod, running on to the bridge. Hi, guys, you must be so amazingly glad to see me. You don't even find words to tell me what a cool fruit I am. What a what? Said Arthur blearily, picking himself up from the floor and not taking any of this in. I know how you feel, said Zaphod. I'm so great even I get tongue-tied talking to myself. Hey, it's good to see you, Trillian. Ford. Monkey Man. Hey, computer. Hi there, Mr. Beeblebrock, sir. Sure is a great honor to. Shut up and get us out of here. Fast, fast, fast. Sure thing, fella. Where do you want to go? Anywhere. Doesn't matter, shouted Zaphod. Yes, it does, he said again. We want to go to the nearest place to eat. Sure thing, said the computer happily, and a massive explosion rocked the bridge. When Zarnawhoop entered a minute or so later with a black eye, he regarded the 4 wisps of smoke with interest. Chapter 14. For inert bodies sank through spinning blackness. Consciousness had died, Cold oblivion pulled the bodies down and down into the pit of unbeing. The roar of silence echoed dismally around them, and they sank at last into a dark and bitter sea of heaving red that slowly engulfed them, seemingly forever. After what seemed an eternity, the sea receded and left them lying on a cold, hard shore, the flotsam and jetsam of the stream of life, the universe, and everything. Cold spasm shook them. Lights danced sickeningly around them. The cold, hard shore tipped and span, and then stood still. It shone darkly. It was a very highly polished, cold, hard shore. A green blur watched them disapprovingly. It coughed. "Good evening, madam, gentlemen," it said. "Do you have a reservation?" Ford Prefect's consciousness snapped back like elastic, making his brain smart. He looked up woozily at the green blur. "Reservation?" he said weakly. "Yes, sir," said the green blur. "Do you need a reservation for the afterlife?" Insofar as it is possible for a green blur to arch its eyebrows disdainfully, this is what the green blur now did. "Afterlife, sir," it said. Arthur Dent was grappling with his consciousness the way one grapples with a lost bar of soap in the bath. "Is this the afterlife?" he stammered. "Well, I assume so," said Ford Prefect, trying to work out which way was up. He tested the theory that it must lie in the opposite direction from the cold, hard shore on which he was lying, and staggered to what he hoped were his feet. "I mean," he said, swaying gently, "there's no way we could have survived that blast, is there?" "No," muttered Arthur. He had raised himself onto his elbows, but it didn't seem to improve things. He slumped down again. "No," said Trillian, standing up, "no way at all." A dull, hoarse, gurgling sound came from the floor. It was Zaphod Beeblebrox attempting to speak. "I certainly didn't survive," he gurgled. "I was a total goner. Wham bang, and that was it." "Yeah, thanks to you," said Ford. "We didn't stand a chance. We must have been blown to bits. Arms, legs everywhere." "Yeah," said Zaphod, struggling noisily to his feet. "If the lady and gentleman would like to order drinks," said the green blur, hovering impatiently beside them. "Perpow, splat," continued Zaphod, instantaneously zonked into our component molecules. "Hey, Ford," he said, identifying one of the slowly solidifying blurs around him. "Did you get that thing of your whole life flashing before you?" "You got that too," said Ford. "Your whole life?" "Yeah," said Zaphod. "At least I assume it was mine. I spent a lot of time out of my skulls, you know." He looked around him at the various shapes that were at last becoming proper shapes instead of vague and wobbling shapeless shapes. "So," he said. "So what?" said Ford. "So here we are," said Zaphod hesitantly, "lying dead." "Standing," Trillian corrected him. "Standing dead," continued Zaphod, "in this desolate restaurant," said Arthur Dent, who had got to his feet and could now, much to his surprise, see clearly. That is to say, the thing that surprised him was not that he could see, but what he could see. "Here we are," continued Zaphod doggedly, "standing dead in this desolate 5-star," said Trillian. "Restaurant," concluded Zaphod. "Odd, isn't it?" said Ford. Yeah. "Nice chandeliers, though," said Trillian. They looked about themselves in bemusement. "It's not so much an afterlife," said Arthur. "More a sort of après-vie." The chandeliers were in fact a little on the flashy side, and the low, vaulted ceiling from which they hung would not, in an ideal universe, have been painted in that particular shade of deep turquoise, and even if it had been, it wouldn't have been highlighted by concealed mood lighting. This is not, however, an ideal universe, as was further evidenced by the eye-crossing patterns of the inlaid marble floor and the way in which the fronting for the 80-yard-long marble-topped bar had been made. The fronting for the 80-yard-long marble-topped bar had been made by stitching together nearly 20,000 Antarian mosaic lizard skins, despite the fact that the 20,000 lizards concerned had needed them to keep their insides in. A few smartly dressed creatures were lounging casually at the bar, or relaxing in the richly colored body-hugging seats that were deployed here and there about the bar area. A young VL officer and his green steaming young lady passed through the large smoked glass doors at the far end of the bar into the dazzling light of the main body of the restaurant beyond. Behind Arthur was a large curtained bay window. He pulled aside the corner of the curtain and looked out at a landscape which under normal circumstances would have given Arthur the creeping horrors. These were not, however, normal circumstances for the thing that froze his blood and made his skin try to crawl up his back, and off the top of his head was the sky. The sky was. An attendant flunky politely drew the curtain back into place. "All in good time, sir," he said. Zaphod's eyes flashed. "Hey, hang about you dead guys," he said. "I think we're missing some ultra-important thing here, you know. Something somebody said, and we missed it." Arthur was profoundly relieved to turn his attention from what he had just seen. He said, "I said it was a sort of après." "Yeah, and don't you wish you hadn't?" said Zaphod Ford. "I said it was odd." "Yeah, shrewd but dull. Perhaps it was." "Perhaps," interrupted the green blur who had by this time resolved into the shape of a small wizened dark-suited green waiter. "Perhaps you would care to discuss the matter over drinks." "Drinks," cried Zaphod. "That was it. See what you miss if you don't. Stay alert." "Indeed, sir," said the waiter patiently. "If the lady and gentleman would care to order drinks before dinner." "Dinner," Zaphod exclaimed with passion. "Listen, little green person, my stomach could take you home and cuddle you all night for the mere idea. And the universe," concluded the waiter, determined not to be deflected on his home stretch, "will explode later for your pleasure." Ford's head swiveled towards him. He spoke with feeling. "Wow," he said. "What sort of drinks do you serve in this place?" The waiter laughed a polite little waiter's laugh. "Ah," he said. "I think sir has perhaps misunderstood me." "Oh, I hope not," breathed Ford. The waiter coughed a polite little waiter's cough. "It is not unusual for our customers to be a little disoriented by the time journey," he said. "So if I might suggest—" "Time journey," said Zaphod. "Time journey," said Ford. "Time journey," said Trillian. "You mean this isn't the afterlife?" said Arthur. The waiter smiled a polite little waiter's smile. He had almost exhausted his polite little waiter repertoire and would soon be slipping into his role of a rather tight-lipped and sarcastic little waiter. "Afterlife, sir?" he said. "No, sir." "And we're not dead?" said Arthur. The waiter tightened his lips. "Aha, ha," he said. "Sir is most evidently alive, otherwise I would not attempt to serve, sir." In an extraordinary gesture which is pointless attempting to describe, Zaphod Beeblebrox slapped both his foreheads with two of his arms and one of his thighs with the other. "Hey guys," he said, "this is crazy. We finally did it. We finally got to where we were going. This is Milloway's." "Yes, sir," said the waiter, laying on the patience with a trowel. "This is Milloway's, the restaurant at the end of the universe." "End of what?" said Arthur. "The universe," repeated the waiter, very clearly and unnecessarily, distinctly. "When did that end?" said Arthur. "In just a few minutes, sir," said the waiter. He took a deep breath. He didn't need to do this since his body was supplied with the peculiar assortment of gases it required for survival from a small intravenous device strapped to his leg. There are times, however, when whatever your metabolism, you have to take a deep breath. "Now, if you would care to order drinks at last," he said, "I will then show you to your table." Zaphod grinned two manic grins, sauntered over to the bar and bought most of it. Chapter 15. Excerpt from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Page 634784. Section 5A. Entry. Magrathea. Far back in the mists of ancient time, in the great and glorious days of the former galactic empire, life was wild, rich, and largely tax-free. Mighty starships plied their way between exotic suns, seeking adventure and reward amongst the furthest reaches of galactic space. In those days, spirits were brave, the stakes were high, men were real men, women were real women, and small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri were real small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri. And all dared to brave unknown terrors, to do mighty deeds, to boldly split infinitives that no man had split before, and thus was the empire forged. Many men, of course, became extremely rich, but this was perfectly natural and nothing to be ashamed of because no one was really poor, at least no one worth speaking of. And for all the richest and most successful merchants, life inevitably became rather dull and niggly, and they began to imagine that this was therefore the fault of the worlds they'd settled on. None of them was entirely satisfactory. Either the climate wasn't quite right in the later part of the afternoon, or the day was half an hour too long, or the sea was exactly the wrong shade of pink. And thus were created the conditions for a staggering new form of specialist industry, custom-made luxury planet building. The home of this industry was the planet Magrathea, where hyperspatial engineers sucked matter through white holes in space to form it into dream planets, gold planets, platinum planets, soft rubber planets with lots of earthquakes, all lovingly made to meet the exacting standards that the galaxy's richest men naturally came to expect. But so successful was this venture that Magrathea itself soon became the richest planet of all time, and the rest of the galaxy was reduced to abject poverty. And so the system broke down, the empire collapsed, and a long, sullen silence settled over 1 billion worlds, disturbed only by the pin-scratchings of scholars as they labored into the night over smug little treaties on the value of a planned political economy. Magrathea itself disappeared, and its memory soon passed into the obscurity of legend. In these enlightened days, of course, no one believes a word of it. Chapter 16. Arthur awoke to the sound of argument and went to the bridge. Ford was waving his arms about. "You're crazy, Zaphod," he was saying. "Magrathea is a myth, a fairy story. It's what parents tell their kids about at night if they want them to grow up to become economists. And that's what we are currently in orbit around," insisted Zaphod. "Look, I can't help what you may personally be in orbit around," said Ford, "but this ship—" "Computer," shouted Zaphod. "Oh no. Hi there. This is Eddie, your shipboard computer, and I'm feeling just great, guys. And I know I'm just going to get a bundle of kicks out of any program you care to run through me." Arthur looked inquiringly at Trillian. She motioned him to come on in, but keep quiet. "Computer," said Zaphod, "tell us again what our present trajectory is." "A real pleasure, feller," it burbled. "We are currently in orbit at an altitude of 300 miles around the legendary planet of Magrathea." "Proving nothing," said Ford. "I wouldn't trust that computer to speak my weight." "I can do that for you, sure," enthused the computer, punching out more ticker tape. "I can even work out you personality problems to 10 decimal places if it will help." Trillian interrupted. "Zaphod," she said, "any minute now we will be swinging round to the daylight side of this planet," adding, "whatever it turns out to be." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "The planet's where I predicted it would be, isn't it?" "Yes, I know there's a planet there. I'm not arguing with anyone. It's just that I wouldn't know Magrathea from any other lump of cold rock. Dawn's coming up if you want it." Okay, muttered Zaphod. "Let's at least give our eyes a good time." "Computer." "Hi there. What can I—" "Just shut up and give us a view of the planet again." A dark, featureless mass once more filled the screens, rolling away beneath them. The planet. They watched for a moment in silence, but Zaphod was fidgety with excitement. "We are now traversing the night side," he said in a hushed voice. The planet rolled on. "The surface of the planet is now 300 miles beneath us," he continued. He was trying to restore a sense of occasion to what he felt should have been a great moment. "Magrathea." He was piqued by Ford's skeptical reaction. "Magrathea. In a few seconds," he continued. "We should see there." The moment carried itself. Even the most seasoned star tramp can't help but shiver at the spectacular drama of a sunrise seen from space. But a binary sunrise is one of the marvels of the galaxy. Out of the utter blackness stabbed a sudden point of blinding light. It crept up by slight degrees and spread sideways in a thin crescent blade, and within seconds 2 suns were visible, furnaces of light, searing the black edge of the horizon with white fire. Fierce shafts of color streaked through the thin atmosphere beneath them. "The fires of dawn," breathed Zaphod. "The twin suns of Sulianis and Ram." "Or whatever," said Ford quietly. "Sulianis and Ram," insisted Zaphod. The suns blazed into the pitch of space, and a low, ghostly music floated through the bridge. Marvin was humming ironically because he hated humans so much. As Ford gazed at the spectacle of light before them, excitement burned inside him, but only the excitement of seeing a strange new planet. It was enough for him to see it as it was. It faintly irritated him that Zaphod had to impose some ludicrous fantasy onto the scene to make it work for him. All this Magrathea nonsense seemed juvenile. Isn't it enough to see that a garden is beautiful without having to believe that there are fairies at the bottom of it too? All this Magrathea business seemed totally incomprehensible to Arthur. He edged up to Trillian and asked her what was going on. "I only know what Zaphod's told me," she whispered. "Apparently, Magrathea is some kind of legend from way back, which no one seriously believes in. But like Atlantis on Earth, except that the legends say the Magratheans used to manufacture planets." Arthur blinked at the screens and felt he was missing something important. Suddenly, he realized what it was. "Is there any tea on this spaceship?" he asked. More of the planet was unfolding beneath them as the heart of gold streaked along its orbital path. The suns now stood high in the black sky. The pyrotechnics of dawn were over, and the surface of the planet appeared bleak and forbidding in the common light of day. Gray, dusty, and only dimly contoured. It looked dead and cold as a crypt. From time to time, promising features would appear on the distant horizon. Ravines, maybe mountains, maybe even cities. But as they approached, the lines would soften and blur into anonymity, and nothing would transpire. The planet's surface was blurred by time, by the slow movement of the thin, stagnant air that had crept across it for century upon century. Clearly, it was very, very old. A moment of doubt came to Ford as he watched the gray landscape move beneath them. The immensity of time worried him. He could feel it as a presence. He cleared his throat. Well, even supposing it is. It is, said Zaphod. Which it isn't, continued Ford. What do you want with it anyway? There's nothing there. Not on the surface, said Zaphod. All right, just supposing there's something. I take it you're not here for the sheer industrial archaeology of it all. What are you after? One of Zaphod's heads looked away. The other one looked round to see what the first was looking at, but it wasn't looking at anything very much. Well, said Zaphod airily, it's partly the curiosity, partly a sense of adventure, but mostly I think it's the fame and the money. Ford glanced at him sharply. He got a very strong impression that Zaphod hadn't the faintest idea why he was there at all. You know, I don't like the look of that planet at all, said Trillian, shivering. Take no notice, said Zaphod, with half the wealth of the former galactic empire stored on it somewhere it can afford to look frumpy. Bullshit, thought Ford. Even supposing this was the home of some ancient civilization now gone to dust, even supposing a number of exceedingly unlikely things, there was no way that vast treasures of wealth were going to be stored there in any form that would still have meaning now. He shrugged. I think it's just a dead planet, he said. The suspense is killing me, said Arthur testily. Stress and nervous tension are now serious social problems in all parts of the galaxy, and it is in order that this situation should not in any way be exacerbated that the following facts will now be revealed in advance. The planet in question is in fact the legendary Magrathea, the deadly missile attack shortly to be launched by an ancient automatic defense system will result merely in the breakage of 3 coffee cups and a mice gauge, the bruising of somebody's upper arm, and the untimely creation and sudden demise of a bowl of petunias and an innocent sperm whale, in order that some sense of mystery should still be preserved. No revelation will yet be made concerning whose upper arm sustained the bruise. This fact may safely be made the subject of suspense since it is of no significance whatsoever. Chapter 17. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy notes that disaster area, a plutonium rock band from the Gagracaka mine zones, are generally held to be not only the loudest rock band in the galaxy, but in fact the loudest noise of any kind at all. Regular concert goers judge that the best sound balance is usually to be heard from within large concrete bunkers some 37 miles from the stage, whilst the musicians themselves play their instruments by remote control from within a heavily insulated spaceship which stays in orbit around the planet, more frequently around a completely different planet. Or their songs are on the whole very simple and mostly follow the familiar theme of boy being meets girl being beneath a silvery moon, which then explodes for no adequately explored reason. Many worlds have now banned their act altogether, sometimes for artistic reasons, but most commonly because the band's public address system contravenes local strategic arms limitations treaties. This has not, however, stopped their earnings from pushing back the boundaries of pure hypermathematics, and their chief research accountant has recently been appointed professor of neo-mathematics at the University of Maximegolon in recognition of both his general and his special theories of disaster area tax returns, in which he proves that the whole fabric of the space-time continuum is not merely curved, it is in fact totally bent. Ford staggered back to the table where Zaphod, Arthur, and Trillian were sitting waiting for the fun to begin. Gotta have some food, said Ford. Hi, Ford, said Zaphod. You speak to the big noise boy? Ford waggled his head noncommittally. Hoplack, I sort of spoke to him, yeah. What did he say? Well, not a lot really. He's spending a year dead for tax reasons. I've got to sit down. He sat down. The waiter approached. Would you like to see the menu? He said. Or would you like to meet the dish of the day? Huh, said Ford. Huh, said Arthur. Huh, said Trillian. That's cool, said Zaphod. We'll meet the meat. In a small room in one of the arms of the restaurant complex, a tall, thin, gangling figure pulled aside a curtain and Oblivion looked him in the face. It was not a pretty face, perhaps because Oblivion had looked him in it so many times. It was too long for a start, the eyes too sunken and too hooded, the cheeks too hollow, his lips were too thin and too long, and when they parted his teeth looked too much like a recently polished bay window. The hands that held the curtain were long and thin too. They were also cold. They lay lightly along the folds of the curtain and gave the impression that if he didn't watch them like a hawk they would crawl away of their own accord and do something unspeakable in a corner. He let the curtain drop, and the terrible light that had played on his features went off to play somewhere more healthy. He prowled around his small chamber like a mantis contemplating an evening's praying, finally settling on a rickety chair by a trestle table, where he leafed through a few sheets of jokes. A bell rang. He pushed the thin sheaf of papers aside and stood up. His hands brushed limply over some of the 1,000,000 rainbow-colored sequins with which his jacket was festooned, and he was gone through the door. In the restaurant, the lights dimmed. The band quickened its pace. A single spotlight stabbed down into the darkness of the stairway that led up to the center of the stage. Up the stairs bounded a tall, brilliantly colored figure. He burst on to the stage, tripped lightly up to the microphone, removed it from its stand with one swoop of his long, thin hand, and stood for a moment, bowing left and right to the audience, acknowledging their applause and displaying to them his bay window. He waved to his particular friends in the audience, even though there weren't any there, and waited for the applause to die down. He held up his hand and smiled a smile that stretched not merely from ear to ear, but seemed to extend some way beyond the mere confines of his face. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," he cried. "Thank you very much. Thank you so much." He eyed them with a twinkling eye. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "the universe as we know it has now been in existence for over 170,000 million billion years and will be ending in a little over half an hour. So, welcome one and all to Milliways, the restaurant at the end of the universe." With a gesture, he deftly conjured another round of spontaneous applause. With another gesture, he cut it. "I am your host for tonight," he said. "My name is Max Portalpleen." Everybody knew this. His act was famous throughout the known galaxy, but he said it for the fresh applause it generated, which he acknowledged with a disclaiming smile and wave. "And I've just come straight from the very, very other end of time, where I've been hosting a show at the Big Bang Burger Bar, where I can tell you we had a very exciting evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be with you right through this historic occasion, the end of history itself." Another burst of applause died away quickly as the lights dimmed down further. On every table, candles ignited themselves, spontaneously, eliciting a slight gasp from all the diners, and wreathing them in 1,000 tiny flickering lights and 1,000,000 intimate shadows. A tremor of excitement thrilled through the darkened restaurant as the vast golden dome above them began very, very slowly to dim, to darken, to fade. Max's voice was hushed as he continued. "So, ladies and gentlemen," he breathed, "the candles are lit, the band plays softly, and as the force-shielded dome above us fades into transparency, revealing a dark and sullen sky hung heavy with the ancient light of livid swollen stars, I can see we're all in for a fabulous evening's apocalypse." Even the soft tootling of the band faded away as stunned shock descended on all those who had not seen this sight before. A monstrous, grisly light poured in on them, a hideous light, a boiling, pestilential light, a light that would have disfigured hell. The universe was coming to an end. For a few interminable seconds, the restaurant spanned silently through the raging void. Then Max spoke again. "For those of you who ever hoped to see the light at the end of the tunnel," he said, "this is it." The band struck up again. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," cried Max. "I'll be back with you again in just a moment, and meanwhile, I leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Reg Nullify and his cataclysmic combo. Big hand, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Reg and the boys." The baleful turmoil of the skies continued. Hesitantly, the audience began to clap, and after a moment or so, normal conversation resumed. Max began his round of the tables, swapping jokes, shouting with laughter, earning his living. A large dairy animal approached Zaphod Beeblebrox's table, a large, fat, meaty quadruped of the bovine type with large, watery eyes, small horns, and what might almost have been an ingratiating smile on its lips. "Good evening." It lowed and sat back heavily on its haunches. "I am the main dish of the day. May I interest you in parts of my body?" It harumphed and gurgled a bit, wriggled its hindquarters into a more comfortable position, and gazed peacefully at them. Its gaze was met by looks of startled bewilderment from Arthur and Trillian, a resigned shrug from Ford Prefect, and naked hunger from Zaphod Beeblebrox. "Something off the shoulder, perhaps," suggested the animal, braised in a white wine sauce. "Air, your shoulder?" said Arthur in a horrified whisper. "But naturally my shoulder, sir," mooed the animal contentedly. "Nobody else's is mine to offer." Zaphod leapt to his feet and started prodding and feeling the animal's shoulder appreciatively. "Or the rump is very good," murmured the animal. "I've been exercising it and eating plenty of grain, so there's a lot of good meat there." It gave a mellow grunt, gurgled again and started to chew the cud. It swallowed the cud again. "Or a casserole of me, perhaps," it added. "You mean this animal actually wants us to eat it?" whispered Trillian to Ford. "Me?" said Ford, with a glazed look in his eyes. "I don't mean anything." "That's absolutely horrible," exclaimed Arthur. "The most revolting thing I've ever heard." "What's the problem, Earthman?" said Zaphod, now transferring his attention to the animal's enormous rump. "I just don't want to eat an animal that's standing here inviting me to," said Arthur. "It's heartless." "Better than eating an animal that doesn't want to be eaten," said Zaphod. "That's not the point," Arthur protested. Then he thought about it for a moment. "All right," he said, "maybe it is the point. I don't care. I'm not going to think about it now. I'll just..." The universe raged about him in its death throes. "I think I'll just have a green salad," he muttered. "May I urge you to consider my liver?" asked the animal. "It must be very rich and tender by now. I've been force-feeding myself for months." "A green salad," said Arthur emphatically. "A green salad?" said the animal, rolling his eyes disapprovingly at Arthur. "Are you going to tell me," said Arthur, "that I shouldn't have green salad?" "Well," said the animal, "I know many vegetables that are very clear on that point, which is why it was eventually decided to cut through the whole tangled problem and breed an animal that actually wanted to be eaten and was capable of saying so clearly and distinctly. And here I am." It managed a very slight bow. "Glass of water, please," said Arthur. "Look," said Zaphod, "we want to eat. We don't want to make a meal of the issues. For rare steaks, please, and hurry. We haven't eaten in 576,000 million years." The animal staggered to its feet. It gave a mellow gurgle. "A very wise choice, sir, if I may say so." "Very good," it said. "I'll just nip off and shoot myself." He turned and gave a friendly wink to Arthur. "Don't worry, sir," he said. "I'll be very humane." It waddled unhurriedly off into the kitchen. A matter of minutes later, the waiter arrived with 4 huge, steaming steaks. Zaphod and Ford wolfed straight into them without a second's hesitation. Trillian paused, then shrugged and started into hers. Arthur stared at us, feeling slightly ill. "Hey, Earthman," said Zaphod with a malicious grin on the face. "That wasn't stuffing itself. What's eating you?" And the band played on. All around the restaurant, people and things relaxed and chatted. The air was filled with talk of this and that, and with the mingled sense of exotic plants, extravagant foods, and insidious wines. For an infinite number of miles in every direction, the universal cataclysm was gathering to a stupefying climax. Glancing at his watch, Max returned to the stage with a flourish. "And now, ladies and gentlemen," he beamed, "is everyone having one last wonderful time?" "Yes," called out the sort of people who call out yes when comedians ask them if they're having a wonderful time. "That's wonderful," enthused Max. "Absolutely wonderful." And as the photon storms gather in swirling crowds around us, preparing to tear apart the last of the red-hot suns, I know you're all going to settle back and enjoy with me what I know we will find all an immensely exciting and terminal experience. He paused. He caught the audience with a glittering eye. "Believe me, ladies and gentlemen," he said, "there's nothing penultimate about this one." He paused again. Tonight his timing was immaculate. Time after time he had done this show, night after night. Not that the word night had any meaning here at the extremity of time. All there was the endless repetition of the final moment as the restaurant rocked slowly forward over the brink of time's furthest edge and back again. This night was good, though. The audience was writhing in the palm of his sickly hand. His voice dropped. They had to strain to hear him. "This," he said, "really is the absolute end, the final chilling desolation in which the whole majestic sweep of creation becomes extinct. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the proverbial..." He dropped his voice still lower. In the stillness, a fly would not have dared clear its throat. "After this," he said, "there is nothing. Void. Emptiness. Oblivion. Absolute nothing." His eyes glittered again, or did they twinkle? Nothing, except of course for the sweet trolley and a fine selection of Aldebaran liqueurs. The band gave him a musical sting. He wished they wouldn't. He didn't need it, not an artist of his caliber. He could play the audience like his own musical instrument. They were laughing with relief. He followed on, and for once, he cried cheerily. "You don't need to worry about having a hangover in the morning, because there won't be any more mornings." He beamed at his happy, laughing audience. He glanced up at the sky, going through the same dead routine every night, but his glance was only for a fraction of a second. He trusted it to do its job, as one professional trusts another. And now, he said, strutting about the stage at the risk of putting a damper on the wonderful sense of doom and futility here. This evening, I would like to welcome a few parties. He pulled a card from his pocket. Do we have? He put up a hand to hold back the cheers. Do we have a party here from the Zanselquischer Flammarion Bridge Club? From beyond the Vortvoid of Kvarn? Are they here? A rousing cheer came from the back, but he pretended not to hear. He peered around trying to find them. Are they here? He asked again, to elicit a louder cheer. He got it, as he always did. Ah, there they are. Well, last bids, lads. Remember, this is a very solemn moment. He lapped up the laughter. And no cheating. And do we have a party of minor deities from the halls of Asgard? Away to his right came a rumble of thunder. Lightning arced across the stage. A small group of hairy men with helmets sat looking very pleased with themselves and raised their glasses to him. Has-beens, he thought to himself. Careful with that hammer, sir, he said. They did their trick with the lightning again. Max gave them a very thin-lipped smile. And thirdly, he said, a party of young conservatives from Sirius B, are they here? A party of smartly dressed young dogs stopped throwing rolls at each other and started throwing rolls at the stage. They yapped and barked unintelligibly. Yes, said Max. Well, this is all your fault. You realize that. And finally, said Max, quieting the audience down and putting on his solemn face. Finally, I believe we have with us here tonight a party of believers, very devout believers, from the church of the second coming of the great prophet Zarquan. There were about 20 of them, sitting right out on the edge of the floor, ascetically dressed, sipping mineral water nervously, and staying apart from the festivities. They blinked resentfully as the spotlight was turned on them. There they are, said Max, sitting there patiently. He said he'd come again, and he's kept you waiting a long time. So let's hope he's hurrying, fellas, because he's only got 8 minutes left. The party of Zarquan's followers sat rigid, refusing to be buffeted by the waves of uncharitable laughter which swept over them. Max restrained his audience. No, but seriously though, folks, seriously though, no offense meant. No, I know we shouldn't make fun of deeply held beliefs, so I think a big hand please for the great prophet Zarquan. The audience clapped respectfully, wherever he's got to. He blew a kiss to the stony-faced party and returned to the center of the stage. He grabbed a tall stool and sat on it. It's marvelous, though, he rattled on, to see so many of you here tonight. No, isn't it, though? Yes, absolutely marvelous. Because I know that so many of you come here time and time again, which I think is really wonderful, to come and watch this final end of everything and then return home to your own eras and raise families, strive for new and better societies, fight terrible wars for what you know to be right. It really gives one hope for the future of all I find. Except, of course, he waved at the blitzing turmoil above and around them that we know it hasn't got one. Arthur turned to Ford in his mind. He hadn't quite got this place worked out. Look, surely, he said, if the universe is about to end, don't we go with it? Ford gave him a 3-pan-galactic gargle blaster look. In other words, a rather unsteady one. No, he said. Look, he said, as soon as you come into this dive, you get held in this sort of amazing force-shielded temporal warp thing, I think. Oh, said Arthur. He turned his attention back to a bowl of soup he'd managed to get from the waiter to replace his steak. Look, said Ford, I'll show you. He grabbed at a napkin off the table and fumbled hopelessly with it. Look, he said again. Imagine this napkin, right, as the temporal universe, right? And this spoon as a transductional mode in the matter curve. It took him a while to say this last part, and Arthur hated to interrupt him. That's the spoon I was eating with, he said. All right, said Ford, imagine this spoon. He found a small wooden spoon on a tray of relishes, this spoon. But found it rather tricky to pick up. No, better still this fork. Hey, would you let go of my fork? Snapped Zaphod. All right, said Ford. All right. Why don't we say that this wine glass is the temporal universe? What? The one you've just knocked on the floor? Did I do that? Yes. All right, said Ford. Forget that. I mean, look, do you know how the universe actually began for a kickoff? Probably not, said Arthur, who wished he'd never embarked on any of this. All right, said Ford, imagine this. Right. You get this bath. Right. A large round bath. And it's made of ebony. Where from? Said Arthur. Herod's was destroyed by the Vogons. Doesn't matter. So you keep saying, listen, all right, you get this bath. See? Imagine you've got this bath. And it's ebony. And it's conical. Conical, said Arthur. What sort of? Sure, said Ford. It's conical. So what you do is, you fill it with fine white sand, all right? Or sugar. Fine white sand and or sugar. Anything. Doesn't matter. Sugar's fine. And when it's full, you pull the plug out. Are you listening? I'm listening. You pull the plug out, and it all just twirls away, you'll see, out of the plug hole. I see. You don't see. You don't see it all. I haven't got to the clever bit yet. You want to hear the clever bit? Tell me the clever bit. I'll tell you the clever bit. Ford thought for a moment, trying to remember what the clever bit was. The clever bit, he said, is this. You film it happening. Clever. That's not the clever bit. This is the clever bit. I remember now that this is the clever bit. The clever bit is that you then thread the film in the projector backwards. Backwards. Yes. Threading it backwards is definitely the clever bit. So then, you just sit and watch it, and everything just appears to spiral upwards out of the plug hole and fill the bath. See? And that's how the universe began, is it? Said Arthur. No, said Ford, but it's a marvelous way to relax. He reached for his wine glass. Where's my wine glass? He said. It's on the floor. Ah. Tipping back his chair to look for it, Ford collided with the small, green waiter who was approaching the table carrying a portable telephone. Ford excused himself to the waiter, explaining that it was because he was extremely drunk. The waiter said that was quite all right and that he perfectly understood. Ford thanked the waiter for his kind indulgence, attempted to tug his forelock, missed by 6 inches and slid under the table. Mr. Zaphod Beeblebrox, inquired the waiter. Yeah, said Zaphod, glancing up from his third steak. There is a phone call for you. Hey, what? A phone call, sir? For me? Here? Hey, but who knows where I am? One of his minds raced. The other dawdled lovingly over the food it was still shoveling in. Excuse me if I carry on, won't you? Said his eating head and carried on. There were now so many people after him he'd lost count. He shouldn't have made such a conspicuous entrance. Hell, why not, though, he thought. How do you know you're having fun if there's no one watching you have it? Maybe someone here tipped off the galactic police, said Trillian. Everyone saw you come in. You mean they want to arrest me over the phone? Said Zaphod. Could be. I'm a pretty dangerous dude when I'm concerned. Yeah, said a voice from under the table. You go to pieces so fast, people get hit by the shrapnel. Hey, what is this, Judgment Day? Snapped Zaphod. Do we get to see that as well? Asked Arthur nervously. I'm in no hurry, muttered Zaphod. Okay, so who's the cat on the phone? He kicked Ford. Hey, get up there, kid, he said to him. I may need you. I am not, said the waiter. Personally acquainted with the metal gentleman in question, sir. Metal? Yes, sir. Did you say metal? Yes, sir. I said that I am not personally acquainted with the metal gentleman in question. Okay, carry on. But I am informed that he has been awaiting your return for a considerable number of millennia. It seems you left here somewhat precipitately. Left here? Said Zaphod. Are you being strange? We only just arrived here. Indeed, sir, persisted the waiter doggedly. But before you arrived here, sir, I understand that you left here. Zaphod tried this in one brain, then in the other. You're saying, he said, that before we arrived here, we left here. This is going to be a long night, thought the waiter. Precisely, sir, he said. Put your analyst on danger money, baby, advised Zaphod. No, wait a minute, said Ford, emerging above table level again. Where exactly is here? To be absolutely exact, sir, it is Frog Star World B. But we just left there, protested Zaphod. We left there and came to the restaurant at the end of the universe. Yes, sir, said the waiter, feeling that he was now into the home stretch and running well. The one was constructed on the ruins of the other. Oh, said Arthur brightly. You mean we've traveled in time but not in space? Listen, you semi-evolved simian, cut in Zaphod. Go climb a tree, will you? Arthur bristled. Go bang your heads together 4 eyes, he advised Zaphod. No, no, the waiter said to Zaphod. Your monkey has got it right, sir. Arthur stuttered in fury and said nothing apposite, or indeed coherent. You jumped forward. I believe 576,000 million years while staying in exactly the same place, explained the waiter. He smiled. He had a wonderful feeling that he had finally won through against what had seemed to be insuperable odds. That's it, said Zaphod. I got it. I told the computer to send us to the nearest place to eat. That's exactly what it did. Give or take 576,000 million years, we never moved. Neat. They all agreed this was very neat. But who, said Zaphod, is the cat on the phone? Whatever happened to Marvin? Said Trillion. Zaphod clapped his hands to his heads. The paranoid android. I left him moping about on Frog Starby. When was this? Well, 576,000 million years ago, I suppose, said Zaphod. Hey, hand me the wrap rod. Plate captain. The little waiter's eyebrows wandered about his forehead in confusion. I beg your pardon, sir, he said. The phone, waiter, said Zaphod, grabbing it off him. You guys are so unhip it's a wonder your bums don't fall off. Indeed, sir. Hey, Marvin, is that you? Said Zaphod into the phone. How you doing, kid? There was a long pause before a thin, low voice came up the line. I think you ought to know I'm feeling very depressed, it said. Zaphod cupped his hands over the phone. It's Marvin, he said. Hey, Marvin, he said into the phone again. We're having a great time. Food, wine, a little personal abuse, in the universe going foam. Where can we find you? Again the pause. You don't have to pretend to be interested in me, you know, said Marvin at last. I know perfectly well I'm only a menial robot. Okay, said Zaphod. But where are you? Reverse primary thrust, Marvin, that's what they say to me. Open airlock number 3, Marvin. Marvin, can you pick up that piece of paper? Can I pick up that piece of paper? Here I am, brain the size of a planet, and they ask me to. Yeah, sympathized Zaphod hardly at all. But I'm quite used to being humiliated, droned Marvin. I can even go and stick my head in a bucket of water if you like. Would you like me to go and stick my head in a bucket of water? I've got one. Ready. Wait a minute. Hey, Marvin. Interrupted Zaphod, but it was too late. Sad little clunks and gurgles came up the line. What's he saying? Asked Trillion. Nothing, said Zaphod. He just phoned up to wash his head at us. There, said Marvin, coming back on the line and bubbling a bit. I hope that gave satisfaction. Yeah, said Zaphod. Now will you please tell us where you are? I'm in the car park, said Marvin. The car park, said Zaphod. What are you doing there? Parking cars. What else does one do in a car park? Okay, hang in there. We'll be right down. In one movement, Zaphod leapt to his feet, threw down the phone, and wrote Ha Black Desiato on the bill. Come on, guys, he said. Marvin's in the car park. Let's get on down. What's he doing in the car park? Asked Arthur. Parking cars. What else? Dumb. But what about the end of the universe? We'll miss the big moment. I've seen it. It's rubbish, said Zaphod. Nothing but a nabgib. A what? Opposite of a big bang. Come on, let's get zappy. Few of the other diners paid them any attention as they weaved their way through the restaurant to the exit. Their eyes were riveted on the horror of the skies. An interesting effect to watch for, Max was telling them, is in the upper left-hand quadrant of the sky, where if you look very carefully you can see the star system Hastromil boiling away into the ultraviolet. Anyone here from Hastromil? There were one or two slightly hesitant cheers from somewhere at the back. Well, said Max, beaming cheerfully at them, it's too late to worry about whether you left the gas on now. Chapter 18. The main reception foyer was almost empty, but Ford nevertheless weaved his way through it. Zaphod grasped him firmly by the arm and maneuvered him into a cubicle standing to one side of the entrance hall. What are you doing to him? Asked Arthur. Sobering him up, said Zaphod, and pushed a coin into a slot. Lights flashed, gases swirled. Hi, said Ford, stepping out a moment later. Where are we going? Down to the car park, come on. What about the personnel time teleports? Said Ford. Get us straight back to the heart of gold. Yeah, but I've cooled on that ship. Zarnawup can have it. I don't want to play his games. Let's see what we can find. A serious cybernetics corporation, Happy Vertical People Transporter, took them down deep into the substrata beneath the restaurant. They were glad to see it had been vandalized and didn't try to make them happy as well as take them down. At the bottom of the shaft, the lift doors opened and a blast of cold, stale air hit them. The first thing they saw on leaving the lift was a long concrete wall with over 50 doors in it, offering lavatory facilities for all of 50 major life forms. Nevertheless, like every car park in the galaxy, throughout the entire history of car parks, this car park smelt predominantly of impatience. They turned a corner and found themselves on a moving catwalk that traversed a vast cavernous space that stretched off into the dim distance. It was divided off into bays, each of which contained a spaceship belonging to one of the diners upstairs, some smallish and utilitarian mass production models, others vast shining limo ships, the playthings of the very rich. Zaphod's eyes sparkled with something that may or may not have been avarice as he passed over them. In fact, it's best to be clear on this point, avarice is definitely what it was. "There he is," said Trillian. "Marvin, down there." They looked where she was pointing. Dimly, they could see a small metal figure listlessly rubbing a small rag on one remote corner of a giant silver suncruiser. At short intervals along the moving catwalk, wide transparent tubes led down to floor level. Zaphod stepped off the catwalk into one and floated gently downwards. The others followed. Thinking back to this later, Arthur Dent thought it was the single most enjoyable experience of his travels in the galaxy. "Hey, Marvin," said Zaphod, striding over towards him. "Hey, kid, are we pleased to see you?" Marvin turned, and insofar as it is possible for a totally inert metal face to look reproachfully, this is what it did. "No, you're not," he said. "No one ever is." "Suit yourself," said Zaphod, and turned away to ogle the ships. Ford went with him. Only Trillian and Arthur actually went up to Marvin. "No, really we are," said Trillian, and patted him in a way that he disliked intensely. "Hanging around waiting for us all this time. 576,000,000,003,579 years, said Marvin. "I counted them." "Well, here we are now," said Trillian, feeling quite correctly in Marvin's view that it was a slightly foolish thing to say. "The first 10 million years were the worst," said Marvin, "and the second 10 million years, they were the worst too. The third million years I didn't enjoy at all. After that I went into a bit of decline." He paused just long enough to make them feel they ought to say something, and then interrupted. "It's the people you meet in this job that really get you down," he said, and paused again. Trillian cleared her throat. "Is that?" "The best conversation I had was over 40 million years ago," continued Marvin. Again the pause. "OD. And that was with a coffee machine." He waited. "That's A. You don't like talking to me, do you?" said Marvin in a low, desolate tone. Trillian talked to Arthur instead. Further down the chamber, Ford Prefect had found something of which he very much liked the look. Several such things, in fact. "Zaphod," he said in a quiet voice, "just look at some of these little star trolleys." Zaphod looked and liked. The craft they were looking at was in fact pretty small but extraordinary and very much a rich kid's toy. It was not much to look at. It resembled nothing so much as a paper dart about 20 feet long, made of thin but tough metal foil. At the rear end was a small, horizontal two-man cockpit. It had a tiny charm drive engine, which was not capable of moving it at any great speed. The thing it did have, however, was a heat sink. The heat sink had a mass of some 2,000 billion tons and was contained within a black hole mounted in an electromagnetic field situated halfway along the length of the ship. And this heat sink enabled the craft to be maneuvered to within a few miles of a yellow sun, there to catch and ride the solar flares that burst out from its surface. Flare riding is one of the most exotic and exhilarating sports in existence, and those who can dare and afford it are amongst the most lionized men in the galaxy. It is also, of course, stupefyingly dangerous. Those who don't die riding invariably die of sexual exhaustion at one of the deadless club's après flare parties. Ford and Zaphod looked and passed on. "And this baby," said Ford, "the tangerine star buggy with the black sunusters." Again, the star buggy was a small ship, a totally misnamed one in fact, because the one thing it couldn't manage was interstellar distances. Basically, it was a sporty planet hopper dolled up to something it wasn't. Nice lines, though. They passed on. The next one was a big one and 30 yards long, a coach-built limo ship, and obviously designed with one aim in mind, that of making the beholder sick with envy. The paintwork and accessory detail clearly said, "Not only am I rich enough to afford this ship, I am also rich enough not to take it seriously." It was wonderfully hideous. "Just look at it," said Zaphod. "Multi-cluster cork drive, Perspulex, running boards. Got to be a Lasler Lyricon custom job." He examined every inch. "Yes," he said. "Look, the infra-pink lizard emblem on the neutrino cowling. Lasler's trademark. The man has no shame. I was passed by one of these mothers once, out by the Axel Nebula," said Ford. "I was going flat out, and this thing just strolled past me, star drive hardly ticking over. Just incredible." Zaphod whistled appreciatively. 10 seconds later," said Ford, "it smashed straight into the third moon of Jaglon Beta." "Yeah, right. Amazing looking ship, though." Looks like a fish, moves like a fish, steers like a cow. Ford looked round the other side. Hey, come and see, he called out. There's a big mural painted on this side. A bursting sun, disaster area's trademark. This must be hot black ship. Lucky old bugger. They do this terrible song, you know, which ends with a stunt ship crashing into the sun. Meant to be an amazing spectacle. Expensive and stunt ships, though. Zaphod's attention, however, was elsewhere. His attention was riveted on the ship standing next to hot black Desiato's limo. His mouth hung open. That, he said, that is really bad for the eyes. Ford looked. He too stood astonished. It was a ship of classic, simple design, like a flattened salmon, 20 yards long, very clean, very sleek. There was just one remarkable thing about it. It's so black, said Ford Prefect. You can hardly make out its shape. Light just seems to fall into it. Zaphod said nothing. He had simply fallen in love. The blackness of it was so extreme that it was almost impossible to tell how close you were standing to it. Your eyes just slide off it, said Ford in wonder. It was an emotional moment. He bit his lip. Zaphod moved forward to it, slowly, like a man possessed, or more accurately, like a man who wanted to possess. His hand reached out to stroke it. His hand stopped. His hand reached out to stroke it. Again. His hand stopped again. Come and feel the surface, he said in a hushed voice. Ford put his hand out to feel it. His hand stopped. You can't, he said. See, said Zaphod. It's just totally frictionless. This must be one mother of a mover. He turned to look at Ford seriously. At least, one of his heads did. The other stayed gazing in at the ship. What do you reckon, Ford? He said. You mean, Ford looked over his shoulder. You mean stroll off with it? You think we should? No, nor do I. But we're going to, aren't we? How can we not? They gazed a little longer, till Zaphod suddenly pulled himself together. We better shift soon, he said. In a moment or so the universe will have ended and all the Captain Creeps will be pouring down here to find their Borg mobiles. Zaphod, said Ford. Yeah, how do we do it? Simple, said Zaphod. He turned. Marvin, he called. Slowly, laboriously, and with a million little clanking and creaking noises that he had learned to simulate. Marvin turned round to answer the summons. Come on over here, said Zaphod. We've got a job for you. Marvin trudged towards them. I won't enjoy it, he said. Yes, you will, enthused Zaphod. There's a whole new life stretching out ahead of you. Oh, not another one, groaned Marvin. Will you shut up and listen, hissed Zaphod. This time there's going to be excitement and adventure and really wild things. Sounds awful, Marvin said. Marvin, all I'm trying to ask you. I suppose you want me to open this spaceship for you? What? Air, yes. Yeah, that's right, said Zaphod jumpily. He was keeping at least 3 eyes on the entrance. Time was short. Well, I wish you'd just tell me rather than try to engage my enthusiasm, said Marvin, because I haven't got one. He walked on up to the ship, touched it, and a hatchway swung open. Ford and Zaphod stared at the opening. Don't mention it, said Marvin. Oh, you didn't. He trudged away. Again, Arthur and Trillian clustered round. What's happening? Asked Arthur. Look at this, said Ford. Look at the interior of the ship. Weirder and weirder, breathed Zaphod. It's black, said Ford. Everything in it is just totally black. In the restaurant, things were fast approaching the moment after which there wouldn't be any more moments. All eyes were fixed on the dome, other than those of Hot Black, Desiato's bodyguard, which were looking intently at Hot Black Desiato, and those of Hot Black Desiato himself which the bodyguard had closed out of respect. The bodyguard leaned forward over the table. Had Hot Black Desiato been alive, he probably would have deemed this a good moment to lean back, or even go for a short walk. His bodyguard was not a man which improved with proximity. On account of his unfortunate condition, however, Hot Black Desiato remained totally inert. Mr. Desiato, sir, whispered the bodyguard. Whenever he spoke, it looked as if the muscles on either side of his mouth were clambering over each other to get out of the way. Mr. Desiato, can you hear me? Hot Black Desiato, quite naturally, said nothing. Hot Black, hissed the bodyguard. Again, quite naturally, Hot Black Desiato did not reply. Supernaturally, however, he did. On the table in front of him a wine glass rattled, and a fork rose an inch or so and tapped against the glass. It settled on the table again. The bodyguard gave a satisfied grunt. It's time we get going, Mr. Desiato, muttered the bodyguard. Don't want to get caught in the rush, not in your condition. You want to get to the next gig nice and relaxed. There was a really big audience for it. one of the best. Cacrifon, 576,002 million years ago. Had you will have been looking forward to it. The fork rose again, waggled in a non-committal sort of way, and dropped again. "Ah, come on," said the bodyguard. "It's going to have been great." You knocked him cold. The bodyguard would have given Dr. Dan, street mentioner, an apoplectic attack. The black ship going into the sun always gets M, and the new one's a beauty. Be real sorry to see it go. If we get on down there, I'll set the black ship autopilot and we'll cruise off in the limo. Okay. The fork tapped once in agreement, and the glass of wine mysteriously emptied itself. The bodyguard wheeled hot black Desiato's chair out of the restaurant. "And now," cried Max from the center of the stage, "the moment you've all been waiting for." He flung his arms into the air. Behind him, the band went into a frenzy of percussion and rolling synth chords. Max had argued with them about this, but they had claimed it was in their contract that that's what they would do. His agent would have to sort it out. "The skies begin to boil," he cried. Nature collapses into the screaming void. In 20 seconds' time, the universe itself will be at an end. See where the light of infinity bursts in upon us. The hideous fury of destruction blazed about them, and at that moment a still small trumpet sounded as from an infinite distance. Max's eyes swiveled round to glare at the band. None of them seemed to be playing a trumpet. Suddenly a wisp of smoke was swirling and shimmering on the stage next to him. The trumpet was joined by more trumpets. Over 500 times Max had done this show, and nothing like this had ever happened before. He drew back in alarm from the swirling smoke, and as he did so, a figure slowly materialized inside. The figure of an ancient man, bearded, robed, and wreathed in light. In his eyes were stars, and on his brow a golden crown. "What's this?" whispered Max, wild-eyed. "What's happening?" At the back of the restaurant, the stony-faced party from the Church of the Second Coming of the Great Prophet Zarquan leapt ecstatically to their feet, chanting and crying. Max blinked in amazement. He threw up his arms to the audience. "A big hand, please. Ladies and gentlemen," he hollered, "for the Great Prophet Zarquan. He has come. Zarquan has come again." Thunderous applause broke out as Max strode across the stage and handed his microphone to the prophet. Zarquan coughed. He peered round at the assembled gathering. The stars in his eyes blinked uneasily. He handled the microphone with confusion. "Air," he said. "Hello? Air. Look, I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I've had the most ghastly time, all sorts of things cropping up at the last moment." He seemed nervous of the expectant odd hush. He cleared his throat. "Air, how are we for time?" he said. "Have I just got a minute?" And so the universe ended. Chapter 19. One of the major selling point of that wholly remarkable travel book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, apart from its relative cheapness and the fact that it has the words "Don't Panic" written in large friendly letters on its cover, is its compendious and occasionally accurate glossary. The statistics relating to the geosocial nature of the universe, for instance, are deftly set out between pages 938,024 and 938,026 in the simplistic style in which they are written is partly explained by the fact that the editors, having to meet a publishing deadline, copied the information off the back of a packet of breakfast cereal, hastily embroidering it with a few footnoted in order to avoid prosecution under the incomprehensibly tortuous galactic copyright laws. It is interesting to note that a later and wilier editor sent the book backwards in time through a temporal warp and then successfully sued the breakfast cereal company for infringement of the same laws. Here is a sample. The universe, some information to help you live in it. One area, infinite. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy offers this definition of the word infinite. Infinite, bigger than the biggest thing ever and then some. Much bigger than that, in fact, really amazingly immense, a totally stunning size. Wow, that's big time. Infinity is just so big that by comparison, bigness itself looks really titchy. Gigantic multiplied by colossal, multiplied by staggeringly huge is the sort of concept we're trying to get across here. 2 imports, none. It is impossible to import things into an infinite area, there being no outside to import things in from. 3 exports, none. C imports. For population, none. It is known that there are an infinite number of worlds, simply because there is an infinite amount of space for them to be in. However, not every one of them is inhabited. Therefore, there must be a finite number of inhabited worlds. Any finite number divided by infinity is as near to nothing as makes no odds. So the average population of all the planets in the universe can be said to be 0. From this, it follows that the population of the whole universe is also 0, and that any people you may meet from time to time are merely the products of a deranged imagination. 5 monetary units. None. In fact, there are 3 freely convertible currencies in the galaxy, but none of them count. The Alteron dollar has recently collapsed. The Flaninian Pobble bead is only exchangeable for other Flaninian Pobble beads, and the Triganic Poo has its own very special problems. Its exchange rate of 8 Nigis to 1 Poo is simple enough, but since a Ninji is a triangular rubber coin 6,800 miles across each side, no one has ever collected enough to own 1 Poo. Nigis are not negotiable currency because the Galactabanks refuse to deal in fiddling small change. From this basic premise, it is very simple to prove that the Galactabanks are also the product of a deranged imagination. 6 art. None. The function of art is to hold the mirror up to nature, and there simply isn't a mirror big enough. See point 1. 7 sex. None. Well, in fact, there is an awful lot of this, largely because of the total lack of money, trade, banks, art, or anything else that might keep all the non-existent people of the universe occupied. However, it is not worth embarking on a long discussion of it now, because it really is terribly complicated. For further information, see Guide Chapters 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 16, 17, 19, 21 to 84 inclusive, and in fact most of the rest of the guide. Chapter 20. The restaurant continued existing, but everything else had stopped. Temporal relastatics held it and protected it in a nothingness that wasn't merely a vacuum, it was simply nothing. There was nothing in which a vacuum could be said to exist. The force-shielded dome had once again been rendered opaque. The party was over, the diners were leaving, Zarquan had vanished. Along with the rest of the universe, the time turbines were preparing to pull the restaurant back across the brink of time in readiness for the lunch sitting, and Max Quartalplein was back in his small, curtained dressing room trying to raise his agent on the tempo phone. In the car park stood the black ship, closed and silent. Into the car park came the late Mr. Hot Black Desiato, propelled along the moving catwalk by his bodyguard. They descended one of the tubes. As they approached the limo ship, a hatchway swung down from its side, engaged the wheels of the wheelchair, and drew it inside. The bodyguard followed, and having seen his boss safely connected up to his death support system, moved up to the small cockpit. Here he operated the remote control system, which activated the autopilot in the black ship lying next to the limo, thus causing great relief to Zaphod Beeblebrox, who had been trying to start the thing for over 10 minutes. The black ship glided smoothly forward out of its bay, turned, and moved down the central causeway swiftly and quietly. At the end, it accelerated rapidly, flung itself into the temporal launch chamber, and began the long journey back into the distant past. The Milloway's lunch menu quotes, by permission, a passage from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The passage is this: the history of every major galactic civilization tends to pass through 3 distinct and recognizable phases, those of survival, inquiry, and sophistication, otherwise known as the how, why, and where phases. For instance, the first phase is characterized by the question, how can we eat? The second by the question, why do we eat? And the third by the question, where shall we have lunch? The menu goes on to suggest that Milloway's, the restaurant at the end of the universe, would be a very agreeable and sophisticated answer to that third question. What it doesn't go on to say is that though it will usually take a large civilization many thousands of years to pass through the how, why, and where phases, small social groupings under stressful conditions can pass through them with extreme rapidity. "How are we doing?" said Arthur Dent. "Badly," said Ford Prefect. "Where are we going?" said Trillian. "I don't know," said Zaphod Beeblebrox. "Why not?" demanded Arthur Dent. "Shut up," suggested Zaphod Beeblebrox and Ford Prefect. "Basically, what you're trying to say," said Arthur Dent, ignoring this suggestion, "is that we're out of control." The ship was rocking and swaying sickeningly as Ford and Zaphod tried to wrest control from the autopilot. The engine howled and whined like tired children in a supermarket. "It's the wild color scheme that freaks me," said Zaphod, whose love affair with this ship had lasted almost 3 minutes into the flight. "Every time you try to operate on of these weird black controls that are labeled in black on a black background, a little black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of galactic hyperverse?" The walls of the swaying cabin were also black. The ceiling was black. The seats, which were rudimentary since the only important trip the ship was designed for was supposed to be unmanned, were black. The control panel was black. The instruments were black. The little screws that held them in place were black. The thin, tufted nylon floor covering was black. And when they had lifted up a corner of it, they had discovered that the foam underlay also was black. Perhaps whoever designed it had eyes that responded to different wavelengths, offered Trillian, or didn't have much imagination, muttered Arthur. Perhaps, said Marvin, he was feeling very depressed. In fact, though they weren't to know it, the decor had been chosen in honor of its owner's sad, lamented, and tax-deductible condition. The ship gave a particularly sickening lurch. Take it easy, pleaded Arthur. You're making me space sick. Time sick, said Ford. We're plummeting backwards through time. Thank you, said Arthur. Now I think I really am going to be ill. Go ahead, said Zaphod. We could do with a little color about this place. This is meant to be a polite after-dinner conversation, is it? Snapped Arthur. Zaphod left the controls for Ford to figure out and lurched over to Arthur. Look, Earthman, he said angrily, you've got a job to do, right? The question to the ultimate answer, right? What that thing is, said Arthur. I thought we'd forgotten about that. Not me, baby. Like the mice said, it's worth a lot of money in the right quarters, and it's all locked up in that head thing of yours. Yes, but nothing. Think about it. The meaning of life. We get our fingers on that we can hold every shrink in the galaxy up to ransom, and that's worth a bundle. I owe mine a mint. Arthur took a deep breath without much enthusiasm. All right, he said, but where do we start? How should I know? They say the ultimate answer or whatever is 42. How am I supposed to know what the question is? It could be anything. I mean, what's 6 times 7? Zaphod looked at him hard for a moment. Then his eyes blazed with excitement. 42, he cried. Arthur wiped his palm across his forehead. Yes, he said patiently. I know that. Zaphod's faces fell. I'm just saying that the question could be anything at all, said Arthur, and I don't see how I am meant to know. Because, hissed Zaphod, you were there when your planet did the big firework. We have a thing on Earth. Began Arthur. Had corrected Zaphod. Called tact. Oh, never mind. Look, I just don't know. A low voice echoed dully round the cabin. I know, said Marvin. Ford called out from the controls he was still fighting a losing battle with. Stay out of this, Marvin, he said. This is organism talk. It's printed in the Earthman's brainwave patterns, continued Marvin. But I don't suppose you'll be very interested in knowing that. You mean, said Arthur, you mean you can see into my mind? Yes, said Marvin. Arthur stared in astonishment. And, he said, it amazes me how you can manage to live in anything that small. Ah, said Arthur, abuse. Yes, confirmed Marvin. Ah, ignore him, said Zaphod. He's only making it up. Making it up, said Marvin, swiveling his head in a parody of astonishment. Why should I want to make anything up? Life's bad, enough as it is without wanting to invent any more of it. Marvin, said Trillian in the gentle, kindly voice that only she was still capable of assuming in talking to this misbegotten creature. If you knew all along, why then didn't you tell us? Marvin's head swiveled back to her. You didn't ask, he said simply. Well, we're asking you now, metal man, said Ford, turning round to look at him. At that moment, the ship suddenly stopped rocking and swaying. The engine pitch settled down to a gentle hum. Hey, Ford, said Zaphod, that sounds good. Have you worked out the controls of this boat? No, said Ford. I just stopped fiddling with them. I reckon we just go to wherever this ship is going and get off it fast. Yeah, right, said Zaphod. I could tell you weren't really interested, murmured Marvin to himself and slumped into a corner and switched himself off. Trouble is, said Ford, that the one instrument in this Walsh ship that is giving any reading is worrying me. If it is what I think it is, and if it's saying what I think it's saying, then we've already gone too far, back into the past. Maybe as much as 2 million years before our own time. Zaphod shrugged. Time is bunk, he said. I wonder who the ship belongs to anyway, said Arthur. Me, said Zaphod. No, who it really belongs to. Really me, insisted Zaphod. Look, property is theft, right? Therefore theft is property. Therefore the ship is mine, okay? Tell the ship that, said Arthur. Zaphod strode over to the console. Ship, he said, banging on the panels. This is your new owner, speaking to. He got no further. Several things happened at once. The ship dropped out of time travel mode and re-emerged into real space. All the controls on the console, which had been shut down for the time trip, now lit up. A large vision screen above the console winked into life, revealing a wide starscape and a single very large sun dead ahead of them. None of these things, however, were responsible for the fact that Zaphod was at the same moment hurled bodily backwards against the rear of the cabin, as were all the others. They were hurled back by a single thunderous clap of noise that thundered out of the monitor speakers surrounding the vision screen. Chapter 21. Down on the dry, red world of Kakraphon, in the middle of the vast, Rudlet Desert, the stage technicians were testing the sound system. That is to say, the sound system was in the desert, not the stage. Technicians. They had retreated to the safety of Disaster Area's giant control ship, which hung in orbit some 400 miles above the surface of the planet, and they were testing the sound system from there. Anyone within 5 miles of the speaker silos wouldn't have survived the tuning up. If Arthur Dent had been within 5 miles of the speaker silos then, his expiring thought would have been that in both size and shape the sound rig closely resembled Manhattan. Risen out of the silos, the neutron phase speaker stacks towered monstrously against the sky, obscuring the banks of plutonium reactors and seismic amps behind them. Buried deep in concrete bunkers beneath the city of speakers lay the instruments that the musicians would control from their ship: the massive photon ejector, the bass detonator, and the mega bang drum. Complex. It was going to be a noisy show. Aboard the giant control ship, all was activity and bustle. Hot Black, Desiato's limo ship, a mere tadpole beside it, had arrived and docked, and the lamented gentleman was being transported down the high, vaulted corridors to meet the medium who was going to interpret his psychic impulses onto the ejector keyboard. A doctor, a logician, and a marine biologist had also just arrived, flown in at phenomenal expense from Maximegolon to try to reason with the lead singer, who had locked himself in the bathroom with a bottle of pills and was refusing to come out till it could be proved conclusively to him that he wasn't a fish. The bass player was busy machine gunning his bedroom, and the drummer was nowhere on board. Frantic inquiries led to the discovery that he was standing on a beach on Santraginus V over 100 light years away, where he claimed he had been happy over half an hour now and had found a small stone that would be his friend. The band's manager was profoundly relieved. It meant that for the 17th time on this tour, the drums would be played by a robot, and that therefore the timing of the symbolistics would be right. The sub-ether was buzzing with the communications of the stage, technicians testing the speaker channels, and this it was that was being relayed to the interior of the black ship. Its dazed occupants lay against the back wall of the cabin and listened to the voices on the monitor speakers. "Okay, channel 9 on power," said a voice. "Testing channel 15. Another thumping crack of noise walloped through the ship. "Channel 15 AK," said another voice. A third voice cut in. "The black stunt ship is now in position," it said. "It's looking good. Gonna be a great sun dive." "Stage computer online," a computer voice answered. "Online," it said. "Take control of the black ship. Black ship locked into trajectory program. On standby. Testing channel 20. Zaphod leaped across the cabin and switched frequencies on the sub-ether receiver before the next mind-pulverizing noise hit them. He stood there quivering. "What?" said Trillian in a small, quiet voice. "Does sundive mean?" "It means," said Marvin, "that the ship OS going to dive into the sun." "Sun? Dive? It's very simple to understand. What do you expect if you steal Hot Black Desiato's stunt ship?" "How do you know?" said Zaphod in a voice that would make a vegan snow lizard feel chilly, "that this is Hot Black Desiato's stunt ship?" "Simple," said Marvin. "I parked it for him." "The why didn't you tell us? You said you wanted excitement and adventure and really wild things." "This is awful," said Arthur unnecessarily in the pause which followed. "That's what I said," confirmed Marvin. On a different frequency, the sub-ether receiver had picked up a public broadcast, which now echoed round the cabin. "Fine weather for the concert here this afternoon. I'm standing here in front of the stage," the reporter lied, "in the middle of the Rudlet Desert, and with the aid of hyperbanoptic glasses I can just about make out the huge audience cowering there on the horizon all around me. Behind me the speaker stacks rise like a sheer cliff face, and high above me the sun is shining away and doesn't know what's going to hit it. The environmentalist lobby do know what's going to hit it, and they claim that the concert will cause earthquakes, tidal waves, hurricanes, irreparable damage to the atmosphere, and all the usual things that environmentalists usually go on about. But I've just had a report that a representative of Disaster Area met with the environmentalists at lunchtime and had them all shot, so nothing now lies in the way of." Zaphod switched it off. He turned to Ford. "You know what I'm thinking?" he said. "I think so," said Ford. "Tell me what you think I'm thinking." I think you're thinking it's time we get off this ship. I think you're right, said Zaphod. I think you're right, said Ford. How said Arthur? Quiet, said Ford and Zaphod. We're thinking. So this is it, said Arthur. We're going to die. I wish you'd stop saying that, said Ford. It is worth repeating at this point the theories that Ford had come up with on his first encounter with human beings to account for their peculiar habit of continually stating and restating the very, very obvious, as it's a nice day, or you're very tall, or so this is it, we're going to die. His first theory was that if human beings didn't keep exercising, their lips, their mouths probably seized up. After a few months of observation, he had come up with a second theory, which was this. If human beings don't keep exercising their lips, their brains start working. In fact, this second theory is more literally true of the Belsebran people of Cacrophon. The Belsebran people used to cause great resentment and insecurity amongst neighboring races by being one of the most enlightened, accomplished, and above all quiet civilizations in the galaxy. As a punishment for this behavior, which was held to be offensively self-righteous and provocative, a galactic tribunal inflicted on them that most cruel of all social diseases, telepathy. Consequently, in order to prevent themselves broadcasting every slightest thought that crossed their minds to anyone within a 5-mile radius, they now have to talk very loudly and continuously about the weather, their little aches and pains, the match this afternoon, and what a noisy place Cacrophon had suddenly become. Another method of temporarily blotting out their minds is to play host to a disaster area concert. The timing of the concert was critical. The ship had to begin its dive before the concert began in order to hit the sun 6 minutes and 37 seconds before the climax of the song to which it related, so that the light of the solar flares had time to travel out to Cacrophon. The ship had already been diving for several minutes by the time that Ford Prefect had completed his search of the other compartments of the black ship. He burst back into the cabin. The sun of Cacrophon loomed terrifyingly large on the vision screen, its blazing white inferno of fusing hydrogen nuclei growing moment by moment as the ship plunged onwards, unheeding the thumping and banging of Zaphod's hands on the control panel. Arthur and Trillian had the fixed expressions of rabbits on a night road who think that the best way of dealing with approaching headlights is to stare them out. Zaphod span round, wild-eyed. Ford, he said, how many escape capsules are there? None, said Ford. Zaphod gibbered. Did you count them? He yelled. Twice, said Ford. Did you manage to raise the stage crew on the radio? Yeah, said Zaphod, bitterly. I said there were a whole bunch of people on board, and they said to say hi to everybody. Ford goggled. Didn't you tell them who we were? Oh yeah, they said it was a great honor. That and something about a restaurant bill and my executors. Ford pushed Arthur aside and leaned forward over the control console. Does none of this function? He said savagely. All overridden. Smash the autopilot. Find it first. Nothing connects. There was a moment's cold silence. Arthur was stumbling round the back of the cabin. He stopped, suddenly. Incidentally, he said, what does teleport mean? Another moment passed. Slowly, the others turned to face him. Probably the wrong moment to ask, said Arthur. It's just I remember hearing you use the word a short while ago, and I only bring it up because. Where? Said Ford Prefect quietly. Does it say teleport? Well, just over here in fact, said Arthur, pointing at a dark control box in the rear of the cabin, just under the word emergency above the word system and beside the sign saying out of order. In the pandemonium that instantly followed, the only action to follow was that of Ford Prefect lunging across the cabin to the small black box that Arthur had indicated and stabbing repeatedly at the single small black button set into it. A 6-foot square panel slid open beside it, revealing a compartment which resembled a multiple shower unit that had found a new function in life as an electrician's junk store. Half-finished wiring hung from the ceiling. A jumble of abandoned components lay strewn on the floor, and the programming panel lolled out of the cavity in the wall into which it should have been secured. A junior disaster area accountant, visiting the shipyard where this ship was being constructed, had demanded to know of the works foreman why the hell they were fitting an extremely expensive teleport into a ship which only had one important journey to make, and that a manned. The foreman had explained that the teleport was available at a 10% discount, and the accountant had explained that this was immaterial. The foreman had explained that it was the finest, most powerful and sophisticated teleport that money could buy, and the accountant had explained that the money did not wish to buy it. The foreman had explained that people would still need to enter and leave the ship, and the accountant had explained that the ship sported a perfectly serviceable door. The foreman had explained that the accountant could go and boil his head, and the accountant had explained to the foreman that the thing approaching him rapidly from his left was a knuckle sandwich. After the explanations had been concluded, work was discontinued on the teleport, which subsequently passed unnoticed on the invoice as sunned. Expense at 5 times the price. Hell's donkeys, muttered Zaphod as he and Ford attempted to sort through the tangle of wiring. After a moment or so, Ford told him to stand back. He tossed a coin into the teleport and jiggled a switch on the lolling control panel. With a crackle and spit of light, the coin vanished. That much of it works, said Ford. However, there is no guidance system. A matter transference teleport without guidance programming could put you, well, anywhere. The son of Kakrafun loomed huge on the screen. Who cares, said Zaphod. We go where we go. And, said Ford, there is no auto system. We couldn't all go. Someone would have to stay and operate it. A solemn moment shuffled past. The sun loomed larger and larger. Hey, Marvin, kid, said Zaphod brightly. How you doing? Very badly, I suspect, muttered Marvin. A shortish while later, the concert on Kakrafun reached an unexpected climax. The black ship with its single morose occupant had plunged on schedule into the nuclear furnace of the sun. Massive solar flares licked out from it millions of miles into space, thrilling and in a few cases spilling the dozen or so flare riders who had been coasting close to the surface of the sun in anticipation of the moment. Moments before the flare light reached Kakrafun, the pounding desert cracked along a deep fault line. A huge and hitherto undetected underground river lying far beneath the surface gushed to the surface, to be followed seconds later by the eruption of millions of tons of boiling lava that flowed hundreds of feet into the air instantaneously, vaporizing the river both above and below the surface in an explosion that echoed to the far side of the world and back again. Those very few who witnessed the event and survived swear that the whole 100,000 square miles of the desert rose into the air like a mile-thick pancake, flipped itself over, and fell back down. At that precise moment, the solar radiation from the flares filtered through the clouds of vaporized water and struck the ground. A year later, the 100,000 square mile desert was thick with flowers. The structure of the atmosphere around the planet was subtly altered. The sun blazed less harshly in the summer, the cold bit less bitterly in the winter, pleasant rain fell more often, and slowly the desert world of Kakrafun became a paradise. Even the telepathic power with which the people of Kakrafun had been cursed was permanently dispersed by the force of the explosion. A spokesman for disaster area environmentalist shot, the one who had had all the, was later quoted as saying that it had been a good gig. Many people spoke movingly of the healing powers of music. A few skeptical scientists examined the records of the events more closely and claimed that they had discovered faint vestiges of a vast, artificially induced improbability field drifting in from a nearby region of space. Chapter 22. Arthur woke up and instantly regretted it. Hangovers he'd had, but never anything on this scale. This was it. This was the big one. This was the ultimate pits. Matter transference beams, he decided, were not as much fun as, say, a good solid kick in the head. Being for the moment unwilling to move on account of a dull, stopping throb he was experiencing, he lay a while and thought. The trouble with most forms of transport, he thought, is basically one of them not being worth all the bother. On Earth, when there had been an Earth before it was demolished to make way for a new hyperspace bypass, the problem had been with cars. The disadvantages involved in pulling lots of black sticky slime from out of the ground where it had been safely hidden out of harm's way, turning it into tar to cover the land with, smoke to fill the air with, and pouring the rest into the sea all seemed to outweigh the advantages of being able to get more quickly from one place to another, particularly when the place you arrived at had probably become, as a result of this, very similar to the place you had left, i.e. covered with tar, full of smoke, and short of fish. And what about matter transference beams? Any form of transport, which involved tearing you apart atom by atom, flinging those atoms through the subether, and then jamming them back together again, just when they were getting their first taste of freedom for years, had to be bad news. Many people had thought exactly this before Arthur Dent, and had even gone to the lengths of writing songs about it. Here's one that used regularly to be chanted by huge crowds outside the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation Teleport Systems Factory on Happy World 3. Aldebaran's great. Okay, Algol's pretty neat. Beetlejuice's pretty girls will knock you off your feet. They'll do anything you like, real fast and then real slow. But if you have to take me apart to get me there, then I don't want to go. Singing, take me apart, what a way to roam. And if you have to take me apart to get me there, I'd rather stay at home. Sirius is paved with gold, so I've heard it said. By nuts who then go on to say, see tell before you're dead. I'll gladly take the high road, or even take the low. But if you have to take me apart to get me there, then I, for one, won't go. Singing, take me apart, you must be off your head. And if you try to take me apart to get me there, I'll stay right here in bed. And so on. Another favorite song was much shorter. I teleported home one night with Ron and Sid and Meg. Ron stole Maggie's heart away, and I got Sydney's leg. Arthur felt the waves of pain slowly receding, though he was still aware of a dull stomping throb. Slowly, carefully, he stood up. Can you hear a dull stomping throb? Said Ford Prefect. Arthur span round and wobbled uncertainly. Ford Prefect was approaching, looking red-eyed and pasty. Where are we? Gasped Arthur. Ford looked around. They were standing in a long, curving corridor, which stretched out of sight in both directions. The outer steel wall, which was painted in that sickly shade of pale green which they use in schools, hospitals, and mental asylums to keep the inmates subdued, curved over the tops of their heads where it met the inner, perpendicular wall which, oddly enough, was covered in dark brown, Hessian wall weave. The floor was of dark green ribbed rubber. Ford moved over to a very thick, dark, transparent panel set in the outer wall. It was several layers deep, yet through it he could see pinpoints of distant stars. I think we're in a spaceship of some kind, he said. Down the corridor came the sound of a dull stomping throb. Trillion? Called Arthur nervously. Zaphod. Ford shrugged. Nowhere about, he said. I've looked. They could be anywhere. An unprogrammed teleport can throw you light years in any direction. Judging by the way, I feel I should think we've traveled a very long way indeed. How do you feel? Bad. Do you think they're where they are? How they are? There's no way we can know and no way we can do anything about it. Do what I do. What? Don't think about it. Arthur turned this thought over in his mind, reluctantly saw the wisdom of it, tucked it up and put it away. He took a deep breath. Footsteps, exclaimed Ford suddenly. Where? That noise. That stomping throb. Pounding feet. Listen. Arthur listened. The noise echoed round the corridor at them from an indeterminate distance. It was the muffled sound of pounding footsteps, and it was noticeably louder. Let's move, said Ford sharply. They both moved in opposite directions. Not that way, said Ford. That's where they're coming from. No, it's not, said Arthur. They're coming from that way. They're not there. They both stopped. They both turned. They both listened intently. They both agreed with each other. They both set off into opposite directions again. Fear gripped them. From both directions, the noise was getting louder. A few yards to their left, another corridor ran at right angles to the inner wall. They ran to it and hurried along it. It was dark, immensely long, and, as they passed down it, gave them the impression that it was getting colder and colder. Other corridors gave off it to the left and right, each very dark and each subjecting them to sharp blasts of icy air as they passed. They stopped for a moment in alarm. The further down the corridor they went, the louder became the sound of pounding feet. They pressed themselves back against the cold wall and listened furiously. The cold, the dark, and the drumming of disembodied feet was getting to them badly. Ford shivered, partly with the cold, but partly with the memory of stories his favorite mother used to tell him when he was a mere slip of a Betelgeusian, ankle-high to an Arcturon mega-grasshopper. Stories of dead ships, haunted hulks that roamed restlessly round the obscure regions of deep space infested with demons or the ghosts of forgotten crews. Stories, too, of incautious travelers who found and entered such ships. Stories of... Then Ford remembered the brown Hessian wall weave in the first corridor and pulled himself together. However ghosts and demons may choose to decorate their death hulks, he thought to himself, he would lay any money you liked it wasn't with Hessian wall weave. He grasped Arthur by the arm. Back the way we came, he said firmly, and they started to retrace their steps. A moment later, they leaped like startled lizards down the nearest corridor junction as the owners of the drumming feet suddenly hove into view directly in front of them. Hidden behind the corner, they goggled in amazement as about 24 overweight men and women pounded past them in tracksuits, panting and wheezing in a manner that would make a heart surgeon gibber. Ford Prefect stared after them. Joggers, he hissed, as the sound of their feet echoed away up and down the network of corridors. Joggers, whispered Arthur Dent. Joggers, said Ford Prefect with a shrug. The corridor they were concealed in was not like the others. It was very short and ended at a large steel door. Ford examined it, discovered the opening mechanism, and pushed it wide. The first thing that hit their eyes was what appeared to be a coffin. And the next 4,999 things that hit their eyes were also coffins. Chapter 23. The vault was low-ceilinged, dimly lit and gigantic. At the far end, about 300 yards away, an archway led through to what appeared to be a similar chamber, similarly occupied. Ford Prefect let out a low whistle as he stepped down onto the floor of the vault. "Wild," he said. "What's so great about dead people?" asked Arthur nervously, stepping down after him. "Dunno," said Ford. "Let's find out, shall we?" On closer inspection, the coffins seemed to be more like sarcophagi. They stood about waist-high and were constructed of what appeared to be white marble, which is almost certainly what it was, something that only appeared to be white marble. The tops were semi-translucent, and through them could dimly be perceived the features of their late and presumably lamented occupants. They were humanoid and had clearly left the troubles of whatever world it was. They came from far behind them, but beyond that little else could be discerned. Rolling slowly round the floor between the sarcophagi was a heavy, oily white gas which Arthur at first thought might be there to give the place a little atmosphere until he discovered that it also froze his ankles. The sarcophagi, too, were intensely cold to the touch. Ford suddenly crouched down beside one of them. He pulled a corner of his towel out of his satchel and started to rub furiously at something. "Look, there's a plaque on this one," he explained to Arthur. "It's frosted over." He rubbed the frost clear and examined the engraved characters. To Arthur, they looked like the footprints of a spider that had had one too many of whatever it is that spiders have on a night out. But Ford instantly recognized an early form of galactic Asteroid. It says Galgafrincham Arc Fleet, Ship B, holds 7, telephone, sanitizer 2nd class, and a serial number. "A telephone sanitizer?" said Arthur. "A dead telephone sanitizer? Best kind. But what's he doing here?" Ford peered through the top at the figure within. "Not a lot," he said, and suddenly flashed one of those grins of his, which always made people think he'd been overdoing things recently and should try to get some rest. He scampered over to another sarcophagus. A moment's brisk towel work, and he announced, "This one's a dead hairdresser." Poopy. The next sarcophagus revealed itself to be the last resting place of an advertising account executive, the one after that contained a second-hand car salesman, 3rd class. An inspection hatch let into the floor suddenly caught Ford's attention, and he squatted down to unfasten it, thrashing away at the clouds of freezing gas that threatened to envelope him. A thought occurred to Arthur. "If these are just coffins," he said, "why are they kept so cold? Or, indeed, why are they kept anyway?" said Ford, tugging the hatchway open. The gas poured down through it. "Why, in fact, is anyone going to all the trouble and expense of carting 5,000 dead bodies through space?" 10,000, said Arthur, pointing at the archway through which the next chamber was dimly visible. Ford stuck his head down through the floor hatchway. He looked up again. 15,000, he said. "There's another lot down there." 15 million, said a voice. "That's a lot," said Ford. A lot. "Turn around slowly," barked the voice, "and put your hands up. Any other move, and I blast you into tiny, tiny bits." "Hello," said Ford, turning round slowly, putting his hands up and not making any other move. "Why," said Arthur Dent, "isn't anyone ever pleased to see us?" Standing silhouetted in the doorway through which they had entered the vault was the man who wasn't pleased to see them. His displeasure was communicated partly by the barking, hectoring quality of his voice and partly by the viciousness with which he waved a long, silver kilo zap gun at them. The designer of the gun had clearly not been instructed to beat about the bush. Make it evil, he'd been told. Make it totally clear that this gun has a right end and a wrong end. Make it totally clear to anyone standing at the wrong end that things are going badly for them. If that means sticking all sort of spikes and prongs and blackened bits all over it, then so be it. This is not a gun for hanging over the fireplace or sticking in the umbrella stand. It is a gun for going out and making people miserable with. Ford and Arthur looked at the gun unhappily. The man with the gun moved from the door and circled round them. As he came into the light, they could see his black and gold uniform on which the buttons were so highly polished that they shone with an intensity that would have made an approaching motorist flash his lights in annoyance. He gestured at the door. "Out," he said. "People who can supply that amount of firepower don't need to supply verbs as well." Ford and Arthur went out, closely followed by the wrong end of the kilo zap gun and the buttons. Turning into the corridor, they were jostled by 24 oncoming joggers, now showered and changed, who swept on past them into the vault. Arthur turned to watch them in confusion. "Move!" screamed their captor. Arthur moved. Ford shrugged and moved. In the vault, the joggers went to 24 empty sarcophagi along the side wall, opened them, climbed in, and fell into 20 for dreamless sleeps. Chapter 24. Air, Captain. Yes, number 1? Just heard a sort of report thingy from number 2. Oh dear. High up in the bridge of the ship, the captain stared out into the infinite reaches of space with mild irritation. From where he reclined, beneath a wide domed bubble, he could see before and above them the vast panorama of stars through which they were moving. A panorama that had thinned out noticeably during the course of the voyage. Turning and looking backwards, over the vast 2-mile bulk of the ship, he could see the far denser mass of stars behind them, which seemed to form almost a solid band. This was the view through the galactic center from which they were traveling, and indeed had been traveling for years at a speed that he couldn't quite remember at the moment, but he knew it was terribly fast. It was something approaching the speed of something or other, or was it 3 times the speed of something else? Jolly impressive anyway. He peered into the bright distance behind the ship, looking for something. He did this every few minutes or so, but never found what he was looking for. He didn't let it worry him, though. The scientist chaps had been very insistent that everything was going to be perfectly all right, providing nobody panicked and everybody got on and did their bit in an orderly fashion. He wasn't panicking. As far as he was concerned, everything was going splendidly. He dabbed at his shoulder with a large frothy sponge. It crept back into his mind that he was feeling mildly irritated about something. Now what was all that about? A slight cough alerted him to the fact that the ship's first officer was still standing nearby. Nice chap, number 1. Not of the very brightest, had the odd spot of difficulty doing up his shoelaces, but jolly good officer. Material for all that. The captain wasn't a man to kick a chap when he was bending over trying to do up his shoelaces, however long it took him. Not like that ghastly number 2, strutting about all over the place, polishing his buttons, issuing reports every hour. Ship still moving, Captain. Still on course, Captain. Oxygen levels still being maintained, Captain. Give it a miss, was the captain's vote. Ah yes, that was the thing that had been irritating him. He peered down at number 1. Yes, Captain. He was shouting something or other about having found some prisoners. The captain thought about this. Seemed pretty unlikely to him, but he wasn't one to stand in his officer's way. Well, perhaps that'll keep him happy for a bit, he said. He's always wanted some. Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent trudged onwards up the ship's apparently endless corridors. Number 2 marched behind them, barking the occasional order about not making any false moves or trying any funny stuff. They seemed to have passed at least a mile of continuous brown Hessian wall weave. Finally, they reached a large steel door which slid open when number 2 shouted at it. They entered. To the eyes of Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent, the most remarkable thing about the ship's bridge was not the 50-foot diameter hemispherical dome which covered it, and through which the dazzling display of stars shone down on them. To people who have eaten at the restaurant at the end of the universe, such wonders are commonplace. Nor was it the bewildering array of instruments that crowded the long circumferential wall around them. To Arthur, this was exactly what spaceships were traditionally supposed to look like, and to Ford it looked thoroughly antiquated. It confirmed his suspicions that Disaster Area's stunt ship had taken them back at least 1 million, if not 2 million, years before their own time. No, the thing that really caught them off balance was the bath. The bath stood on a 6-foot pedestal of rough-hewn blue water crystal and was of a Baroque monstrosity not often seen outside the Maximeglan Museum of Diseased Imaginings. An intestinal jumble of plumbing had been picked out in gold leaf rather than decently buried at midnight in an unmarked grave. The taps and shower attachment would have made a gargoyle jump. As the dominant centerpiece of a starship bridge, it was terribly wrong, and it was with the embittered air of a man who knew this that number 2 approached it. "Captain, sir," he shouted through clenched teeth, but he'd had years during which to perfect it. A difficult trick. A large genial face and a genial foam-covered arm popped up above the rim of the monstrous bath. "Ah, hello, number 2, said the captain, waving a cheery sponge. "Having a nice day?" Number 2 snapped even further to attention than he already was. "I have brought you the prisoners I located in Freezer Base 7, sir," he yapped. Ford and Arthur coughed in confusion. "Air." "Hello," they said. The captain beamed at them. So number 2 had really found some prisoners. Well, good for him, thought the captain. Nice to see a chap doing what he's best at. Oh, hello there, he said to them. Excuse me not getting up, having a quick bath. Well, gin and tonics all round then. Look in the fridge number 1. Certainly, sir. It is a curious fact, and one to which no one knows quite how much importance to attach, that something like 85% of all known worlds in the galaxy, be they primitive or highly advanced, have invented a drink called gin and tonics, or gin and TN9, or gin and donix, or any one of 1,000 or more variations on the same phonetic theme. The drinks themselves are not the same, and vary between the Savalvian Chinanto/Nigs, which is ordinary water server at slightly above room temperature, and the Gagra-Kakan Gin Anthony KS, which kills cows at 100 paces, and in fact the one common factor between all of them, beyond the fact that the names sound the same, is that they were all invented and named before the worlds concerned made contact with any other worlds. What can be made of this fact? It exists in total isolation. As far as any theory of structural linguistics is concerned, it is right off the graph, and yet it persists. Old structural linguists get very angry when young structural linguists go on about it. Young structural linguists get deeply excited about it and stay up late at night convinced that they are very close to something of profound importance, and end up becoming old structural linguists before their time, getting very angry with the young ones. Structural linguistics is a bitterly divided and unhappy discipline, and a large number of its practitioners spend too many nights drowning their problems in whiskey and sodas. Number 2 stood before the captain's bathtub, trembling with frustration. "Don't you want to interrogate the prisoners, sir?" he squealed. The captain peered at him in bemusement. "Why on Golgafrincham should I want to do that?" he asked. "To get information out of them, sir. To find out why they came here." "Oh, no, no, no," said the captain. "I expect they just dropped in for a quick gin and tonics, don't you? But, sir, they're my prisoners. I must interrogate them." The captain looked at them doubtfully. "Oh, all right," he said, "if you must. Ask them what they want to drink." A hard, cold gleam came into number 2's eyes. He advanced slowly on Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent. "All right, you scum," he growled, "you vermin." He jabbed Ford with the Kilozap gun. "Steady on, number 2, admonished the captain gently. "What do you want to drink?" Number 2 screamed. "Well, the gin and tonics sounds very nice to me," said Ford. "What about you, Arthur?" Arthur blinked. "What? Oh, yes," he said. "With ice or without?" bellowed number 2. "Oh, with please," said Ford. "Lemon?" "Yes, please," said Ford. "And do you have any of those little biscuits? You know, the cheesy ones." "I'm asking the questions," howled number 2, his body quaking with apoplectic fury. "Air, number 2," said the captain softly. "Sir, push off, would you? There's a good chap. I'm trying to have a relaxing bath." Number 2's eyes narrowed and became what are known in the shouting and killing people trade as cold slits, the idea presumably being to give your opponent the impression that you have lost your glasses or are having difficulty keeping awake. Why this is frightening is an, as yet, unresolved problem. He advanced on the captain, his number 2's mouth a thin hard line. Again, tricky to know why this is understood as fighting behavior. If, whilst wandering through the jungle of trawl, you were suddenly to come upon the fabled ravenous bug-bladder beast, you would have reason to be grateful if its mouth was a thin hard line, rather than, as it usually is, a gaping mass of slavering fangs. "May I remind you, sir," hissed number 2 at the captain, "that you have now been in that bath for over 3 years." This final shot delivered, number 2 spun on his heel and stalked off to a corner to practice darting eye movements in the mirror. The captain squirmed in his bath. He gave Ford Prefect a lame smile. "Well, you need to relax a lot in a job like mine," he said. Ford slowly lowered his hands. It provoked no reaction. Arthur lowered his. Treading very slowly and carefully, Ford moved over to the bath pedestal. He patted it. "Nice," he lied. He wondered if it was safe to grin. Very slowly and carefully, he grinned. It was safe. "Air," he said to the captain. "Yes," said the captain. "I wonder," said Ford, "could I ask you actually what your job is in fact?" A hand tapped him on the shoulder. He span round. It was the first officer. "Your drinks," he said. "Ah, thank you," said Ford. He and Arthur took their gin and tonics. Arthur sipped his and was surprised to discover it tasted very like a whiskey and soda. "I mean, I couldn't help noticing," said Ford, also taking a sip. "The bodies in the hold." "Bodies?" said the captain in surprise. Ford paused and thought to himself, never take anything for granted, he thought. Could it be that the captain doesn't know he's got 15 million dead bodies on his ship? The captain was nodding cheerfully at him. He also appeared to be playing with a rubber duck. Ford looked around. Number 2 was staring at him in the mirror, but only for an instant. His eyes were constantly on the move. The first officer was just standing there holding the drinks tray and smiling benignly. Bodies, said the captain again. Ford licked his lips. Yes, he said. All those dead telephone sanitizers and account executives, you know, down in the hold. The captain stared at him. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed. Oh, they're not dead, he said. Good Lord, no. No, they're frozen. They're going to be revived. Ford did something he very rarely did. He blinked. Arthur seemed to come out of a trance. You mean you've got a hold full of frozen hairdressers? He said. Oh yes, said the captain, millions of them. Hairdressers, tired TV, producers, insurance salesmen, personnel officers, security guards, public relations executives, management consultants, you name them. We're going to colonize another planet. Ford wobbled very slightly. Exciting, isn't it? Said the captain. What, with that lot? Said Arthur. Ah. Now don't misunderstand me, said the captain. We're just one of the ships in the Ark fleet. We're the B Ark, you see. Sorry, could I just ask you to run a bit more hot water for me? Arthur obliged, and a cascade of pink frothy water swirled around the bath. The captain let out a sigh of pleasure. Thank you so much, my dear fellow. Do help yourselves to more drinks, of course. Ford tossed down his drink, took the bottle from the first officer's tray and refilled his glass to the top. What, he said, is a B Ark? This is, said the captain, and swished the foamy water around, joyfully with the duck. Yes, said Ford, but, well, what happened, you see, was, said the captain. Our planet, the world from which we have come, was, so to speak, doomed. Doomed? Oh yes. So what everyone thought was, let's pack the whole population into some giant spaceships and go and settle on another planet. Having told this much of his story, he settled back with a satisfied grunt. You mean a less doomed one? Promoted Arthur. What did you say, dear fellow? A less doomed planet. You were going to settle on. Are going to settle on, yes. So it was decided to build 3 ships. You see, 3 arcs in space, and I'm not boring you, am I? No, no, said Ford firmly. It's fascinating. You know it's delightful, reflected the captain, to have someone else to talk to for a change. Number 2's eyes darted feverishly about the room again and then settled back on the mirror, like a pair of flies briefly distracted from their favorite prey of months-old meat. Trouble with a long journey like this, continued the captain, is that you end up just talking to yourself a lot, which gets terribly boring because half the time you know what you're going to say. Next, only half the time? Asked Arthur in surprise. The captain thought for a moment. Yes, about half, I'd say. Anyway, around and found it. Where's the soap? He fished. Yes, so anyway, he resumed. The idea was that into the first ship, the ship, would go all the brilliant leaders, the scientists, the great artists, you know, all the achievers. And into the third, or C ship, would go all the people who did the actual work, who made things, and did things. And then into the B ship, that's us, everyone else, the middlemen, you see. He smiled happily at them. Would go, and we were sent off first, he concluded, and hummed a little bathing tune. The little bathing tune, which had been composed for him by one of his world's most exciting and prolific jingle writer, who was currently asleep in hold 36 some 900 yards behind them, covered what would otherwise have been an awkward moment of silence. Ford and Arthur shuffled their feet and furiously avoided each other's eyes. Air, said Arthur after a moment. What exactly was it that was wrong with your planet then? Oh, it was doomed, as I said the captain. Apparently it was going to crash into the sun or something. Or maybe it was that the moon was going to crash into us. Something of the kind. Absolutely. Terrifying prospect, whatever it was. Oh, said the first officer suddenly. I thought it was that the planet was going to be invaded by a gigantic swarm of 12-foot piranha bees. Wasn't that it? Number 2 span around, eyes ablaze with a cold hard light that only comes with the amount of practice he was prepared to put in. That's not what I was told, he hissed. My commanding officer told me that the entire planet was in imminent danger of being eaten by an enormous mutant stargoat. Oh, really? Said Ford Prefect. Yes, a monstrous creature from the pit of hell with scything teeth, 10,000 miles long, breath that would boil oceans, claws that could tear continents from their roots, 1,000 eyes that burned, like the sun, slavering jaws 1,000,000 miles across, a monster such as you have never, ever. And they made sure they sent you lot off first, did they? Inquired Arthur. Oh yes, said the captain. While everyone said, very nicely, I thought that it was very important for morale to feel that they would be arriving on a planet where they could be sure of a good haircut and where the phones were clean. Oh yes, agreed Ford. I can see that would be very important. And the other ships, they followed on after you, did they? For a moment the captain did not answer. He twisted round in his bath and gazed backwards over the huge bulk of the ship towards the bright galactic center. He squinted into the inconceivable distance. Ah, well, it's funny you should say that, he said, and allowed himself a slight frown at Ford Prefect, because curiously enough we haven't heard a peep out of them since we left 5 years ago, but they must be behind us somewhere. He peered off into the distance again. Ford peered with him and gave a thoughtful frown. Unless, of course, he said softly, they were eaten by the goat. Ah yes, said the captain with a slight hesitancy creeping into his voice, the goat. His eyes passed over the solid shapes of the instruments and computers that lined the bridge. They winked away, innocently at him. He stared out at the stars, but none of them said a word. He glanced at his first and second officers, but they seemed lost in their own thoughts for a moment. He glanced at Ford Prefect, who raised his eyebrows at him. It's a funny thing, you know, said the captain at last, but now that I actually come to tell the story to someone else. I mean, does it strike you as odd, number two? Error, said number two. Well, said Ford, I can see that you've got a lot of things you're going to talk about. So, thanks for the drinks, and if you could sort of drop us off at the nearest convenient planet. Ah, well, that's a little difficult, you see, said the captain, because our trajectory thingy was preset before we left Golgafrincham, I think. Partly because I'm not very good with figures. You mean we're stuck here on the ship? Exclaimed Ford, suddenly losing patience with the whole charade. When are you meant to be reaching this planet you're meant to be colonizing? Oh, we're nearly there, I think, said the captain. Any second now. It's probably time I was getting out of this bath, in fact. Oh, I don't know, though. Why stop just when I'm enjoying it? So we're actually going to land in a minute? Well, not so much land. In fact, not actually land as such, no? What are you talking about? Said Ford sharply. Well, said the captain, picking his way through the words carefully. I think as far as I can remember we were programmed to crash on it. Crash, shouted Ford and Arthur. Yes, said the captain. Yes, it's all part of the plan, I think. There was a terribly good reason for it which I can't quite remember at the moment. It was something to with, Ford exploded. You're a load of useless, bloody loonies, he shouted. Ah yes, that was it, beamed the captain. That was the reason. Chapter 25, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has this to say about the planet of Golgafrincham. It is a planet with an ancient and mysterious history, rich in legend, red, and occasionally green with the blood of those who sought in times gone by to conquer her, a land of parched and barren landscapes, of sweet and sultry air heady with the scent of the perfumed springs that trickle over its hot and dusty rocks and nourish the dark and musty lichens beneath, a land of fevered brows and intoxicated imaginings, particularly amongst those who taste the lichens, a land also of cool and shaded thoughts amongst those who have learned to forswear the lichens and find a tree to sit beneath, a land also of steel and blood and heroism, a land of the body and of the spirit. This was its history. And in all this ancient and mysterious history, the most mysterious figures of all were without doubt those of the great circling poets of Arium. These circling poets used to live in remote mountain passes, where they would lie in wait for small bands of unwary travelers, circle round them, and throw rocks at them. And when the travelers cried out, saying why didn't they go away, and get on with writing some poems instead of pestering people with all this rock-throwing business, they would suddenly stop, and then break into one of the 794 great song cycles of Vesilian. These songs were all of extraordinary beauty, and even more extraordinary length, and all fell into exactly the same pattern. The first part of each song would tell how there once went forth from the city of Vesilian a party of 5 sage princes with 4 horses. The princes, who were of course brave, noble, and wise, travel widely in distant lands, fought giant ogres, pursue exotic philosophies, take tea with weird gods, and rescue beautiful monsters from ravening princesses before finally announcing that they have achieved enlightenment and that their wanderings are therefore accomplished. The second and much longer. Part of each song would then tell of all their bickerings about which one of them is going to have to walk back. All this lay in the planet's remote past. It was, however, a descendant of one of these eccentric poets who invented the spurious tales of impending doom, which enabled the people of Golgafrincham to rid themselves of an entire useless third of their population. The other two-thirds stayed firmly at home and lived full, rich and happy lives until they were all suddenly wiped out by a virulent disease contracted from a dirty telephone. Chapter 26. That night the ship crash-landed onto an utterly insignificant little green-blue planet which circled a small unregarded yellow sun in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy. In the hours preceding the crash, Ford Prefect had fought furiously, but in vain, to unlock the controls of the ship from their preordained flight path. It had quickly become apparent to him that the ship had been programmed to convey its payload safely and uncomfortably to its new home, but to cripple itself beyond repair in the process. Its screaming, blazing descent through the atmosphere had stripped away most of its superstructure and outer shielding, and its final inglorious belly flop into a murky swamp had left its crew only a few hours of darkness during which to revive and offload its deep, frozen, and unwanted cargo. For the ship began to settle almost at once, slowly appending its gigantic bulk in the stagnant slime. Once or twice during the night, it was starkly silhouetted against the sky as burning meteors, the detritus of its descent, flashed across the sky. In the gray pre-dawn light, it let out an obscene roaring gurgle and sank forever into the stinking depths. When the sun came up that morning, it shed its thin, watery light over a vast area heaving with wailing hairdressers, public relations, executives, opinion pollsters, and the rest, all clawing their way desperately to dry land. A less strong-minded sun would probably have gone straight back, down again, but it continued to climb its way through the sky, and after a while the influence of its warming rays began to have some restoring effect on the feebly struggling creatures. Countless numbers had, unsurprisingly, been lost to the swamp in the night, and millions more had been sucked down with the ship. But those that survived still numbered hundreds of thousands, and as the day wore on they crawled out over the surrounding countryside, each looking for a few square feet of solid ground on which to collapse and recover from their nightmare ordeal. Two figures moved further afield. From a nearby hillside, Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent watched, the horror of which they could not feel apart. "Filthy, dirty trick to pull," muttered Arthur. Ford scraped a stick along the ground and shrugged. "An imaginative solution to a problem, I'd have thought," he said. "Why can't people just learn to live together in peace and harmony?" said Arthur. Ford gave a loud, very hollow laugh. 42, he said with a malicious grin. "No, doesn't work. Never mind." Arthur looked at him as if he'd gone mad, and, seeing nothing to indicate the contrary, realized that it would be perfectly reasonable to assume that this had in fact happened. "What do you think will happen to them all?" he said after a while. "In an infinite universe, anything can happen," said Ford. "Even survival." Strange, but true. A curious look came into his eyes as they passed over the landscape and then settles again on the scene of misery below them. "I think they'll manage for a while," he said. Arthur looked up sharply. "Why do you say that?" he said. Ford shrugged. "Just a hunch," he said, and refused to be drawn to any further questions. "Look," he said suddenly. Arthur followed his pointing finger. Down amongst the sprawling masses a figure was moving, or perhaps lurching would be a more accurate description. He appeared to be carrying something on his shoulder. As he lurched from prostrate form to prostrate form, he seemed to wave whatever the something was at them in a drunken fashion. After a while he gave up the struggle and collapsed in a heap. Arthur had no idea what this was meant to mean to him. "Movie camera," said Ford, "recording the historic movement." "Well, I don't know about you," said Ford again after a moment, "but I'm off." He sat a while in silence. After a while this seemed to require comment. "Air, when you say you're off, what do you mean exactly?" said Arthur. "Good question," said Ford. "I'm getting total silence." Looking over his shoulder, Arthur saw that he was twiddling with knobs on a small box. Ford had already introduced this box as a sub-ethosensomatic, but Arthur had merely nodded absently and not pursued the matter. In his mind, the universe still divided into two parts, the Earth and everything else. The Earth having been demolished to make way for a new hyperspace bypass meant that this view of things was a little lopsided, but Arthur tended to cling to that lopsidedness as being his last remaining contact with his home. Subethosensomatics belonged firmly in the everything else category. Not a sausage, said Ford, shaking the thing. Sausage, thought Arthur to himself as he gazed listlessly at the primitive world about him. What I wouldn't give for a good Earth. Sausage. Would you believe, said Ford in exasperation, that there are no transmissions of any kind within light years of this benighted tip? Are you listening to me? What? Said Arthur. We're in trouble, said Ford. Oh, said Arthur. This sounded like month-old news to him. Until we pick up anything on this machine, said Ford, our chances of getting off this planet are zero. It may be some freak, standing wave effect in the planet's magnetic field, in which case we just travel round and round till we find a clear reception area. Coming. He picked up his gear and strode off. Arthur looked down the hill. The man with the movie camera hat struggled back up to his feet just in time to film one of his colleagues, collapsing. Arthur picked a blade of grass and strode off after Ford. Chapter 27. I trust you had a pleasant meal, said Zarnawup to Zaphod and Trillian as they rematerialized on the bridge of the starship Heart of Gold and lay panting on the floor. Zaphod opened some eyes and glowered at him. You, he spat. He staggered to his feet and stomped off to find a chair to slump into. He found one and slumped into it. I have programmed the computer with the improbability coordinates pertinent to our journey, said Zarnawup. We will arrive there very shortly. Meanwhile, why don't you relax and prepare yourself for the meeting? Zaphod said nothing. He got up again and marched over to a small cabinet from which he pulled a bottle of old jank spirit. He took a long pull at it. And when this is all done, said Zaphod savagely, it's done, all right? I'm free to go and do what the hell I like and lie on beaches and stuff. It depends what transpires from the meeting, said Zarnawup. Zaphod, who is this man? Said Trillian shakily, wobbling to her feet. What's he doing here? Why is he on our ship? He's a very stupid man, said Zaphod, who wants to meet the man who rules the universe. Ah, said Trillian, taking the bottle from Zaphod and helping herself, a social climber. Chapter 28. The major problem. Several. One of the major problems, for there are, one of the many major problems with governing people is that of whom you get to do it, or rather of whom manages to get people to let them do it to them. To summarize, it is a well-known fact that those people who most want to rule people are, ipso facto, those least suited to do it. 2. Summarize the summary. Anyone who is capable of getting themselves made president should on no account be allowed to do the job. To summarize the summary of the summary, people are a problem. And so this is the situation we find, a succession of galactic presidents who so much enjoy the fun and palaver of being in power that they very rarely notice that they're not. And somewhere in the shadows behind them, who can possibly rule if no one who wants to do it can be allowed to? Chapter 29. On a small, obscure world somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in particular, nowhere, that is, that could ever be found, since it is protected by a vast field of improbability to which only 6 men in this galaxy have a key. It was raining. It was bucketing down, and had been for hours. It beat the top of the sea into a mist. It pounded the trees. It churned and slopped a stretch of scrubby land near the sea into a mud bath. The rain pelted and danced on the corrugated iron roof of the small shack that stood in the middle of this patch of scrubby land. It obliterated the small, rough pathway that led from the shack down to the seashore and smashed apart the neat piles of interesting shells which had been placed there. The noise of the rain on the roof of the shack was deafening within, but went largely unnoticed by its occupant, whose attention was otherwise engaged. He was a tall, shambling man with rough, straw-colored hair that was damp from the leaking roof. His clothes were shabby, his back was hunched, and his eyes, though open, seemed closed. In his shack was an old, beaten-up armchair, an old scratch table, an old mattress, some cushions, and a stove that was small but warm. There was also an old and slightly weather-beaten cat, and this was currently the focus of the man's attention. He bent his shambling form over it. Pussy, 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 he said. Kuchiko chiki kuchiko, pussy, want his fish? Nice piece of fish, pussy wanted. The cat seemed undecided on the matter. It pawed rather condescendingly at the piece of fish the man was holding out, and then got distracted by a piece of dust on the floor. Pussy not eat his fish, pussy get thin and waste away, I think, said the man. Doubt crept into his voice. I imagine this is what will happen, he said. But how can I tell? He proffered the fish again. Pussy think, he said, eat fish or not eat fish. I think it is better if I don't get involved. He sighed. I think fish is nice, but then I think that rain is wet. So who am I to judge? He left the fish on the floor for the cat and retired to his seat. Ah, I seem to see you eating it, he said at last, as the cat exhausted the entertainment possibilities of the speck of dust and pounced onto the fish. I like it when I see you eat the fish, said the man, because in my mind you will waste away if you don't. He picked up from the table a piece of paper and the stub of a pencil. He held one in one hand and the other in the other, and experimented with the different ways of bringing them together. He tried holding the pencil under the paper, then over the paper, then next to the paper. He tried wrapping the paper around the pencil. He tried rubbing the stubby end of the pencil against the paper, and then he tried rubbing the sharp end of the pencil against the paper. It made a mark, and he was delighted with the discovery, as he was every day. He picked up another piece of paper from the table. This had a crossword on it. He studied it briefly and filled in a couple of clues before losing interest. He tried sitting on one of his hands and was intrigued by the feel of the bones of his hip. Fish come from far away, he said, or so I'm told. Or so I imagine. I'm told. When the men come, or when in my mind the men come in, there's 6 black ships. Do they come in your mind too? What do you see, pussy? He looked at the cat, which was more concerned with getting the fish down as rapidly as possible than it was with these speculations. And when I hear their questions, do you hear questions? What do their voices mean to you? Perhaps you just think they're singing songs to you. He reflected on this and saw the flaw in the supposition. Perhaps they are singing songs to you, he said, and I just think they're asking me questions. He paused again. Sometimes he would pause for days just to see what it was like. Do you think they came today? He said. I do. There's mud on the floor, cigarettes and whiskey on the table, fish on a plate for you, and a memory of them in my mind. Hardly conclusive evidence, I know, but then all evidence is circumstantial. And look what else they've left, me. He reached over to the table and pulled some things off it. Crosswords, dictionaries, and a calculator. He played with the calculator for an hour, whilst the cat went to sleep and the rain outside continued to pour. Eventually, he put the calculator aside. I think I must be right in thinking they asked me questions, he said. To come all that way and leave all these things for the privilege of singing songs to you would be very strange behavior. Or so it seems to me. Who can tell? Who can tell? From the table, he picked up a cigarette and lit it with a spill from the stove. He inhaled deeply and sat back. I think I saw another ship in the sky today, he said at last. A big, white one. I've never seen a big white one, just the 6 black ones. And the 6 green ones. And the others who say they come from so far away. Never a big white one. Perhaps 6 small black ones can look like one big white one at certain times. Perhaps I would like a glass of whiskey. Yes, that seems more likely. He stood up and found a glass that was lying on the floor by the mattress. He poured in a measure from his whiskey bottle. He sat again. Perhaps some other people are coming to see me, he said. 100 yards away, pelted by the torrential rain, lay the heart of gold. Its hatchway opened, and 3 figures emerged, huddling into themselves to keep the rain off their faces. In there, shouted Trillion above the noise of the rain. Yes, said Zarniwoop. That shack. Yes. Weird, said Zaphod. But it's in the middle of nowhere, said Trillion. We must have come to the wrong place. You can't rule the universe from a shack. They hurried through the pouring rain and arrived, wet through, at the door. They knocked. They shivered. The door opened. Hello, said the man. Ah, excuse me, said Zarniwoop. I have reason to believe. Do you rule the universe? Said Zaphod. The man smiled at him. I try not to, he said. Are you wet? Zaphod looked at him in astonishment. Wet? He cried. Doesn't it look as if we're wet? That's how it looks to me, said the man. But how you feel about it might be an altogether different matter. If you feel warmth makes you dry, you'd better come in. They went in. They looked around the tiny shack, Zarniwoop with slight distaste, Trillion with interest, Zaphod with delight. Hey, said Zaphod. What's your name? The man looked at them doubtfully. I don't know. Why do you think I should have one? It seems very odd to give a bundle of vague sensory perceptions a name. He invited Trillion to sit in the chair. He sat on the edge of the chair. Zarniwoop leaned stiffly against the table and Zaphod lay on the mattress. Wowie, said Zaphod, the seat of power. He tickled the cat. Listen, said Zarniwoop, I must ask you some questions. All right, said the man kindly. You can sing to my cat if you like. Would he like that? Asked Zaphod. You'd better ask him, said the man. Does he talk? Said Zaphod. I have no memory of him talking, said the man. But I am very unreliable. Zarniwoop pulled some notes out of a pocket. Now, he said, you do rule the universe, do you? How can I tell? Said the man. Zarnawup ticked off a note on the paper. How long have you been doing this? Ah, said the man. This is a question about the past, is it? Zarnawup looked at him in puzzlement. This wasn't exactly what he had been expecting. Yes, he said. How can I tell, said the man, that the past isn't a fiction designed to account for the discrepancy between my immediate physical sensations and my state of mind? Zarnawup stared at him. The steam began to rise from his sodden clothes. So you answer all questions like this? He said. The man answered quickly. I say what it occurs to me to say when I think I hear people say things. More I cannot say. Zaphod laughed happily. I'll drink to that, he said, and pulled out the bottle of jank spirit. He leaped up and handed the bottle to the ruler of the universe, who took it with pleasure. Good on you, great ruler, he said. Tell it like it is. No, listen to me, said Zarnawup. People come to you, do they? In ships? I think so, said the man. He handed the bottle to Trillian. And they ask you, said Zarnawup, to take decisions for them? About people's lives, about worlds, about economies, about wars, about everything going on out there in the universe. Out there, said the man. Out where? Out there, said Zarnawup, pointing at the door. How can you tell there's anything out there? Said the man politely. The doors closed. The rain continued to pound the roof. Inside the shack it was warm. But you know there's a whole universe out there, cried Zarnawup. You can't dodge your responsibilities by saying they don't exist. The ruler of the universe thought for a long while Zarnawup quivered with anger. You're very sure of your facts, he said at last. I couldn't trust the thinking of a man who takes the universe, if there is one. Granted, Zarnawup still quivered, but was silent. For I only decide about my universe, continued the man quietly. My universe is my eyes and my ears. Anything else is hearsay. But don't you believe in anything? The man shrugged and picked up his cat. I don't understand what you mean, he said. You don't understand that what you decide in this shack of yours affects the lives and fates of millions of people? This is all monstrously wrong. I don't know. I've never met all these people you speak of. And neither, I suspect, have you. They only exist in words we hear. It is folly to say you know what is happening to other people. Only they know if they exist. They have their own universes of their own eyes and ears. Trillian said, I think I'm just popping outside for a moment. She left and walked into the rain. Do you believe other people exist? Insisted Zarnawup. I have no opinion. How can I say? I'd better see what's up with Trillian, said Zaphod and slipped out. Outside, he said to her, I think the universe is in pretty good hands, yeah? Very good, said Trillian. They walked off into the rain. Inside, Zarnawup continued. But don't you understand that people live or die on your word? The ruler of the universe waited for as long as he could. When he heard the faint sound of the ship's engines starting, he spoke to cover it. It's nothing to do with me, he said. I am not involved with people. The Lord knows I am not a cruel man. Ah, barked Zarnawup. You say the Lord. You believe in something. My cat, said the man benignly, picking it up and stroking it. I call him the Lord. I am kind to him. All right, said Zarnawup, pressing home his point. How do you know he exists? How do you know he knows you to be kind or enjoys what he thinks of as your kindness? I don't, said the man with a smile. I have no idea. It merely pleases me to behave in a certain way to what appears to be a cat. Do you behave any differently? Please, I think I am tired. Zarnawup heaved a thoroughly dissatisfied sigh and looked about. Where are the other two? He said suddenly. What other two? Said the ruler of the universe, settling back into his chair and refilling his whiskey glass. Beeblebrox and the girl, the two who were here. I remember no one. The past is a fiction to account for. Stuff it, snapped Zarnawup and ran out into the rain. There was no ship. The rain continued to churn the mud. There was no sign to show where the ship had been. He hollered into the rain. He turned and ran back to the shack and found it locked. The ruler of the universe dozed lightly in his chair. After a while, he played with the pencil and the paper again and was delighted when he discovered how to make a mark with the one on the other. Various noises continued outside, but he didn't know whether they were real or not. He then talked to his table for a week to see how it would react. Chapter 30. The stars came out that night, dazzling in their brilliance and clarity. Ford and Arthur had walked more miles than they had any means of judging and finally stopped to rest. The night was cool and balmy, the air pure, the sub-ethos sends omatic totally silent. A wonderful stillness hung over the world, a magical calm which, combined with the soft fragrances of the woods, the quiet chatter of insects, and the brilliant light of the stars to soothe their jangled spirits. Even Ford Prefect, who had seen more worlds than he could count on, a long afternoon, was moved to wonder if this was the most beautiful he had ever seen. All that day they had passed through rolling green hills and valleys, richly covered with grasses, wild scented flowers, and tall thickly leaved trees. The sun had warmed them. Light breezes had kept them cool, and Ford Prefect had checked his subethus senso-matic at less and less frequent intervals, and had exhibited less and less annoyance at its continued silence. He was beginning to think he liked it here. Cool though the night air was, they slept soundly and comfortably in the open and awoke a few hours later with the light dewfall feeling, refreshed but hungry. Ford had stuffed some small rolls into his satchel at Milloway's, and they breakfasted off those before moving on. So far they had wandered purely at random, but now they struck out firmly eastwards, feeling that if they were going to explore this world, they should have some clear idea of where they had come from and where they were going. Shortly before noon, they had their first indication that the world they had landed on was not an uninhabited one, a half-glimpsed face amongst the trees, watching them. It vanished at the moment they both saw it, but the image they were both left with was of a humanoid creature, curious to see them but not alarmed. Half an hour later, they glimpsed another such face, and 10 minutes after that another. A minute later, they stumbled into a wide clearing and stopped short. Before them in the middle of the clearing stood a group of about 24 men and women. They stood still and quiet facing Ford and Arthur. Around some of the women huddled some small children, and behind the group was a ramshackle array of small dwellings made of mud and branches. Ford and Arthur held their breath. The tallest of the men stood a little over 5 feet high. They all stooped forward slightly, had longish arms and lowish foreheads, and clear bright eyes with which they stared intently at the strangers. Seeing that they carried no weapons and made no move towards them, Ford and Arthur relaxed slightly. For a while the two groups simply stared at each other, neither side making any move. The natives seemed puzzled by the intruders, and whilst they showed no sign of aggression, they were quite clearly not issuing any invitations. For a full 2 minutes, nothing continued to happen. After 2 minutes, Ford decided it was time something happened. "Hello," he said. The women drew their children slightly closer to them. The men made hardly any discernible move, and yet their whole disposition made it clear that the greeting was not welcome. It was not resented in any great degree. It was just not welcome. One of the men, who had been standing slightly forward of the rest of the group and who might therefore have been their leader, stepped forward. His face was quiet and calm, almost serene. "Ugh, hug her, roo erg," he said quietly. This caught Arthur by surprise. He had grown so used to receiving an instantaneous and unconscious translation of everything he heard via the babble fish lodged in his ear that he had ceased to be aware of it, and he was only reminded of its presence now by the fact that it didn't seem to be working. Vague shadows of meaning had flickered at the back of his mind, but there was nothing he could get any firm grasp on. He guessed, correctly as it happens, that these people had as yet evolved no more than the barest rudiments of language, and that the babble fish was therefore powerless to help. He glanced at Ford, who was infinitely more experienced in these matters. "I think," said Ford out of the corner of his mouth, "he's asking us if we'd mind walking on round the edge of the village." A moment later, a gesture from the man-creature seemed to confirm this. "Rurgurg, agug, aru, yuji," continued the man-creature. "The general gist," said Ford, "as far as I can make out, is that we are welcome to continue our journey in any way we like, but if we would walk round his village rather than through it would make them all very happy." "So what do we do?" "I think we make them happy," said Ford. Slowly and watchfully they walked round the perimeter of the clearing. This seemed to go down very well with the natives, who bowed to them very slightly and then went about their business. Ford and Arthur continued their journey through the wood. A few 100 yards past the clearing, they suddenly came upon a small pile of fruit lying in their path. Berries that looked remarkably like raspberries and blackberries, and pulpy, green-skinned fruit that looked remarkably like pears. So far they had steered clear of the fruit and berries they had seen, though the trees and bush were laden with them. "Look at it this way," Ford Prefect had said, "fruit and berries on strange planets either make you live or make you die. Therefore, the point at which to start toying with them is when you're going to die if you don't. That way you stay ahead. The secret of healthy hitchhiking is to eat junk food." They looked at the pile that lay in their path with suspicion. It looked so good it made them almost dizzy with hunger. "Look at it this way," said Ford. Yes," said Arthur. "I'm trying to think of a way of looking at it which means we get to eat it," said Ford. The leaf-dappled sun gleamed on the pulp skins of the things which looked like pears. The things which looked like raspberries and strawberries were fatter and riper than any Arthur had ever seen, even in ice cream commercials. "Why don't we eat them and think about it afterwards?" he said. "Maybe that's what they want us to do." "All right, look at it this way. Sounds good so far. It's there for us to eat. Either it's good or it's bad. Either they want to feed us or to poison us. If it's poisonous and we don't eat it, they'll just attack us some other way. If we don't eat, we lose out either way." "I like the way you're thinking," said Ford. "Now eat one." Hesitantly, Arthur picked up one of those things that looked like pears. "I always thought that about the Garden of Eden story," said Ford. "Eh? Garden of Eden. Tree. Apple. That bit. Remember?" "Yes, of course I do. Your God person puts an apple tree in the middle of a garden and says, 'Do what you like, guys. Oh, but don't eat the apple.' Surprise, surprise, they eat it, and he leaps out from behind a bush shouting, 'Gotcha!' It wouldn't have made any difference if they hadn't eaten it. Why not? Because if you're dealing with somebody who has the sort of mentality which likes leaving hats on the pavement with bricks under them, you know perfectly well they won't give up. They'll get you in the end. What are you talking about? Never mind. Eat the fruit. You know, this place almost looks like the Garden of Eden. Eat the fruit. Sounds quite like it too." Arthur took a bite from the thing which looked like a pear. "It's a pear," he said. A few moments later, when they had eaten the lot, Ford Prefect turned round and called out, "Thank you. Thank you very much," he called. "You're very kind." They went on their way. For the next 50 miles of their journey eastward, they kept on, finding the occasional gift of fruit lying in their path, and though they once or twice had a quick glimpse of a native man-creature amongst the trees, they never again made direct contact. They decided they rather liked a race of people who made it clear that they were grateful simply to be left alone. The fruit and berries stopped after 50 miles, because that was where the sea started. Having no pressing calls on their time, they built a raft and crossed the sea. It was reasonably calm, only about 60 miles wide, and they had a reasonably pleasant crossing, landing in a country that was at least as beautiful as the one they had left. Life was, in short, ridiculously easy, and for a while at least they were able to cope with the problems of aimlessness and isolation by deciding to ignore them. When the craving for company became too great, they would know where to find it. But for the moment, they were happy to feel that the Golgafrinchans were hundreds of miles behind them. Nevertheless, Ford Prefect began to use his sub-ethos sensomatic more often again. Only once did he pick up a signal, but that was so faint and from such enormous distance that it depressed him more than the silence that had otherwise continued unbroken. On a whim, they turned northwards. After weeks of traveling, they came to another sea, built another raft, and crossed it. This time it was harder going. The climate was getting colder. Arthur suspected a streak of masochism in Ford Prefect. The increasing difficulty of the journey seemed to give him a sense of purpose that was otherwise lacking. He strode onwards relentlessly. Their journey northwards brought them into steep mountainous terrain of breathtaking sweep and beauty. The vast, jagged, snow-covered peaks ravished their senses. The cold began to bite into their bones. They wrapped themselves in animal skins and furs which Ford Prefect acquired by a technique he once learned from a couple of ex-Prolite monks running a mind-surfing resort in the hills of Honey. The galaxy is littered with ex-Prolite monks, all on the make, because the mental control techniques the order have evolved as a form of devotional discipline are, frankly, sensational. And extraordinary numbers of monks leave the order just after they have finished their devotional training and just before they take their final vows to stay locked in small metal boxes for the rest of their lives. Ford's technique seemed to consist mainly of standing still for a while and smiling. After a while, an animal, a deer perhaps, would appear from out of the trees and watch him cautiously. Ford would continue to smile at it. His eyes would soften and shine, and he would seem to radiate a deep and universal love, a love which reached out to embrace all of creation. A wonderful quietness would descend on the surrounding countryside, peaceful and serene, emanating from this transfigured man. Slowly the deer would approach, step by step, until it was almost nuzzling him, whereupon Ford Prefect would reach out to it and break its neck. Pheromone control, he said it was. You just have to know how to generate the right smell. Chapter 31. A few days after landing in this mountainous land, they hit a coastline which swept diagonally before them from the southwest to the northeast, a coastline of monumental grandeur, deep, majestic ravines, soaring pinnacles of ice fjords. For 2 further days they scrambled and climbed over the rocks and glaciers, awestruck with beauty. "Arthur!" yelled Ford suddenly. It was the afternoon of the second day. Arthur was sitting on a high rock watching the thundering sea smashing itself against the craggy promontories. "Arthur!" yelled Ford again. Arthur looked to where Ford's voice had come from, carried faintly in the wind. Ford had gone to examine a glacier, and Arthur found him there, crouching by the solid wall of blue ice. He was tense with excitement. His eyes darted up to meet Arthur's. "Look," he said, "look." Arthur looked. He saw the solid wall of blue ice. "Yes," he said, "it's a glacier. I've already seen it." "No," said Ford. "You've looked at it. You haven't seen it. Look." Ford was pointing deep into the heart of the ice. Arthur peered. He saw nothing but vague shadows. "Move back from it," insisted Ford. "Look again." Arthur moved back and looked again. "No," he said and shrugged. "What am I supposed to be looking for?" And suddenly he saw it. "You see it." He saw it. His mouth started to speak, but his brain decided it hadn't got anything to say yet and shut it again. His brain then started to contend with the problem of what his eyes told it they were looking at, but in doing so relinquished control of the mouth, which promptly fell open again. Once more gathering up the jaw, his brain lost control of his left hand, which then wandered around in an aimless fashion. For a second or so the brain tried to catch the left hand without letting go of the mouth and simultaneously tried to think about what was buried in the ice, which is probably why the legs went and Arthur dropped restfully to the ground. The thing that had been causing all this neural upset was a network of shadows in the ice, about 18 inches beneath the surface. Looked at it from the right angle, they resolved into the solid shapes of letters from an alien alphabet, each about 3 feet high, and for those, like Arthur, who couldn't read Magrathian, there was above the letters the outline of a face hanging in the ice. It was an old face, thin and distinguished, careworn but not unkind. It was the face of the man who had won an award for designing the coastline they now knew themselves to be standing on. Chapter 32. A thin whine filled the air. It whirled and howled through the trees, upsetting the squirrels. A few birds flew off in disgust. The noise danced and skittered round the clearing. It hooped, it rasped, it generally offended. The captain, however, regarded the lone bagpiper with an indulgent eye. Little could disturb his equanimity. Indeed, once he had got over the loss of his gorgeous bath during that unpleasantness in the swamp all those months ago, he had begun to find his new life remarkably congenial. A hollow had been scooped out of a large rock, which stood in the middle of the clearing, and in this he would bask daily whilst attendants sloshed water over him. Not particularly warm water, it must be said, as they hadn't yet worked out a way of heating it. Never mind, that would come, and in the meantime search parties were scouring the countryside far and wide for a hot spring, preferably one in a nice leafy glade, and if it was near a soap mine, perfection. To those who said that they had a feeling soap wasn't found in mines, the captain had ventured to suggest that perhaps that was because no one had looked hard enough, and this possibility had been reluctantly acknowledged. No, life was very pleasant, and the greatest thing about it was that when the hot spring was found, complete with leafy glade and sweet, and when in the fullness of time the cry came reverberating across the hills that the soap mine had been located and was producing 500 cakes a day, it would be more pleasant still. It was very important to have things to look forward to. Wail, wail, screech, wail, howl, honk, squeak went the bagpipes, increasing the captain's already considerable pleasure at the thought that any moment now they might stop. That was something he looked forward to as well. What else was pleasant, he asked himself. Well, so many things. The red and gold of the trees, now that autumn was approaching. The peaceful chatter of scissors a few feet from his bath, where a couple of hairdressers were exercising their skills on a dozing art director and his assistant. The sunlight gleaming off the 6 shiny telephones lined up along the edge of his rock-hewn bath. The only thing nicer than a phone that didn't ring all the time, or indeed at all, was 6 phones that didn't ring all the time, or indeed at all. Nicest of all was the happy murmur of all the hundreds of people slowly assembling in the clearing around him to watch the afternoon committee meeting. The captain punched his rubber duck playfully on the beak. The afternoon committee meetings were his favorite. Other eyes watched the assembling crowds. High in a tree on the edge of the clearing squatted Ford Prefect, lately returned from foreign climes. After his 6-month journey, he was lean and healthy. His eyes gleamed. He wore a reindeer skin coat. His beard was as thick, and his face as bronzed as a country rock singer's. He and Arthur Dent had been watching the Galgafrinchans for almost a week now, and Ford had decided to stir things up a bit. The clearing was now full. Hundreds of men and women lounged around, chatting, eating fruit, playing cards, and generally having a fairly relaxed time of it. Their tracksuits were now all dirty and even torn, but they all had immaculately styled hair. Ford was puzzled to see that many of them had stuffed their tracksuits full of leaves and wondered if this was meant to be some form of insulation against the coming winter. Ford's eyes narrowed. They couldn't be interested in botany of a sudden, could they? In the middle of these speculations, the captain's voice rose above the hubbub. "All right," he said. "I'd like to call this meeting to some sort of order, if that's at all possible. Is that all right with everybody?" He smiled genially. "In a minute, when you're all ready." The talking gradually died away and the clearing fell silent, except for the bagpiper, who seemed to be in some wild and uninhabitable musical world of his own. A few of those in his immediate vicinity threw some leaves to him. If there was any reason for this, then it escaped Ford Prefect for the moment. A small group of people had clustered round the captain, and one of them was clearly beginning to speak. He did this by standing up, clearing his throat, and then gazing off into the distance as if to signify to the crowd that he would be with them in a minute. The crowd, of course, were riveted and all turned their eyes on him. A moment of silence followed, which Ford judged to be the right, dramatic moment to make his entry. The man turned to speak. Ford dropped down out of the tree. "Hi there," he said. The crowd swiveled round. "Ah, my dear fellow," called out the captain. "Got any matches on you? Or a lighter? Anything like that?" "No," said Ford, sounding a little deflated. It wasn't what he'd prepared. He decided he'd better be a little stronger on the subject. "No, I haven't," he continued. "No matches. Instead, I bring you news." "Pity," said the captain. "We've all run out, you see. Haven't had a hot bath in weeks." Ford refused to be headed off. "I bring you news," he said, "of a discovery that might interest you." "Is it on the agenda?" snapped the man whom Ford had interrupted. Ford smiled a broad country rock singer smile. "Now, come on," he said. "Well, I'm sorry," said the man huffily, "but speaking as a management consultant of many years' standing, I must insist on the importance of observing the committee structure." Ford looked round the crowd. "He's mad, you know," he said. "This is a prehistoric planet." "Address the chair," snapped the management consultant. "There isn't chair," explained Ford. "There's only a rock." The management consultant decided that testiness was what the situation now called for. "Well, call it a chair," he said testily. "Why not call it a rock?" asked Ford. "You obviously have no conception," said the management consultant, "not abandoning testiness in favor of good old-fashioned hauteur of modern business methods. And you have no conception of where you are," said Ford. A girl with a strident voice leapt to her feet and used it. "Shut up, you two," she said. "I want a table emotion." "You mean boulder emotion," tittered a hairdresser. "Order, order," yapped the management consultant. "All right," said Ford. "Let's see how you are doing." He plunked himself down on the ground to see how long he could keep his temper. The captain made a sort of conciliatory harumphing noise. "I would like to call to order," he said pleasantly, "the 573rd meeting of the Colonization Committee of Fintelwoodlewicks." 10 seconds, thought Ford as he leapt to his feet again. "This is futile," he exclaimed. 573 committee meetings, and you haven't even discovered fire yet. "If you would care," said the girl with the strident voice, "to examine the agenda sheet." "Agenda rock," trilled the hairdresser happily. "Thank you. I've made that point," muttered Ford. "You will see," continued the girl firmly, "that we are having a report from the hairdresser's Fire Development Subcommittee today." "Oh, said the hairdresser with a sheepish look, which is recognized the whole galaxy over as meaning air. "Well, next Tuesday, do." "All right," said Ford, rounding on him. "What have you done?" "What are you going to do?" "What are your thoughts on fire development?" "Well, I don't know," said the hairdresser. "All they gave me was a couple of sticks." "So what have you done with them?" Nervously, the hairdresser fished in his tracksuit top and handed over the fruits of his labor to Ford. Ford held them up for all to see. "Curling tongs," he said. The crowd applauded. "Never mind," said Ford. "Rome wasn't burnt in a day." The crowd hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about, but they loved it nevertheless. They applauded. "Well, "You're obviously being totally naive, of course," said the girl. "When you've been in marketing as long as I have, you'll know that. Before any new product can be developed, it has to be properly researched. We've got to find out what people want from fire, how they relate to it, what sort of image it has for them." The crowd were tense. They were expecting something wonderful from Ford. "Stick it up your nose," he said. "Which is precisely the sort of thing we need to know," insisted the girl. "Do people want fire that can be applied nasally?" "Do you?" Ford asked the crowd. "Yes," shouted some. "No," shouted others happily. They didn't know, they just thought it was great. "And the wheel," said the captain. "What about this wheel thingy? It sounds a terribly interesting project." "Ah," said the marketing girl. "Well, we're having a little difficulty there." "Difficulty?" exclaimed Ford. "Difficulty? What do you mean, difficulty? It's the single simplest machine in the entire universe." The marketing girl soured him with a look. "All right, Mr. Wise Guy," she said. "You're so clever. You tell us what color it should have." The crowd went wild. "Went up to the home team," they thought. Ford shrugged his shoulders and sat down again. "Almighty Zarquan," he said, "have none of you done anything?" As if in answer to his question, there was a sudden clamor of noise from the entrance to the clearing. The crowd couldn't believe the amount of entertainment they were getting this afternoon. In marched a squad of about a dozen men dressed in the remnants of their Golgafrincham 3rd Regiment dress uniforms. About half of them still carried kilo-zap guns. The rest now carried spears which they struck together as they marched. They looked bronzed, healthy, and utterly exhausted and bedraggled. They clattered to a halt and banged to attention. One of them fell over and never moved again. "Captain, sir," cried number 2. "Permission to report, sir." For he was their leader. "Yes. All right, number 2. Welcome back and all that. Find any hot springs?" said the captain despondently. "No, sir. Thought you wouldn't." Number 2 strode through the crowd and presented arms before the bath. "We have discovered another continent." "When was this?" "It lies across the sea," said number 2, narrowing his eyes significantly to the east. "Ah." Number 2 turned to face the crowd. He raised his gun above his head. "This is going to be great," thought the crowd. "We have declared war on it." While the banded cheering broke out in all corners of the clearing, this was beyond all expectation. "Wait a minute," shouted Ford Prefect. "Wait a minute." He leapt to his feet and demanded silence. After a while he got it, or at least the best silence he could hope for under the circumstances. The circumstances were that the bagpiper was spontaneously composing a national anthem. "Do we have to have the piper?" demanded Ford. "Oh yes," said the captain. "We've given him a grant." Ford considered opening this idea up for debate, but quickly decided that that way madness lay. Instead, he slung a well-judged rock at the piper and turned to face number 2. "War?" he said. "Yes." Number 2 gazed contemptuously at Ford Prefect. "On the next continent?" "Yes. Total warfare. The war to end all wars. But there's no one even living there yet." "Ah, interesting," thought the crowd. "Nice point." Number 2's gaze hovered undisturbed. In this respect, his eyes were like a couple of mosquitoes that hover purposefully 3 inches from your nose and refuse to be deflected by arm thrashes, fly swats, or rolled newspapers. "I know that," he said, "but there will be one day. So we have left an open-ended ultimatum." "What?" "And blown up a few military installations." The captain leaned forward out of his bath. "Military installations, number 2, he said. For a moment the eyes wavered. "Yes, sir. Well, potential military installations." "All right, trees." The moment of uncertainty passed. His eyes flickered like whips over his audience. "And," he roared, "we interrogated a gazelle." He flipped his kilo-zap gun smartly under his arm and marched off through the pandemonium that had now erupted throughout the ecstatic crowd. A few steps was all he managed before he was caught up and carried shoulder-high for a lap of honor around the clearing. Ford sat and idly tapped a couple of stones together. "So what else have you done?" he inquired after the celebrations had died down. "We have started a culture," said the marketing girl. "Oh yes," said Ford. "Yes. One of our film producers is already making a fascinating documentary about the indigenous cavemen of the area." "They're not cavemen. They look like cavemen." "Do they live in caves?" "Well, they live in huts." "Perhaps they're having their caves redecorated," called out a wag from the crowd. Ford rounded on him angrily. "Very funny," he said. "But have you noticed that they're dying out?" On their journey back, Ford and Arthur had come across 2 derelict villages and the bodies of many natives in the woods, where they had crept away to die. Those that still lived were stricken and listless. as if they were suffering some disease of the spirit rather than the body. They moved sluggishly and with an infinite sadness. Their future had been taken away from them. Dying out, repeated Ford. Do you know what that means? Air. We shouldn't sell them any life insurance, called out the wag. Again, Ford ignored him and appealed to the whole crowd. Can you try and understand, he said, that it's just since we've arrived that they've started dying out. In fact, that comes over terribly well in this film, said the marketing girl, and just gives it that poignant twist which is the hallmark of the really great documentary. The producer's very committed. He should be, muttered Ford. I gather, said the girl, turning to address the captain who was beginning to nod off, that he wants to make one about you next. Captain. Oh really? He said, coming to with a start. That's awfully nice. He's got a very strong angle on it. You know, the burden of responsibility, the loneliness of command. The captain hummed and hawed about this for a moment. Well, I wouldn't overstress that angle, you know, he said finally. One's never alone with a rubber duck. He held the duck aloft, and it got an appreciative round from the crowd. All the while, the management consultant had been sitting in stony silence, his fingertips pressed to his temples to indicate that he was waiting and would wait all day if it was necessary. At this point, he decided he would not wait all day after all. He would merely pretend that the last half hour hadn't happened. He rose to his feet. If, he said tersely, we could for a moment move on to the subject of fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, whooped Ford Prefect. Fiscal policy. The management consultant gave him a look that only a lungfish could have copied. Fiscal policy. He repeated, that is what I said. How can you have money, demanded Ford, if none of you actually produces anything? It doesn't grow on trees, you know. If you would allow me to continue. Ford nodded dejectedly. Thank you. Since we decided a few weeks ago to adopt the leaf as legal tender, we have, of course, all become immensely rich. Ford stared in disbelief at the crowd who were murmuring appreciatively at this and greedily fingering the wads of leaves with which their tracksuits were stuffed. But we have also, continued the management consultant, run into a small inflation problem on account of the high level of leaf availability, which means that, I gather, the current going rate has something like 3 deciduous forests buying 1 ship's peanut. Murmurs of alarm came from the crowd. The management consultant waved them down. So in order to obviate this problem, he continued, and effectively revaluate the leaf, we are about to embark on a massive defoliation campaign and, burn down all the forests. I think you'll all agree that's a sensible move under the circumstances. The crowd seemed a little uncertain about this for a second or two, until someone pointed out how much this would increase the value of the leaves in their pockets, whereupon they let out whoops of delight and gave the management consultant a standing ovation. The accountants amongst them looked forward to a profitable autumn. You're all mad, explained Ford Prefect. You're absolutely barmy, he suggested. You're a bunch of raving nutters, he opined. The tide of opinion started to turn against him. What had started out as excellent entertainment had now, in the crowd's view, deteriorated into mere abuse. And since this abuse was in the main directed at them, they wearied of it. Sensing this shift in the wind, the marketing girl turned on him. Is it perhaps in order, she demanded, to inquire what you've been doing all these months then? You and that other interloper have been missing since the day we arrived. We've been on a journey, said Ford. We went to try and find out something about this planet. Oh, said the girl archly. Doesn't sound very productive to me. No? Well, have I got news for you, my love. We have discovered this planet's future. Ford waited for this statement to have its effect. It didn't have any. They didn't know what he was talking about. He continued. It doesn't matter a pair of fetid dingoes' kidneys what you all choose to do from now on. Burn down the forests, anything, it won't make a scrap of difference. Your future history has already happened. 2 million years you've got, and that's it. At the end of that time, your race will be dead, gone, and good riddance to you. Remember that, 2 million years. The crowd muttered to itself in annoyance. People as rich as they had suddenly become shouldn't be obliged to listen to this sort of gibberish. Perhaps they could tip the fellow a leaf or two and he would go away. They didn't need to bother. Ford was already stalking out of the clearing, pausing only to shake his head at number 2 who was already firing his kilo-zap gun into some neighboring trees. He turned back once. 2 million years, he said and laughed. Well, said the captain with a soothing smile, still time for a few more baths. Could someone pass me the sponge? I just dropped it over the side. Chapter 33. A mile or so away through the wood, Arthur Dent was too busily engrossed with what he was doing to hear Ford Prefect approach. What he was doing was rather curious, and this is what it was. On a wide flat piece of rock, he had scratched out the shape of a large square, subdivided into 169 smaller squares, 13 to a side. Furthermore, he had collected together a pile of smallish, flattish stones and scratched the shape of a letter onto each. Sitting morosely round the rock were a couple of the surviving local native men whom Arthur Dent was trying to introduce the curious concept embodied in these stones. So far, they had not done well. They had attempted to eat some of them, bury others, and throw the rest of them away. Arthur had finally encouraged one of them to lay a couple of stones on the board he had scratched out, which was not even as far as he'd managed to get the day before. Along with the rapid deterioration in the morale of these creatures, there seemed to be a corresponding deterioration in their actual intelligence. In an attempt to egg them along, Arthur set out a number of letters on the board himself, and then tried to encourage the natives to add some more themselves. It was not going well. Ford watched quietly from beside a nearby tree. "No," said Arthur to one of the natives who had just shuffled some of the letters round in a fit of abysmal dejection. "Q scores 10U. See, and it's on a triple word score. So, look, I've explained the rules to you. No. Look, please, put down that jawbone. All right, we'll start again. And try to concentrate this time." Ford leaned his elbow against the tree and his hand against his head. "What are you doing, Arthur?" he asked quietly. Arthur looked up with a start. He suddenly had a feeling that all this might look slightly foolish. All he knew was that it had worked like a dream on him when he was a child. But things were different then, or rather would be. "I'm trying to teach the cavemen to play Scrabble," he said. "They're not cavemen," said Ford. "They look like cavemen." Ford let it pass. "I see," he said. "It's uphill work," said Arthur wearily. "The only word they know is grunt, and they can't spell it." He sighed and sat back. "What's that supposed to achieve?" asked Ford. "We've got to encourage them to evolve, to develop." Arthur burst out angrily. He hoped that the weary sigh and then the anger might do something to counteract the overriding feeling of foolishness from which he was currently suffering. It didn't. He jumped to his feet. "Can you imagine what a world would be like descended from those cretins we arrived with?" he said. "Imagine," said Ford, raising his eyebrows. "We don't have to imagine. We've seen it." "But," Arthur waved his arms about hopelessly. "We've seen it," said Ford. "There's no escape." Arthur kicked at a stone. "Did you tell them what we've discovered?" he asked. Said Ford, not really concentrating. "Norway," said Arthur. "Slartibart Fast's signature in the glacier." "Did you tell them?" "What's the point?" said Ford. "What would it mean to them?" "Mean?" said Arthur. "Mean? You know perfectly well what it means. It means that this planet is the Earth. It's my home. It's where I was born." "Was," said Ford. "All right, will be. Yes, in 2 million years' time." "Why don't you tell them that? Go and say to them, 'Excuse me, I'd just like to point out that in 2 million years' time I will be born just a few miles from here.' See what they say. They'll chase you up a tree and set fire to it." Arthur absorbed this unhappily. "Face it," said Ford. "Those zeebs over there are your ancestors, not these poor creatures here." He went over to where the ape-men creatures were rummaging listlessly with the stone letters. He shook his head. "Put the Scrabble away, Arthur," he said. "It won't save the human race, because this lot aren't going to be the human race. The human race is currently sitting round a rock on the other side of this hill, making documentaries about themselves." Arthur winced. "There must be something we can do," he said. A terrible sense of desolation thrilled through his body that he should be here, on the Earth which had lost its future in a horrifying arbitrary catastrophe and which now seemed set to lose its past as well. "No," said Ford. "There's nothing we can do. This doesn't change the history of the Earth. You see, this is the history of the Earth. Like it or leave it, the Golgafrinchans are the people you are descended from. In 2 million years, they get destroyed by the Vogons. History is never altered, you see. It just fits together like a jigsaw. Funny old thing, life, isn't it?" He picked up the letter Q and hurled it into a distant pivot bush, where it hit a young rabbit. The rabbit hurtled off in terror and didn't stop till it was set upon and eaten by a fox which choked on one of its bones and died on the bank of a stream which subsequently washed it away. During the following weeks, Ford Prefect swallowed his pride and struck up a relationship with a girl who had been a personnel officer on Golgafrincham, and he was terribly upset when she suddenly passed away as a result of drinking water from a pool that had been polluted by the body of a dead fox. The only moral it is possible to draw from this story is that one should never throw the letter Q into a pivot bush, but unfortunately there are times when it is unavoidable. Like most of the really crucial things in life, this chain of events was completely invisible to Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent. They were looking sadly at one of the natives morosely pushing the other letters around. "Poor bloody caveman," said Arthur. "They're not." "What?" "Oh, never mind." The wretched creature let out a pathetic howling noise and banged on the rock. "It's all been a bit of waste of time for them, hasn't it?" said Arthur. Erg," muttered the native and banged on the rock. Again. "They've been out-evolved by telephone sanitizers." "Ugh, GR grew," insisted the native, continuing to bang on the rock. "Why does he keep banging on the rock?" said Arthur. "I think he probably wants you to scrabble with him again," said Ford. "He's pointing at the letters. Probably spelt Kurzgerduldiut again. Poor bastard. I keep on telling him there's only one G in Kurzgerduldiut." The native banged on the rock again. They looked over his shoulder. Their eyes popped. There amongst the jumble of letters were 8 that had been laid out in a clear straight line. They spelt 2 words. The words were these: 42. Grurg Guh, explained the native. He swept the letters angrily away and went and mooched under a nearby tree with his colleague. Ford and Arthur stared at him. Then they stared at each other. "Did that say what I thought it said?" they both said to each other. "Yes," they both said. 42, said Arthur. 42, said Ford. Arthur ran over to the 2 natives. "What are you trying to tell us?" he shouted. "What's it supposed to mean?" One of them rolled over on the ground, kicked his legs up in the air, rolled over again, and went to sleep. The other bounded up the tree and threw horse chestnuts at Ford Prefect. Whatever it was they had to say, they had already said it. "You know what this means," said Ford. "Not entirely. 42 is the number Deep Thought gave as being the ultimate answer." "Yes. And the Earth is the computer Deep Thought designed and built to calculate the question to the ultimate answer. So we are led to believe. And organic life was part of the computer matrix. If you say so, I do say so. That means that these natives, these 8 men, are an integral part of the computer program, and that we and the Golgafrinchans are not. But the cavemen are dying out, and the Golgafrinchans are obviously set to replace them." "Exactly. So do you see what this means?" "What?" "Cock up," said Ford Prefect. Arthur looked around him. "This planet is having a pretty bloody time of it," he said. Ford puzzled for a moment. "Still, something must have come out of it," he said at last, "because Marvin said he could see the question printed in your brain. Wave patterns. But probably the wrong one, or a distortion of the right one. It might give us a clue, though, if we could find it. I don't see how we can, though." They moped about for a bit. Arthur sat on the ground and started pulling up bits of grass, but found that it wasn't an occupation he could get deeply engrossed in. It wasn't grass he could believe in. The trees seemed pointless. The rolling hills seemed to be rolling too. Nowhere in the future seemed just a tunnel to be crawled through. Ford fiddled with his sub-ethos sensomatic. It was silent. He sighed and put it away. Arthur picked up one of the letter stones from his homemade Scrabble set. It was a T. He sighed and out it down again. The letter he put down next to it was an I. That spelt IT. He tossed another couple of letters next to them. They were an S and an H as it happened. By a curious coincidence, the resulting word perfectly expressed the way Arthur was feeling about things just then. He stared at it for a moment. He hadn't done it deliberately, it was just a random chance. His brain got slowly into first gear. "Ford," he said suddenly, "look, if that question is printed in my brainwave patterns, but I'm not consciously aware of it, it must be somewhere in my unconscious." "Yes, I suppose so. There might be a way of bringing that unconscious pattern forward." "Oh yes. Yes, by introducing some random element that can be shaped by that pattern." "Like how?" "Like by pulling Scrabble letters out of a bag blindfolded." Ford leapt to his feet. "Brilliant," he said. He tugged his towel out of his satchel and with a few deft knots transformed it into a bag. "Totally mad," he said. "Utter nonsense. But we'll do it because it's brilliant nonsense. Come on, come on." The sun passed respectfully behind a cloud. A few small sad raindrops fell. They piled together all the remaining letters and dropped them into the bag. They shook them up. "Right," said Ford. "Close your eyes. Pull them out. Come on, come on, come on." Arthur closed his eyes and plunged his hand into the towelful of stones. He jiggled them about, pulled out 4, and handed them to Ford. Ford laid them along the ground in the order he got them. "W," said Ford. "H, A, T." What? He blinked. I think it's working, he said. Arthur pushed 3 more at him. DOY. Doy. Oh, perhaps it isn't working, said Ford. Here's the next 3. Oh. UG. Doyuk. It's not making sense, I'm afraid. Arthur pulled another 2 from the bag. Ford put them in place. E.T. Doyajit. Do you get? Shouted Ford. It is working. This is amazing. It really is working. More here. Arthur was throwing them out feverishly as fast as he could go. IF, said Ford. Y. OUMULTIPLY. What do you get if you multiply SIX6BY by 6 by? What do you get if you multiply 6 by NINE 6 by 9? He paused. Come on, where's the next one? Air. That's the lot, said Arthur. That's all there were. He sat back, nonplussed. He rooted around again in the knotted-up towel, but there were no more letters. You mean that's it? Said Ford. That's it. 6 by 9. 42. That's it. That's all there is. Chapter 34. The sun came out and beamed cheerfully at them. A bird sang. A warm breeze wafted through the trees and lifted the heads of the flowers, carrying their scent away through the woods. An insect droned past on its way to do whatever it is that insects do in the late afternoon. The sound of voices lilted through the trees followed a moment later by 2 girls who stopped in surprise at the sight of Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent apparently lying on the ground in agony, but in fact rocking with noiseless laughter. No, don't go, called Ford Prefect between gasps. We'll be with you in a moment. What's the matter? Asked one of the girls. She was the taller and slimmer of the 2. On Golgafrincham, she had been a junior personnel officer, but hadn't liked it much. Ford pulled himself together. Excuse me, he said. Hello. My friend and I were just contemplating the meaning of life. Frivolous exercise. Oh, it's you, said the girl. You made a bit of a spectacle of yourself this afternoon. You were quite funny to begin with, but you did bang on a bit. Did I? Oh, yes. Yes. What was all that for? Asked the other girl, a shorter, round-faced girl who had been an art director for a small advertising company on Golgafrincham. Whatever the privations of this world were, she went to sleep every night profoundly grateful for the fact that whatever she had to face in the morning, it wouldn't be 100 almost identical photographs of moodily lit tubes of toothpaste. For nothing. Nothing's for anything, said Ford Prefect, happily. Come and join us. I'm Ford, this is Arthur. We were just about to do nothing at all for a while, but it can wait. The girls looked at them doubtfully. I'm Agda, said the tall one. This is Mela. Hello, Agda. Hello, Mela, said Ford. Do you talk at all? Said Mela to Arthur. Oh, eventually, said Arthur with a smile, but not as much as Ford. Good. There was a slight pause. What did you mean? Asked Agda. About only having 2 million years. I couldn't make sense of what you were saying. Oh, that, said Ford. It doesn't matter. It's just that the world gets demolished to make way for a hyperspace bypass, said Arthur with a shrug. But that's 2 million years away. And anyway, it's just Vogons doing what Vogons do. Vogons, said Mela. Yes, you wouldn't know them. Where'd you get this idea from? It really doesn't matter. It's just like a dream from the past or the future. Arthur smiled and looked away. Does it worry you that you don't talk any kind of sense? Asked Agda. Listen, forget it, said Ford. Forget all of it. Nothing matters. Look, it's a beautiful day. Enjoy it. The sun, the green of the hills, the river, down in the valley, the burning trees. Even if it's only a dream, it's a pretty horrible idea, said Mela. Destroying a world just to make a bypass. Oh, I've heard of worse, said Ford. I read of one planet off in the 7th dimension that got used as a ball in a game of intergalactic bar billiards. Got potted straight into a black hole. Killed 10 billion people. That's mad, said Mela. Yes, only scored 30 points too. Agda and Mela exchanged glances. Look, said Agda. There's a party after the committee meeting tonight. You can come along if you like. Yeah, okay, said Ford. I'd like to, said Arthur. Many hours later, Arthur and Mela sat and watched the moon rise over the dull red glow of the trees. That story about the world being destroyed, began Mela. In 2 million years, yes. You say it as if you really think it's true. Yes, I think it is. I think I was there. She shook her head in puzzlement. You're very strange, she said. No, I'm very ordinary, said Arthur. but some very strange things have happened to me. You could say I'm more differing. And that other world your friend talked about, the one that got pushed into a black hole. Oh, that I don't know about. It sounds like something from the book. What book? Arthur paused. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he said at last. What's that? Oh, just something I threw into the river this evening. I don't think I'll be wanting it anymore, said Arthur Dent.